Yes, welcome back, folks. I know
We're
it took us.
here.
It's August still, right? Yeah, this is what.
Yeah,
we
it's still August. Yeah.
It's still August. Yeah, it's been August.
That means we could still get the the extras from Amazon at any point for the Origins,
Yeah.
right?
New Origins coming up.
Yeah. So just for a second, I've just realized, because I had you previously small when I was working on something, guys, that Tom, you've got Luna on like a separate camera in the corner. I honestly thought you had just like a cat bed that highlights you above the mic.
He's hanging out over here.
Yeah, no, I don't think I realized that either.
No, he's over here. He's right here. Hello, buddy. Hi. I'm sorry I woke you up. I'm sorry.
Oh, bless. So yeah, it's Kev. Let's do that. There we go. Kev and I have finally got this together. Kevtrim Cathangus.
That's me.
Yeah.
You can call me Kev for short, though. Everyone calls me Kev.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do Kev for short. Kev, I'm glad we're finally doing this. It's taken a while. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk about Matt. We are gonna make this probably the last one, aren't we, Kev?
Last one for the year for sure. Maybe we'll have something in the new year, but for the year, I think this will be the last one to close it out for now. Yeah.
Yeah. So we decided between this, what we've covered, what a holiday coming up. It's the holidays after that, and then hopefully stuff for season 3 in the new year. We thought maybe we should prepare for other things. So
I think quarter one's going to be quite busy by my own estimates. So I think that it's a wise choice for everybody here to just look to the future.
Yes, I agree. We have 2 wonderful guests joining us to kick it off with. We have Tom from Dragon Mount. How you doing, Tom?
I'm well. Mostly dry now after the storms in the south.
Very, very glad to hear that. And Omar from What Series has come to join us as well. Omar, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Yeah, doing great. We're a little bit late, but yeah. Do you guys like Matt?
A lot. Yeah, I like TV show Matt more than early. I like early TV show Matt more than early book Matt, to be honest with you.
I actually feel pretty similar to that, to be honest.
I love early book Matt. Early book Matt. Yeah.
I mean, I do like the early book Matt, but I like early TV show Matt more.
Yes. No, see, the reason I like early book Matt is he was always Matt. It's just he never had a perspective for us to like him that much. So if somebody
he struck me as the kid with because I also was that kid with ADHD and he needs something to do or he gets himself into trouble. So he didn't really come into his own in the book until he had something to do, and he gets a purpose. Prior to that, he's just getting himself into trouble and being kind of a little bit annoying, which is like me.
That's fair. Rand, I can never say the last bit. Rand
Maudie Balfour.
Maudie Balfour.
From
loves Postmats. So yeah.
There's a lot to love and a lot to be annoyed by, but also still love.
I love
very, very
all 4 Matts that we get kind of in the show. We got corrupted Matt, and then we have obviously both actors doing very different jobs, but very I love both of their portrayals. But Donal is just, oh my god. Oh, by the way, you teased the crap out of me. Do you have the rest of that clip from your opening, from your opening clip there? When Matt turns and sees Rand is literally my favorite scene in the whole shit. And you didn't get him smiling. That's the best part is when he's smiling.
We got it all.
Look, you gotta keep him wanting more,
It's such a team.
Speaking of that, Matt he's not in the show as much as we thought. Some as the others, perhaps. Thank you, Pavara, for doing this, by the way. Pavara went through and checked out all the episodes and scenes that Matt did and timed it for us. So in total, Matt has only 30 scenes in season 2. The huge majority of them being in episode 6, 7, and 8. He's not in 5 at all. He's once in 1 and once in 4, and then a few times in 2 and 3. Only has a total of 51 minutes and 45 seconds of screen time compared to the others. They've all had an hour and a half pretty much, haven't they, Kev? From that sort of ballpark. So Matt does not get as much as the others. So we'll have to.
I think I was excited to do this one format for a while because of how kind of spread out his season is. We get a little taste in the beginning and then like little strips here and there, but then it's mostly in the back. So we kind of like don't get to see, we see a little bit of the setup and then a long break, and then we start seeing the payoff. So it's fun. Oh, it's always been fun to kind of reconstruct a narrative like this to be just the one character point of view, but because his is so spread out, it felt more complete watching it like this, like where I wasn't like, you know, I didn't have to think about all the different plot lines in between, and we could actually be like, yeah, this is his trajectory through the entire season. We see a very clear arc when it's kind of pieced all into one kind of continuous segment. But it's just interesting because of what I think I found when doing this is that the clever way they've reconstructed Matt's internal dialogue and his you know, his token thing in the books is that he's one of the most unreliable narrators, and the way they've done that in the show is really clever. They've made all of the antagonists speak his internal monologues at him. They're the ones that tell him he's not good enough, that he's not a hero, and all the things that he believes, they're saying it to him. Leandrin is, you know, all the antagonists he meets along the way, Ishamael, they're reaffirming his own skewed internal view of himself, which is, you know, I didn't notice that when I was watching it just as the season was going on, but I only picked up on it, and I hope that you guys do too. It was just really fascinating to see the way they've adapted that skewed perspective he has on himself.
Love that. We're just getting, I love the chat, by the way. It's like Stacks and Matt from Omar, and then Rand's come back in. Maddie, Matt, and Matt. Yeah, we do get to see a lot of sides of Matt. And yeah, we've discovered in the past, like seeing the characters from just the scenes they're in gives you a more complete experience of their arc. So Matt being so spread out, that's going to be interesting. Shall we start off with the only scene we get from season 1 of Matt? And enjoy that. And that is Naivety Doesn't Suit You is what we've titled this one. It's Leandrin reading a letter to Matt. And it's where we find out he has been the prisoner for some time, it feels like. So we'll pop that on stage and we'll enjoy.
I miss you both, Andran, Layla, especially now, this close to bell time. Let's promise that next year, the 4 of us we'll celebrate together. Loyal and I could meet you two in Tarvalon. Now that must be painful. For a dozen letters now, not a single mention of Mat Cauthon. I suppose it would be difficult to forgive you for abandoning them.
What do you want from me?
Naivety doesn't suit you.
I haven't touched that dagger in 6 months. I am not a threat to you, or your Red Sisters, or Moraine, or the entire bloody world.
Merry Beltane, Matt.
Yeah,
good, man.
It is. It's a rough scene to come in, isn't it? With this is all we get of Matt in the first episode. That's it, full stop. Tom, what are your thoughts initially about seeing that? I
remember being like, you know, because this is the first we get to see of him, of Donal. I mean, fantastic. He's got chops, man. Like just from an acting standpoint, like he's got some real good acting chops, and he really displays them through this entire season. And then I think it's pretty obvious now that he's been picked up by, like, you know, everyone wants Donal everywhere. He's doing stage acting. He's on another show. But as for the character, like, I couldn't get into his head, like, whether or not he fully believes that, you know, it's true that they kind of just wrote him off and are forgetting him, and you know, or is it still part of the corruption? Is it, is he starting to get some kind of like mental thing from being locked up? I'm sure like he's not the most healthiest person mentally to begin with the dagger, but now he's been in a cell alone for months at this point. So that can't be doing well for his mental stability. No. So I think Donal did a great job displaying that, and I'm glad we get to see in the next scene with him some more like core Mat things when he does he's counting the steps and he's counting the locks on the door and stuff like that. That's more internal like Mat stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. Omar, is this our first introduction to Mat? What did you think about seeing this scene when you watched it?
I remember clearly I wanted to see if he cries or not, because I remember there was a still photo and everybody's like, there's a tear. And so I was waiting for that. And like Tom said, the acting was fantastic. But two, one of the big questions I think coming in is Mat still under the corruption of the dagger or not? And I think one of the things that I really like how the show did, and I hate it that they did that, but I also love it because it's good for the character, is that where the dagger plays certain things to direct Mat and to do certain things. Here it's subterfuge and it's Liandrin tricking him, because I think he is mentioned in the letter, right? That but she just keeps him away from him. So that corruption is not just a corruption of the dagger, but it's a corruption of the evil side, if you will. And he's starting on this really shaky footing, similar to how he was with the dagger. So he has to overcome that. So I thought that was kind of nicely done to start off that he's back with us. We don't know about the dagger, but the Mat that we know who's got that challenge to overcome, it was kind of nice to see that's being slid in there into that scene, just where he starts. Sets the tone, I think, for the next few episodes when we see him a couple times.
Yeah, that's fair. I must have missed the tear thing. I remember watching it and being like, "Oh, he's crying!" Good acting. But I missed that there was discussion about whether he was actually putting a tear on or not. So, is this like a minor hood versus hair moment? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
It was hair.
It was a hood. Yeah. They changed it in the post production. Yeah, that's why they delayed the release for so long. They had to change it.
That's what it is. Okay. We'll have to make that a new debate on Twitter. Why has season 3 been delayed so much? Was it hair hood this time again, or was it something else? All right, Kev Trim. Watching this first, as Rand has put in chat, very painful introduction to Mat in season 2. What were you thinking when you watched this?
It's interesting to me that he's in such a low point, and we see that eventually that there are little ways that he's been trying to resist, through like the carving at the bricks. But it's fascinating to see that this is, from the way I viewed it, this is inside his mind. So these are the things that he'd be saying to himself in the chapter, like he'd be like, oh, they're not gonna, they don't even care that I'm not there. Like you could imagine that dialogue being self-dialogue, and that I think this was the scene that made me first clue. And I'm like, oh, is this the unreliable narration? This is the TV way of telling the audience, this is who Mat is. This is who Mat is. Contradicting what we see him being. It's the not believing what you hear. It's believing what you see with your eyes. With Mat, is in the case of the book. So I think this set the tone for me. Like I was like, I want to keep an eye out for that, and just let him experience all those different things. I might expect Mat more to be more upbeat or to be more jovial, but he's pretty dour. He's pretty dour at times. He can be pretty down. He can be pretty pretty curmudgeonly, but it's usually dressed up in a way, in a lighthearted way or in a humorous tone that we can infer from the book. So I liked the way that he played kind of a melancholy humor, and you could see him turn on a heel sometimes and see him kind of switch gears. So I liked to see the emotional side of Mat first before we got to the levity side and Donal's, because it's easy to kind of start out with a joke, but this is a better scene to start out with because it shows that he's not just the goofball still. Like there's still more to Mat than meets the eye. So that's kind of
I think it's that doing it, like you say, keeping it dark and the curmudgeon side of Mat as an introduction, because obviously we've changed actors here as well at this stage. Mm-hmm. And Barney was playing it, kind of, in the similar way, like, dark and curmudgeon-y and so on and so forth. It adds that level of continuity, at least in a style of Matt. So as opposed to just coming in being like, well, here's a new actor and he's just gonna, play off the physicality and the humor that we learned that Donal does deliver in his role. If he'd done, for example, Leandrin leaving, which we'll see later, and him acting out her locking the door, if that had been the first scene, it wouldn't have flowed in very nicely. It wouldn't have worked. So yeah, I hadn't picked up on that being working so well for the connection, but good pick.
I've heard enough people. I've seen show first, people who aren't like as dialed in or online as we are about Wheel of Time. They didn't notice the actor change. I've seen that comment where it was seamless for certain people. So like, I think that is a huge testament in that case. So
one of the things that I like that they did specifically with that was when they showed the flashbacks of Matt in the first couple of episodes, they didn't try to mess around with it. They didn't try to cut it so that you don't see Barney's face or even try to reshoot anything. They just were like, yeah, here it is. Like, yep. I mean, you know what happened? Like, just they, I kind of like that they did that. It lends to the idea of Matt like changing like dramatically because he does in mid book to the end of book one. They did the best they could with the circumstances they had with Matt's story. But I really like where he ends up in season 2 for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I honestly, if I were a show only person, I would not have noticed the change because I would not have been able to take my eyes off those robes that he was wearing the whole time. So,
I mean, they are the same robes from season 1, so that adds a bit of continuity
exactly.
by itself.
Must be the same guy.
Same stink.
Yeah.
The same.
I'm sure
stink.
Sharon has
Smells
spoken
the
about
same.
that. Yeah, Sharon has spoken about that somewhere, being like, "Yeah, we just kept him in the same robe," and he's like, "Do I get something else?" No, you get nothing. You just say one
Nothing.
season, mate.
Costuming
Just
for Matt was
dream
easy.
sequence. Just for the dream sequence or the testing sequence.
That is
Yeah.
true. He looked pretty awesome in those like noble robes. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, he pulls it off pretty well. That's true. I mean, you got to save money somewhere, haven't you? Be like, dude, you can just, I don't have a spare costume for you, Matt. You just, Barney, you just got to deal with it. Pull it off, make it work.
It was the Lanfear budget,
Yeah, they're breaking for lunch. He's got to disrobe because they only got the one set.
Yeah, because he was like, "Hey, so I get the same costume." He's like, "Yeah." He was like, "Yeah, but a new one." No, it's like the same one, unwashed. The same one from season 1. We just changed the size a little bit to fit you, but otherwise, it's the same one.
Yeah. Yeah, just as you say, unwashed. Just wear it everywhere. Don't
Sleep in
it. Sleep in it. No roller coasters or anything like that. No revolving doors. Don't get it stuck and rip it. But otherwise,
it's like a well-seasoned cast iron pan. You don't want to wash that.
No, it's jeans. Like if you get a stain on them, you just like a little bit of little cloth and done.
Those are his lucky robes. He won a dice toss in those robes.
It's true. He lost several too.
That's true as well.
We don't focus on that though.
That's it. The next time someone gets lucky enough to have an interview and it's with Donal, they'd be like, "So, how did it feel to be treating those robes like a pair of lucky robes that you couldn't take off for the entire game season because you were winning?"
Oh.
Did you wear them everywhere? Did you treat them
How
like
many of
jeans
those
and never wash them? Yeah. Oh god, I bet he's really looking forward to. Well, no, he's already done it, obviously. But when they started putting him in different things for season 3, he was like, "So this is what you like new clothes feel like,"
Especially jealous of Yoshia getting to be in like so many different things. He's got his noble uniform. He's like his work uniform. He's got his day clothes. Like he's all over the place.
Yeah. So that was that's great.
He was probably thankful that he's not a method actor. So.
Yeah.
That's true. That's
I was gonna say the best part of getting your first Matt costume is being told to go to bed in it so that it has the nice wrinkles in it, because Matt always wakes up with a wrinkly coat because he goes to sleep in it. So authenticity is important.
Absolutely. So, and I mean, kicking it off with Kate in this scene is to go back to the scene a little bit. She's brilliant. Like the two of them together instantly had an epic dynamic. She really just, I don't know, they just bounced off each other. Like she's being snarky and, like that sarcastic niceness. He's being grumpy and like, leave me alone. What the hell do you want sort of thing. And it's just a great pairing. So Yeah.
I wonder if how much, because they both have like a deep background on stage acting. So I wonder, if they just felt comfortable with each other right off the bat from their styles and stuff like that.
There's been a lot of stage work for a lot of the actors. Some of them come from stage, and some have been doing stage since. I think it makes a big difference when you have stage actors doing television.
Mm-hmm.
And as I discovered when I recorded yesterday for my podcast, some of the writers on season 1, and I assume season 2, have actually done like stage writing as well. So
okay,
I feel like maybe that's slipping into some of the episodes. But yeah, no, epic start for Barney. But that's it for Donal. Sorry, that was. Sorry,
that
I knew
was
I was
Barney.
going to do it at some point.
Yeah, because it means two things.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was a little UK slang there.
No, I got you. Yeah, that was it for episode 1. And
I wasn't sure if there is like a super duper short scene as well. It's like you see him like pulling back it's kind of like interlaced with like Nynaeve doing a voiceover still. But that's when we first see him kind of pulling back the dresser and chiseling at the wall. But again, that's like 45 seconds, and it's not even entirely him. But that is also like briefly after this scene, but we don't have to necessarily show that either because it's going to be in the next episode as well.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. So that you have sent me that scene there. I mean, we could just play that if you wanted. So we can
play it.
It's not really. I'll turn the sound off and we'll just play it and we can sort of watch it.
Yeah, we can chat
it's
over
not,
it.
Yeah, we can chat over it. So here it is. Yeah, it's not like specific him like acting against anyone else. It's more just him doing, as you say, like starting to dig behind the.
It looked like a mechanical thing too. Like when he got up, he didn't want to do it. Like it looked like you saw his face there. Like it's just like, I gotta go do this. Like I don't even know if it's gonna work or if it's gonna pay. Like his face when he did that was just very like, I need to be doing something.
Yeah. Side note, and I'm gonna flick back just a few seconds. To this, like when he's here we go. When he's putting the drawers don't come out.
Yep.
How well are those drawers locked, man?
For real.
He must have like taped them shut or something. Like this is like that's like it's such a practice. It's such a practice. Like you said, it's a routine now. So like as soon as she leaves, he hears the door locks. He slowly mechanically gets up, slowly pulls it down, sets it down gently, and then starts chiseling. But it does seem like very much this is like all he has. Like this is his like how he keeps his own light on, I guess, so to speak.
Yeah.
Or IKEA latch.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty sturdy.
Child locks. Oh, Leandro put child locks. You know those things that you put inside drawers so that kids can't open them all.
Yes, there we go. Yeah. Two Rivers locks. I mean, she said at the beginning, like, he said at the beginning, I haven't touched a dagger in 6 months. I can't remember how long has it been since in the show, the time from the end of season 1 to the beginning of season 2. Has that been like 6 months?
6 months, I guess. That's
telling
us. Yeah, that's been telling us. Yeah.
So because it would have been 6 month journey for all of season 1 would have been a 6 month journey.
Right. Yeah. So he's been stuck here in this room for 6 months. Like, Jesus, how mad would you have gone after that?
He's been in this room as long as they left the Two Rivers. Like that whole journey from him to the Waygate is the same amount of time as him in this cell, like that entire journey, which is that's a lot.
Sorry, it's sad, but all I'm thinking about right now, because Omar put Shawmat Redemption in chat is
oh, how have I only just seen that?
Is Morgan Freeman narrating? And Maddie Dufresne was. And that's just all I can hear right now.
Maddie Dufresne. Oh my God! Someone needs to like imitate Morgan Freeman now, like the first time that he sees Andy, but like talking about Matt instead.
Oh God, it's terrible.
It's just here we go. Charlie's like Morgan Freeman for Gareth Brin. My God, could you? Oh,
okay.
Wow,
he's probably a little too old at this point. Maybe Morgan Freeman from Shawshank. I think.
Morgan Freeman. Yeah, Shawshank. Morgan Freeman would be. Yeah, primo.
Morgan Freeman for the creator's voice, maybe, because he does play God in every other movie.
He
plays God in everything.
It's true.
Yeah.
No. I want Morgan Freeman for the voice of the Dark One.
Oh,
What a twist.
screaming
Because
at
we're so
everybody.
used to him being God.
Yeah.
You know, that would be, yeah.
He could be-
Take notes,
Yeah.
Rafe. Come on. We know you're watching.
yeah.
Yeah. Come on, Rafe. This is how it should be.
Hey, listen,
So,
we hopefully got Show Ray. Maybe this is how we can get Morgan Freeman.
yes. There we go. So so we got a campaign now for Morgan Freeman. Master Deck has a campaign for who plays Superman or did The Witcher.
Oh,
Henry
Henry
Cavill.
Cavill as the Golem. You know, he's also a Wheel of Time fan. So yeah,
Yep.
we just we'll start building these up and see who we can get.
Oh, he'd be a great Golem.
Good question. Book spoiler level, Charlie. We're gonna kind of stick to Shadow Rising because then we can talk about things for season 3. If there is a moment later on where we might get to like a full book spoiler situation, in which case we'll put up signs about that. So I think I've got a banner to be like, apparently we've always done the first 6 books in New Spring, so I'll just leave that running.
Yeah.
It'll be easy.
There you go.
First 6
There we
New
go.
Spring.
Easy peasy. And then she just put in chat, and we have the scrolly thing at the bottom of the screen. There we go. Done.
Yes, you can.
You're welcome.
Yes, you can. You can indeed. Okay. The next episode, he does appear in 3 scenes here. So this is Sweet Cakes. A little bit of flirting between Leandrin and Matt, and the continuation of Matt digging his way to freedom. So let's get this loaded up, and then we can enjoy. So.
You should at least not. Might have been naked.
Oh, my heart flutters at the thought.
Well, it's me.
Sweet cakes. I'm feeling generous.
Are they poisoned?
If I wanted you dead, boy, I could think of far more creative options.
What do you want from me then?
We're merely observing to make sure the effects of the dagger from Shadar Lagoth are fully passed from your system.
That why you locked that door behind you?
Enjoy the sweet cakes, Matt.
Can you replay right when he turned down the thing again, like when he laid it down? Look at the bottom corner.
Cabinet.
Yeah, look at the bottom corner of the cabinet. It looks like it's on a hinge so that he could tip it over easier.
I wonder, can I slow it down? Yes, I can. Let's do that.
This scene, by the way, is like really what sold me. Here, watch the bottom corner of it. You can see it in a second. There's like a little round bit there. See it? It's making.
Oh
a
yeah. Now,
Oh,
and the
okay.
banner is going to block it, of course. not the banner, but the little
the thingy.
the little pause thing. Okay, let's do the playback speed really slow, and then play. Right, there we go.
Yeah, you don't see it until the shadow passes because
Yeah,
it's
the shadow
casting its own
disappeared.
shadow. Yeah, there you go. You can
Yeah,
see
there
Yeah.
it is, right there. Ah, clever.
he does lay that down with ease, and that's like like this is they don't make balsa wood and
This is
foam board and stuff. That's like wood. That's probably like maple or oak or something. That thing is heavy.
Absolutely. It's not going to be an easy. It's funny when you put it down. I was definitely thinking childproof locks on it again. But I want to flick back to what is it? This bit right here, and we'll just carry it in slow mo.
It should
like,
be in slow mo. This scene should
yeah.
be in slow mo. Yeah.
Oh, why your fingernails got to be dirty though, Matt? Come on.
But
So I have to imagine.
it's amazing how many Matt things they had here without him saying anything. Like they stuff so much Matt. They give you so much Matt without him uttering a word.
My favorite part about this is that he doesn't break eye contact with her the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's uncomfortable. She has to look away. It's so perfect. It's like, what a way to like say fuck you to your captor.
Yeah.
You know?
And by the way, he's done this in the Two Rivers too. Like before.
Yeah.
This is a practice move. This is not new.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but yeah, like you say, I know lots of people have said it. This is, and we'll go back to normal speed so we can enjoy it properly. It's not gonna switch to normal speed. Oh no, it has now yet.
Yeah.
Where she actually goes, and then I think this is what sold it for a lot of people. But if they'd started with this has been the first scene, it wouldn't have worked.
I agree.
But yeah,
Because it would have been too silly to start with. Yeah. You want to ground him first.
yeah, you had all that darkness, that moment of anger and such, and then suddenly you see his real side just appear, where he's like, oh, okay, I can just like saunter around now and move my IKEA baby-proof cabinet on a hinge and go digging through the wall again. So yeah, it's just the perfect balance. I can't get over. Charlie coming in. Leandra does not wish to be flirted with by a grubby little boy. She's a 100-year-old lesbian.
That's fair. That's entirely fair. It is entirely fair.
Yeah. And Ben and Chia pointing out that this is the Two Rivers theme played during this, which I missed. I didn't pick up on that.
Yep, right at the start. Yeah.
Yeah.
It keeps making me want to dance. I'm just like.
So I have to be sure too, because it's pretty well known that I made like scenes that made fun of the scenes that were supposed to have been shown at New York City Comic-Con in 2022, and I assume that this is the Matt clip. This is the clip
Charlie
that was
asked
never
the same
shown.
thing as well.
Yeah. Because it was always like pitched like, I think what I'd based my scene, the one I'd made up was, I had heard someone say it was like a sub-dom kind of relationship in a way, like it was very flirtatious but also like professionally flirtatious, like they were both like putting on a front, playing their parts almost in a way, in like a captive experience. So that was when I made my silly version of the scene. It kind of and then when I saw this scene, I was like, oh, I got the vibe right. I caught the right vibes without ever seeing it.
Got the right vibes, yeah. Bane is correcting us. It's the Two Rivers song plays at the end when he's being crafty.
Oh, okay. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, and it's also played much later on when he makes the Ashendara Dagi.
Oh, that's right. They were playing Egwene's theme when she was walking, because it was cutting from an Egwene scene before that.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. You're right.
It's so, but yeah, this scene is just like the sweet cakes is such a Matt thing. The way he behaves.
Yeah. He's putting on the front of the resistant captive. Like he's like I have to play my part of being the the snarky resisting her whatever attempts to do whatever the hell she's doing, which is semi working, but also like obviously we see later he didn't really lose that much hope with that.
Yeah, I don't think she really understands that she has someone from the Two Rivers captive. Like, they're, as we know from the books, extremely stubborn. What would take someone 3 months to break would take a Two Rivers person 3
way
years
longer.
They would break through. It would take this forever. So.
And that's the detriment of pretty much the entire in the books as well, but in the TV show, I think that they're doing it good too. Is the entire Forces of Shadow really, they fail almost every single time they fail is because of them just underestimating the forces of good, and 90% of that time it's the Two Rivers folk. It's the the 5 from the Two Rivers.
Yeah. So aside from obviously fully realizing that Matt is not just in a pit of misery at least 100% of the time. Is there anything else we pick up from this scene aside from just loving his physicality?
I mean, one thing I always liked about Matt is, Matt doesn't want to do the thing. Matt will do the thing, and Matt honestly doesn't care if the thing that he's going to do is going to work or not. It's just kind of like anytime that's like, if you look at a lot of parts in the, and I think here, I think Matt, if he had to be kept in there, he would have been digging the whole wall. And if he saw a room, he's going to keep on doing the next thing over and over again. And that was kind of cool just to see that, here's Matt, because like I said, nobody is more defined by doing stuff when they really don't want to do stuff as much as Matt is, right? Like somebody else would, I see maybe a Perrin, not to say, not to take away from Perrin, but Perrin maybe would be like in there and would be just not dealing with it very well and trying to break the door. Matt is like, oh, I'm just going to dig the wall day in and day out. Again, go Shawshank Redemption on it. Not the approach of everybody else. That's just Matt,
Mm-hmm.
So
Perrin,
that was kind of nice to see.
I feel like Perrin also wouldn't have, like, he wouldn't talk to Leandrin and all. He would just sit there stoically and not say a word.
Yeah, he would. Like, Egwene would probably be a mix of, I think, Matt and Nynaeve. Nynaeve would just be outraged 100% of the time and fully defiant 100% of the time.
Yeah.
I think
constantly
Egwene,
trying to attack her.
Yeah, Egwene would be someone between that and Matt. I think she would like put on that front as opposed to the front that Matt puts on, but then behave like Matt when she's not there. So
see, you're making faces at the door when Leandrin closes the door.
Yeah.
And two, I think Matt, out of a lot of the characters, he generally, and again, they're just my read, he doesn't have to figure things out. His moral code and his direction is almost set in stone, and it just so happens that it usually moves in the right direction. Perrin, on the other hand, has to sort out, am I doing the right thing? Am I doing, like, he teaches himself along the way. Matt was born with it. Again, look at it, it's a good thing or a bad thing. I think Matt and Nynaeve, more than anything, they're just walking in a straight line on something that they know innately. And that gives Matt the type of stubbornness, if you will, again, and ease to go through 6 months and not be as bothered as somebody else. I think he could have been there for another 6 months. He just doesn't care. He knows what's right. I'm just going to dig through, and I'm just going to do the thing. I hate doing the thing, and that's going to be it. So I like that about Matt as well.
Yeah, he doesn't second guess himself. Especially the way like Perrin second guesses himself.
There's no time for that. Why waste time second guessing yourself? Just do it. Just do the thing.
Yeah. So apparently it's be more Matt is now what we're saying. So
that's how I do a lot of stuff, is like especially improvising. Like I do improv on stage, and a lot of it is, the more you think about it, the worse you do. So sometimes you just have to trust that you are going to do the right thing and get there along the way. The journey is, that's part of the fun anyway. So
man, the guy with the magical luck can just do the first thing that pops in his head.
That plays it.
I'll add it.
I mean, yeah.
Well, we're not going to say it. Is it, does the chicken beget the egg kind of thing,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Love that. But yeah, no, his single-mindedness comes across in this very nicely. And it's just, people rightfully went obsessed over this. And this is, I don't know. I wonder how many times do you think he had to practice those motions to get it right with the timing? Like, is she out there doing that on the door whilst they're recording that scene, or is he just doing it and then they've made the noises in ADR to line it up?
I'd like to think that he practiced it and they timed it perfectly, but I really also like ADR. Like, I love watching, like, if no one watching this has ever, if you don't know what the audio, like re-recording audio and stuff is, go and watch like how people recreate sounds for movies and TV shows, because it's absolutely fantastic sometimes. And I can picturing it in my head, like someone sitting there with the locks and the things and playing with it. And I kind of like that.
Yeah. I remember the first time I ever found out how they make sound effects for shows and movies and things was I was watching, we're on a tangent now, folks, sorry, but a little piece about Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. and the people doing the sound effects and the ADR for that, for all the veg and stuff, and for the sound of tomatoes falling to the ground, or sorry, the meatballs falling to the ground when they hit the earth. It was they took like basically bundled up mops that were just absolutely drenched, and they were just doing this on the floor on like a wooden board, plopping them around, and that was the sound of the meatballs hitting the floor in the movie. And it was just like, who thinks of that, you know?
Yeah, I love it. I love that stuff. That stuff is so fun.
Yeah. But yeah, it would be pretty cool if they could have done that real time. But you know, it's probably caught back up in ADR or something like that.
Yeah, 90% of the Luna's, you're leaving us now. Sorry. The 90% of the sounds that you hear and stuff like that, it usually is ADR. But like I love imagining how they're doing things. I really want to talk to the audio people now and see how they do like Trolloc sounds and things like that. Like, what are they using?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this now needs to be one of the first questions we ask anyone who might know, or anyone I forget.
Donal.
No, not Donal. I was thinking one of the people in the background. One of the crew. But I can't. The name's left literally as soon as I went to say it. The name's left. But yeah, I mean, we could ask Donal as well. Like, did you do that with someone in the background moving logs, or was that ADR? Like, it would be just a great question to find out how they did that. So silly. Can you imagine that they've come to ask me questions about the show, and all they ask me is like,
just nonsense, weird stuff.
Yeah, how did you do that lock thing? Like, how did you time that? Like,
listen, we're Wheel of Time fans. We want to know about the little things in the background.
This is true, absolutely true. So, so this follows on. Unless there's anything else to add, we'll do the next scene as well.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Yep. Okay. I'm getting thumbs up from Kev Trim there. I was just like, all right. The next scene, we break through the wall. So we'll bring that up and enjoy meeting a very nosy Min. For some reason, I can't remember names today.
Shake. Come on. Another cell. Oh, shit. What?
So you're the possum that's been scratching at my wall. So what did you do to piss off the blonde?
Nothing.
Is it a sex thing then? Yeah, she looks like she'll be into domination. Those cheekbones.
Nah, luckily I'm not that type. I think she prefers a men dead. Who are you? I might deliver you in here.
You got any more of those? I'm in.
Mat Cauthon.
That's fantastic.
It's great. Just play that with the sound off so we can just enjoy it. First thing I want to say is, like, how big is this fucking wall? Like, how thick is it?
2 bricks thick.
2 bricks thick. Like, why is an internal wall two bricks thick? That seems very unnecessary.
Sound, I guess.
Okay.
It's a bearing wall.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's a load bearing wall.
I mean, yeah, if it's a load bearing wall, I suppose that's possible. Yeah, I think when I was watching it the first time, but when I was watching it just now, it's like, why is it 2 bricks thick?
I mean, hey, listen, prison cells, man. You know, you gotta go crazy with those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sex thing quote was obviously, and the cheekbones was just pure fan service. That was just purely through the community. That was just when she brought that up, I was like,
yeah, I agree. But this is also a nice callback to a little bit later in this season where he's like, so is this a murder thing or a sex thing? You know, regardless, just get it done with, please.
let's get it over with.
You know, and I had not at all picked up on that until we watched this
Yep.
again, and I was just like, oh yeah, he says that later on, like to Ishii. So
I like Kay, by the way, too. I like her a lot
Yeah.
as Min. She's great.
yeah, this is not the pairing you kind of would have guessed when you were like, oh, which characters should we throw together? You know, if you'd thought, let's put Matt and Min in a scene together, they don't have a huge amount of interaction throughout the books anyway.
Yeah.
So it was really fun to have them in this scene together, both as prisoners and, you know, then breaking out together or whatever
When
they
you-
end up to.
When you think about it, though, they have very similar personalities. Like, you know, like especially earlier Min, like when she's still like, you know, drinking at the pub, making, you know, wisecracks and stuff like that, joking and you know, dissembling like her things with humor and crassness. That's what Matt does. Like, and they're very similar. So putting them together like that, I think, was fun, and especially their drinking buddy scene that they had a little bit later too was really fun.
Yeah. Kev, what did you think of this scene?
I liked how he was very such a gentleman, you know, spitting on the spoon and then wiping it off before handing it to her at the same side. That was very gentlemanly of him. And I think you're right that in the sense that like it almost feels like this feels like and again keeping it to book 6, but there is a point where Matt and Min start spending more time together in later books where it seems like they have a rapport that, not to say it's unearned, but we don't see it develop on page. In as many rereads as I have, it always feels like this dynamic that they have towards the end of the books kind of comes out of nowhere in terms of like their proximity and the things that they're doing together. So it almost feels like this is a rooting of that concept now. Like we don't really get Matt Min scenes in the books very often at all, especially in those early books. So this to me feels like a huge improvement in the sense of setting up stuff that they know that they have to do anyway in the future. And I think that this was one of those choices that was like an instant like A+ for me. Like Matt needs a person to bounce off of to begin with anyway, and having them have equally kind of mixed perspectives and kind of darkness that they're kind of fighting at the moment made it pretty compelling in that regard. So I think that it was a great start of a dynamic I didn't know that I needed, kind of in a way. Like I don't really think about Matt and Min as a pair in general, but now I do, because they have a great rapport and a great kind of like banter. So
that's one of the things that I bring up a lot with the show is like what you just kind of hinted toward there, Kevin, was they have the full breadth and width of the series to pull from. So like they can, not in a better way set things up, but set things up in a way that Robert Jordan didn't even have the opportunity to, because he didn't know what he was going to write in book 11 and book 12 and book, you know,
how
like,
could you? Yeah,
exactly. So like when he was writing book 1, he thought it was going to be a trilogy. And then when he was writing book 3, he thought it was going to be maybe 6 or 7 books. So like they have the entirety of the story to be able to build things up in not a better, but a different way, especially because they have
in a way that works for TV.
Yeah.
That's
what I was going to say.
Yeah,
they have
it's
to do
like
it for a visual medium. So
it's like retconning the story without actually changing the story, like without doing a retcon, you know, because you're putting it in when you need to put it in. So yeah, Charlie, hashtag might be a trilogy.
A 6-book trilogy.
Yeah.
6
that was really just him trying to pitch it to Tor. It'll be a trilogy. Don't worry about it. Here you go. Here's the first book. It'll be a trilogy. Just sign this contract. Don't read it.
Yeah, just let me do it and be like, oh, 9 books later. Well, you know, we're committed now. We just keep going. So, you know.
Yeah.
Question, Omar, what are they doing with the bricks? Where are they hiding the bricks they're taking out of the wall?
Well, they're breaking them into little pieces. Matt's putting them in his pocket, and then he's taking a walk around the yard and just letting through a little bit at a time.
Yes, I knew you would give me a Shawshank answer.
Yeah. No, but if he ever manages to open up the drawers, I think the sand or whatever goes in there, and then the bricks always go back in. They always have to, and then they get covered by the
IKEA furniture.
The hinged IKEA stand here. Yeah.
Yep.
That's true. I love the idea of it being IKEA furniture because earlier today I was scrolling social media and there was a meme of how they built in The Hobbit, how they in between takes the dwarfs, the guys who played the dwarfs, built an IKEA bit of furniture for the setting.
Okay.
And I was just like, yeah.
I have a question. I want to know. I want to know from all three of you and from chat. So in Shawshank, there's a poster on the wall of I think is it Raquel Welch?
That
or Welch.
sounds right. Yeah.
In her like get up from that. Yeah. So it's like she's in like the loincloths or whatever. So what poster would be on Matt's wall?
Days Conger from her earlier years. I mean, he's from the two rivers. What else is gonna?
With the pitchfork? With the pitchfork?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I don't know. How can you top Days Conger?
Yeah, no, I think that wins.
He likes mature women. He likes mature women. What can we say?
He does Days Conger wins. Okay. Chat, throw it in. Here we go. Bane and Shared. Barmaid's illustrious calendar. I think we can ask a couple more people what they think Matt would have on the wall.
Barmaid's Illustrated.
Yeah, Barmaid's Illustrated. Why don't we ask
the swimsuit edition?
Meg Moz and Jen Sadai, who would Matt have? We're talking Shawshank, where he's hiding the hole in the wall now.
I just can't stop thinking about a Days Conger pinup. I want
Days Conger pinup.
so bad. I'm
picturing
it's done.
The World War II, like with the bandana and like like with the like the Days Conger, but she's got her arm up and she's holding the pitchfork, like bloody pitchfork. Like,
it's canon. It's canon.
I love this.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily young Days Conger. I mean, Rand says stuff about him liking older women, so maybe he likes the cougars. I don't know.
Yeah,
a lot of
this. Maybe we should be doing a Barmaids of Time calendar, snack calendar instead of.
I do think. Yeah, I think.
I mean, the 2025 calendar is already in the works. So maybe the Barmaids of Time will be the 2026 calendar. Maybe we get some more Barmaids from season 3, and then we can like repeat some Barmaids and do it that way, or just get people who work in bars and whatever from the TV show just in general would be quite funny. So
Dana,
yeah, we would have someone do Dana,
Dana for sure.
Dana, Min. Days Conger just drinking. Tavern Maids doing some tanning in Tanchico. Yep, if we get that,
always.
absolutely. Yes. So love it. Yeah. So welcome, Meg and Jen. We're still on episode 2 because we started a little late, and obviously we've been gasbagging about Shawshank Redemption with it as well. So
I've been enjoying the Shawshank. It's a good comparison.
Maddie Dufresne did come out.
Yeah, we're starting a campaign now for Morgan Freeman to voice the Dark One because he always plays God. So.
Oh my god, I love it. Yeah.
That's fair.
So it's perfect. All right. Do you want to, either of you want to add anything onto the whole Matt in the prison cell discussion, or do you want to? There is one more Matt scene from episode 2.
Yeah, just one last thing, Rob. I just want to mention, whoever they bring, if they do bring a Talmanis, I really hope their interactions are going to be like Min's dry humor played up against Matt's mannerisms. That's what I always imagined it. It would be wonderful if they maintain that up. So,
yeah, I would agree with that as well, especially with how he then, how he gets in the end. And it's like, he's one of my favorite characters, if I'm honest, like side character wise. He's an absolute delight. So
everybody loves Talmanis.
Yes. Yeah. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of tall mayonnaise? As it's
a red flag. I don't like Talmanis.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. So, we do have one more scene in episode 2, and it is Matt and Min sharing conversation and some wine, which we've titled "Feels Like Home." So I'll bring that one up and enjoy. Matt, this is a slightly longer one. This is nearly 3 minutes long. This is one of his longer scenes, which is very, very cool. So we'll enjoy this and talk about it afterwards. Make sure the sound's on. Just notice that's down. There we go.
So, Think you can fit?
Yeah, let me just,
Oh, a bottle of wine.
You should let me work through one a week. It's been a while since I could have a drink with someone.
Sorry, are you coming on to me?
Oh, please. Move. Come on. Go. Feels like home. They really pick a colour and run with it, don't they?
So, are you going to tell me why you're in here?
I usually avoid Tavalon. The riverboat I was on changed course in a storm, so I thought, why not? Plenty of bar work in a big city. Just my luck. A red who loves a drink recognized me. So here I am.
But why do they want you?
I see things.
If I keep drinking this, I'll see things too. What kind of things?
Glimpses of the pattern.
Like the future? Wow. That is way less interesting than I expected, to be honest. I'd hoped for at least a murder or a secret affair with an Aes Sedai.
What's in the future isn't interesting to you. You really don't want to know what I see when I look at you.
Unless it's how I get out of here. Absolutely not. No, I would rather not know the shit that's headed my way.
Better head back. They usually check while we're sleeping.
Yeah, will you visit again?
I'll check my social calendar, Possum. But I think it's pretty open.
Min, are you all right?
Yeah, quite a scene.
Nothing like a hello intro. By
Yeah.
the way. Yeah, it's great.
So Jed and Meg, as you're new here, and obviously Tom and Omat. We've had some name changes, by the way, if you haven't noticed.
Yes, they did. I don't feel very clever.
Me either.
Chat, we need fun match-related names for Jen, Meg, and Tom. But yeah, as obviously hang around, guys, as long as you want to. You're not obligated to run off at the hour mark. But yeah, as your friend here, then what are your thoughts, having just watched back the Rand stabbing moment and the drinking sharing?
So for me, I guess just, we got confirmation that Min just sees, she doesn't see exactly what's going to happen. She just, which is very similar to the book with her auras or whatever, where she just kind of gets an idea of what's going to happen, not necessarily it's going to pan out exactly that way, since, we see him literally stabbing him instead of throwing the spear. So that was my thought.
The her tripping and letting him catch her when she walked in, I felt like obviously it's put on, their acting, but I mean, I feel like she put that on to give to lend into the where she wants to endear himself, like we find out later in the end of this episode or the next episode or whatever that she's kind of spying on him for Landrin. So I feel like that was put on to keep endearing herself to him, to bring his guard down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I thought here's something I had never thought about before. I don't know how I didn't see this when I watched the full episode. This is the episode where Elaine and Egwene meet as well, right? Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. I knew Kevin would know. So this is the meet cute, like for like so many of our characters in this episode, and they have the exact same interaction. I love what you've done with your room, like or not. Like I was like, oh my god, I never put that together with Min and Matt doing the exact same thing. I'm so obsessed with the Egwene and Elaine scene that I think I just never kind of put them together. But I was like, that's literally it. And I just want to call it one thing. Just a really nice choice on the writing. It would have been so easy to write love what you've done with the place, which is such an overused trope. It's like so overwritten. It's so 2000s. I just love that she just said, I wrote it down. I forgot. I wrote down the wrong line. I wrote down, I love what you said. But whatever she said, it was great. Like,
they picked a color. They picked a color and ran with it.
Color and ran with it. Yeah, and just like feels like home. Because it's just like it's just another example of the writing team is just they're tight, and that's the kind of line that makes me not cringe. Like so many TV shows, and I'm like, I could have written that line right before you said it because everybody else who's watching could have written it too, which is lovely. Really nice choice.
Yeah, it's like saying the line is going to be said, but in a new way. Yeah. It's not expected. Does make it feel fresh.
Yeah, and we get the joy of being right that we knew what they were going to say, but not in the exact way. It's kind of the same way we all enjoy the series of like we know what's going to happen more or less, but not exactly like this. Just a different version of that.
Rami Park wrote a lot in season 2. I hope she's writing for season 3 too.
Yes, she is.
Good. She wrote a lot for the Origin stuff, which August. But
no, as we said at the beginning, it's still August right now because
right now,
August. So,
I think I'm the only one here on screen who's seen them because I was.
The other ones, right? Because you went to the Comic-Con.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry. I'm gonna send you my.
Oh no, we lost Jen. What a shame.
Fair and deserved.
Yeah, he has the power.
Sorry. Love you, Jen.
No, but I was just gonna say the writing team is fantastic, and I'm glad that they pulled Rami onto it from the Origins. We got a chance to interview her and Daniel. He was a director on Origins. I forgot. Daniel Fontaine, I think, or D. Fontaine, or something like that. I think
that sounds right. I feel like Omar is looking up right now. To be honest,
his name is Daniel something. But they were really fun. And Rami was like, she said that she got really into the source material like when she started doing it, and I'm glad that she got to still write on the show because I liked her brain when we were talking a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think because I've had the opportunity to meet her as well, and likewise, awesome. Having the source material was something she really enjoyed going through, and it's probably something that a lot of the writers, when they initially get hired, haven't done. Whereas she got hired to go through the source material, make the Origins, and now she's like, well, now running the show as well. So, it gives like that extra depth straight off the bat. But yeah, it's a really, really fun scene.
And two, it's really kind of nice, given the choice of who gets the cup and who gets the bottle. Matt keeps the bottle, so that was
his face into that wine.
Yeah, he's like, no, I need this wine more than I need your friendship right now. Also, 1 bottle a week, and that's a tiny bottle, man. Like, what's that, like 3 glasses of wine, maybe?
Yeah. But I just think this. Oh, I was going to say, I do think it's interesting that Min straight up tells him. I mean, which is so my question is that the plan with Leandrin is like, tell him what you can do, reel him in, be honest with him, or is it Min being more honest and a little more open than she is? Because she Rand is the only person she tells in the books for a long time, I think. So I think it's an interesting choice, and also like part of again creating that bond between Min and Matt that isn't, I don't think, as nearly as present in the books until way later. So I enjoy that we're top ending that and making that happen a little bit. But I just thought it was an interesting choice that she told him straight up. I just thought, okay, that's new and different.
Yep. He is Taviran too, by the way. So I think a lot of times some of these choices we have to pin on that as well. And I do want to say, Charlie saying the lady gets the cup to be civilized. With every person, that's the case, except with Matt. The lady gets the cup because he wants to keep the bottle. So.
The bottle's bigger.
Yeah. Agreed. I often forget. There's a good point with him being Taviran. I often forget that watching the show at least, that
Yeah.
there are more than just Rand being Ta'Veren and such. You always remember that he's going to be Ta'Veren. Yeah, Mat being Ta'Veren, likely even at this stage of the story in general, let alone just on the show, twisting things. I just hadn't really popped into my head. So.
I mean, think of it this way. Most people just get a cabinet against the wall. You have to be Ta'Veren to get one with a hinge on the bottom so that you can bring it down slowly.
Yeah, you missed it, Megagen. Tom picked up on this, and we watched it in a real slow-mo. When the cabinet, he first pulls down the IKEA cabinet, and it like gets right to the floor, and the shadow just moves past the back end. You actually see there's a rounded hinge on it. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go back and find it.
Yeah.
Headspace has just made that worthwhile trying to find.
Starbucks cup.
It's almost a little bit like the Starbucks cup situation, isn't it? So
I still can't believe Tom caught that. That was great.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
That was a good catch. Yeah.
It was a great catch. So it's the end of this one, isn't it? Because this is where he gets up.
Yeah.
Love that.
So let's just change the speed. Here we go. So you have to actually watch. It's in the bottom right-hand corner. Just
There you go.
you see it there?
No.
A rounded
A rounded hinge.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
so-
they do.
rounded hinge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's big.
Oh yeah.
It is big, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Once the shadow of the whatever
Cabinet
that
moves.
is cabinet moves out of the way, you can start seeing.
You
it
see
already.
how round that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, and how are the drawers not falling out?
Yeah, we talked about
We
that.
covered that as well.
Well,
They have
Matt-
child locks inside. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is Matt that's in that cell, so they put child safety locks on everything.
yeah.
You know the one.
The outlets
But it
all
is
have
an
covers
interesting-
on it.
It is an interesting choice. If you were going to be, because he's got to step over it to get to the space. Like, so I'm like, now I'm going back to production design and everything other choice because, obviously he's worried about making noise to move it aside to the left or the right? But like, yeah, he just needs the poster. He just needs the poster of Days Conger. That's all we need. We just like,
Perfect.
should just be a poster.
So, someone please make a pinup of Days Conger. Please.
Yes.
Someone with,
it's in my
art
brain. If
ability.
I remember it after
We'll get
the
Rob the
show.
designer on
Yeah.
it.
Of the designer. Yes. There we go.
Yes. That's the cover of the next of the next Weekly Wheel News for
Weekly
sure.
Wheel News, yeah.
Yeah.
Days Conger with the
Rob here.
you know what I'm talking about, like the World War II one from like when with the factory workers with the woman with the bandana tied her. Yeah,
Rosie the Riveter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. I can't remember her name.
Oh, that would be absolutely brilliant.
Leaked photos.
Yes, leaked photos from an upcoming calendar shoot or something.
Love it.
Days' salty past.
Yes. Oh, it's so good. But yeah, I really appreciate in this scene carrying on to talk about revealing her powers and such. How Matt is instantly just like, nah, couldn't care. It's not interesting. I wish it was a murder or something else. Like, honestly, it's like he's negging her or something. Be like, boring, make it interesting. Like, really? That
It's
is
a really
not the reaction anyone would expect.
But it's also a nice Mattism. Like Matt's just like, look, y'all can be in a sense, even though he's always making in the books, he's always like, don't be the dragon. That's disgusting. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I can't be too close. I think it is very Matt to be like, whatevs. Like nothing's gonna phase me. I think I don't know. I think it's kind of fun.
Matt lives in the present. He does not live in the past or the future. He is firmly in the present, and that's why he is not interested by her powers.
Yep.
I agree, and that's back to what I was saying. Don't want to do the thing. We'll do the thing. Don't care about the outcome, and what she sees is the outcome, and he's just kind of like, I'm just going to do what I think is right to do, and he'll do it. So that's
he doesn't want to be
also
told. Yeah, no, 100%. He doesn't want to be told what to do, even by the pattern. Though that's
right.
Like he doesn't care what her visions are.
Right, it really
That's
is
a really
like
good way
that.
of putting it.
Yeah.
It's telling me what to do. And again, it's
Okay.
like the internal monologue that you said about Kev, where he's just been like, I don't want to know the shit that's coming to me. His expectation is whatever's going to happen, it's just going to, life's going to kick him in the ass. And he's like, I just don't need to know about it in advance.
Right.
All those things coming together very, very much matter.
He doesn't want to have to stare down the barrel of the gun.
It's anti-anxiety in a way. It's like I won't think about it because I won't have to deal with it until it happens, which is the shortest amount of time possible to deal with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we know that he does avoid his fate. I mean, like
Oh.
the battle scene, like the first battle scene with Culloden, and he's like, he just keeps trying to run away, and everybody's like, you're so brave, putting yourself into it.
Stumbling into all these battles.
So
Yeah. It's like, let's make me think of this. We did a discussion about misinformation in Wheel of Time on Three Thought Talk this week. And it's now making me think of a little bit. He's like, no, I'm just trying to run away. And everyone's like, you're so brave. It's like a weird, twisted way of like just misinformation going around about Matt. And it's like, he's such a hero.
And it's Matt trying to spread the misinformation about himself.
Right. Right.
Yeah. He's like, I'm telling you, I'm just trying to leave, and you keep thinking this. It's not okay.
I'm not brave. I don't want to be a leader. I'm not the. This is not a
no
group.
bloody hero.
Sure,
Yeah.
you're not.
I do have to get running though because I have to feed. Yeah, as soon as I said that, as soon as I said get, he freaking came right back out. He's been sitting. You can't see it when he gets close to my cat. When he gets close to the monitor, he's right here. He's been there. I keep picking him up, putting him on my lap, and then he steps on the keyboard and goes back. It's time for him to eat. He's my old man. He's 19.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
But
I keep hearing and running away as soon as I move my curtain that's next
Of
to me
course.
for sound decking purposes. So
he has to eat special food, but he likes the special food, so now he wants to eat it. And he's telling me to come feed him right now, so I'm gonna go do that before he kills me. All right, I'm coming. He's like knocking stuff over behind me now. All
well,
right.
Tom, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate
thank
it.
you, Tom.
And,
Thank you for having me. This was a ton of fun.
See you, Tom.
And I'll see you in I'm gonna turn this right back on and keep watching because I love all
Amazing.
of your faces.
love that. Love your face too. So. All right. Bye, mate.
Bye.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna drop off too, by the way.
No worries.
You don't want to
Yes.
stay with this face?
Yeah, because I have 3 that have been held at bay, and I gotta go take care of them. So,
That's
thank
fair.
you so much.
all
Omar.
right.
Thank you, Omar.
But thank you. This has been really fun. Thank you so much.
I appreciate
Good to see
that.
you,
It was
Omar.
great having you.
All right, thank you. All right, good
see
seeing
you
you all.
again,
All right, bye, bye.
Bye.
Is my,
All right.
is my camera going to go away again?
No. Stay. It's all right. It's
Very fair.
it's
I
funny.
I was bragging like a sea folk
You were.
brag? I don't know. Sea folk? Like a who?
Yes, I would say they do.
Well, yeah. Okay. I'm like, I don't know. Like an Ilianer. I'm going to put that out there.
I just love that before you came on earlier, I was talking about how you mentioned something about writing or something like that when we were talking on the recording yesterday. And then one of the first things you talk about after we watched the scene was like the writing in the scene. And I was like, yes, I just love how you stood up.
So
to,
on brand.
Yeah.
So on brand. Can't help it.
And I'm a number 2, which is so on brand. So
Yes. Our 3-wheeling is not. We didn't do a sponsored one yesterday, girls.
No.
We're really good sponsored by.
No, we
Winners.
didn't.
We joke that it is sometimes, but yes. That is. I can't believe we've only done 4 scenes and we've been chatting
I
for over an
know, and
hour. Kev.
Here's the thing. I've got 2 more points to make as well about that last.
Okay.
Scene.
I was
got
about
more
to say
points.
before we move on to the single scene from episodes.
2 or 3.
Oh, there's a couple for 3. 4 has 1.
Oh, it's 4. Sorry.
Yeah.
So we move on to episode 3. What were the other points? Did anyone have any? But go for it, Kev. Tell us.
Yep. So the first one was that I feel like that dialogue where she's climbing, where he's like, "Oh, are you coming on to me?" I could see him having that same dialogue exchange with Tom Honest when he comes on as well, like word for word almost, beat for beat. And then the other one was that Min talks about a riverboat. The spray is a riverboat, so I just wonder if it was. Why not just imagine that it was Bail Domon that rerouted her and had her end up, because he is the Taviran taxi, and I feel like
have a t-shirt idea, Rob.
I have not heard that before. I love it.
The spray's a riverboat. She's not seaworthy, so I think that if anyone's going to be coming down from Shinar, it's going to be him.
I love that. I love that. And she
The
also
only
said,
riverboat, yes.
it's the only riverboat in the world. She also said, a red who loves a drink recognized me. And again, so Min's not beholden to the 3 oaths, but I feel like she's still going to put a kernel of truth into everything she's saying, because that does make a good lie. And I think so. A red who loves a drink. Do we ever have we seen this side of Leandrin yet? We've
never seen her drinking.
No, but I want to. I want to see her as an angry drunk. Yeah, mean, I do.
Angus,
I think it's
yeah.
her personality.
You're right.
Especially now that we're going to see her without Eludrin.
Yes.
And so I think that's interesting because I'm imagining if we get to where we want to go in season 3 with Leandrin and the Black Aja and potentially Megiddian, like I want to see Leandrin drunk during that and angry and throwing things.
Very sad drunk too.
I've seen Kate just earlier this week. I went with a group of us to see Kate do White Rabbit, Red Rabbit, which is a play. It's been done many years now, but the concept behind the play is it's the single actor on stage. They walk on stage and there's a script in an envelope. They open it. They've never even touched the envelope, let alone read the script, and then they perform the script for you.
You didn't tell me that was what the play was.
Yes, did I not tell you that? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, we never got to it yesterday.
Oh my god,
we didn't talk about it yesterday. Sorry. Yeah. But so I've seen her do that. I've seen her do A View from the Bridge, which is very.
Wait, so is it different every night then?
It's a different actor every night.
Oh, okay.
So I think I forget who it was. I want to say Martin Sheen, but it's not Martin Sheen. A different actor had done it previously, and he did it very angrily the entire time. Kate played it in a very cheeky way. She had a lot of fun with it. Because it's just your own interpretation there and then in the moment.
Right. And it has to be a really written play, something people haven't seen before. Yeah.
I've seen her do A View from the Bridge, which is a very heavy one about Italian Americans in very early 1900s. Michael Sheen. Okay, so it was Michael Sheen. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Charlie was also there. And he was apparently very shouty. And obviously we've seen her play Leandrin. So I've seen like a few different sides to her. I could absolutely see her doing the angry, slightly sad, sobbing, very, very drunk, my life is over type person. And I think she would be, I think we would then love Leandrin even more than we already do, which I also hate that has happened.
I know.
But this is not the Leandrin show.
No.
However, I want to finish it on one thing. This is something that as I watched it, I was just like, oh, this is interesting. Obviously, this is not like for like what happens at the end of the season between Mat and Rand. But I think if you look at the way Rand falls in this,
that does look similar.
Yeah, to the way the way he's laying down when Mat goes over and catches him. I think they merged those two moments. This is still playing in slow mo. I didn't quite realize that, but that's fine. Like I think they filmed this, and then from here, well, not specifically here, but when it cuts back. Which I'll do in slow mo. Sorry, folks. Yeah, this bit I think is actually from the end of the
I think you're right.
Really beautiful sort of like way of saying like here's the kernel of truth.
Yes,
in the lie. Not that these visions are lies, but the way you just said that Min tells a little bit of the truth, and when she's saying stuff, regardless, it was a nice callback again.
Yeah, because Mat is cradling him the whole time, like in that last scene. So
yeah. And Kev, did you have one more?
Oh, that was it. It was the Talmanis thing and the riverboat thing. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Feel good to move on to episode 3?
Yes.
All right. So episode 3 is questions and games. And this is Leandrin sets Mat 3, and he doesn't quite believe her. Don't blame him, to be honest. She is tricksy.
Drunk red.
True.
It's truth.
And this is post Nynaeve being presumed dead as well.
Yes.
This is post cold open, so this is the aftermath of that.
I'd forgotten about that. Thank you.
You're watching me sleep now, are you? Is that I'm here to murder you stare, or light? I've never realised how handsome you are.
I lost a sister this morning. A woman of incredible power. Someone I respected.
On the plus side, I'm sure she was probably really, really old
The door's open. You're free to go.
What are you playing at?
All you've been saying since I brought you here is that Moraine left you behind. You never would have abandoned your friends. Well, Egwene is right here in this tower. And if it's one thing she needs more than ever, it's a friend.
But how do I know you don't have sisters right outside this room waiting for me?
Leave, stay. Makes no difference to me. We're done here.
So after 5 months of these questions and games, you're done with me. That is bollocks.
A sister died today. Because she was ill-prepared for the greatest challenge a woman can face in this tower. She needed my help. But for the past 5 months, I've been here, wasting my time with Moraine's little secret. Moraine might have seen something in you. Light, darkness, importance. But I see nothing. You're not dangerous. You're an insidious coward who mistakes his own moral failings for cunning and wit. A stupid, desperate boy who wallows in self-pity, blaming his friends for leaving him. I know you, Mat Cauthon, though you may not know yourself. You left them. And you'd do it again. So go, find Egwene, if she'll see you. Or run home, or starve in the blight. It doesn't matter to me, because you don't matter. Just spare me the misery of your company. It's already cost too many people their lives.
She is so brutal.
She really is very, very
This
brutal.
makes me hate her again. I'm like, okay, I can hate her again.
Yeah.
I hate her.
Yeah,
But
agreed.
And it's also, I think truly the first time that we've seen a direct lie from Leandrin. You don't matter. Originally, when she says it makes no difference to me, I'm like, I could fudge that under the under the 3 oaths because it's a straight up. Yeah, exactly. How many Black Aja lies does she say in that speech? Because before this, it's a little bit of a you could twist it. It doesn't matter to me whether you stay or go. Either way, I'm going to get you where I want you to go. So it doesn't really matter what you do because I have a plan in both of those things. But you don't matter. He matters. Ishamael has already given her marching orders. Like he does matter. So that's the first straight up lie. I
don't know. I think if you fully believe that someone didn't matter to you, you could convince yourself they don't matter full stop, even if other people believe they matter.
Yeah, but I think it's hard if she has direct orders from a Forsaken to do something with him. I think.
But has he said to her, Matt matters?
Yeah. Well, he says get him to Cairhien. This is now we don't know if this is. We assume at by this point that Min has told Leandrin what she saw. Leandrin has passed that on to Ishamael because Ishamael knows it later when he meets up with Min. So I don't know, something. But I think, if Matthew Murdoch just said, if the plan is to send Matt to Ishi, then it's all a lie. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's true. I think it's true. Like, I mean, whatever. We know she's gonna be lying more soon, so it's not like we have to parse which ones are actual lies or not here because we already know she's lying.
It's fun to try to catch her though. Like it's almost like the looking for Pod and Fane in the background, trying to catch Black Aja lies is kind of like that.
Yeah,
season for sure.
Yeah, or just trying to figure out like, wait, was that like a cleverly crafted line, or did you say a lie there that you said it in a way that other people could misinterpret type thing?
Yeah.
So obviously we've had a discussion around another character doing that in season 2 already. So
and not to make it all about Kate because I love Kate. I can't, but I'm gonna. But this was just interesting. Yesterday we mentioned there was a silhouette shot of Maureen that we talked about on our podcast yesterday with the pauldrons and the with like that first silhouette of Leandrin standing in the doorway. She looks like Maureen. Like she's in shadow. She's got the same shoulder pads, like they kind of stick out a little, and the silhouette and the hair is down here. And I was like, that's weird. Why would they make her look like Maureen? And then the next thing she says is, I've been playing, here working for Maureen. And I was like,
well, your Maureen's little secret.
Maureen's little secret. And we remember Maureen said, like, tell the Reds, take a message to the Reds. We're pretty sure Min is the one who delivered that message.
Right.
So the whole Min Leandrin thing that we've been like, Leandrin's the jerk who's been keeping Mat and making Min lie to him, goes back to Moraine.
It does.
I know.
And it's so fascinating because like I do think that like in a sense I think Moraine did bait Leandrin. I think that she did waste a lot of time. Like those were truths. Like she wasted so much time because she thought that he was like she took the bait basically. That's really what it comes down to. She Moraine set the trap and Leandrin fell for it. And it's very
Mat's been used in some Aes Sedai plotting and misdirection.
Yeah.
Mat hates that too. And I think that it's a good affirmation there because I think what you're hinting at too is that she wants Mat to think of Moraine when he remembers this.
Yes.
So he wants Mat to associate Moraine with this negative experience for sure.
And he
everything
will.
He's gone through up this point. Yes, and he will. And I think you're spot on with that. I think that's very, very deliberate.
Yeah.
In that choice. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'd forgotten that. I mean, I just watched this last week and I forgot about it.
Yeah. Like going just another repeat, and I'm sure because we just seen these over and over again, it's going to be very clear. But like you said earlier, Kev, the reiteration of his internal monologue that we get throughout reading the stories of how Mat thinks about himself or thinks about situations. Here's another, verbalization of that from another character to him. And Mat's not saying a word here. Donal's acting is all on his face. As Leandrin's saying these things to him, and it's just, he does so much when she's saying these things. We're all just like, oh, literally in chat, like burn. That's really, really cold. And look at his face right there. All the things he's feeling, the way his body is, like he's breathing like deep breaths to try and calm himself because, and he's physically breaking down. It's just, it's so beautifully done.
This is an externalized internal monologue. This is exactly what is going on in his head. It's externalized for the audience. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes a huge, huge difference to, just her delivering the lines is brutal, but the way he reacts physically to them to the point where he can't even really, he can barely hold his breath together, just, yeah.
And mommy issues, she's channeling his mom in terms of the show version of
a damn prick.
Natty. Yeah, of you're a damn prick. You're just like your dad. You're worthless. You're not good for anything.
Yeah.
I never thought about his mom being his internal monologue until just now.
Oh my god! Yeah. I didn't pick up on that until you actually said it out loud, Kev. Yeah. I've said this on our podcast, haven't I, Megan Jen? I think and I'm sure I've said this other places. I think that there was another sister, another sibling in Mat's family that he was too young to be left in charge of, but because dad's a womanizer, mom went off to try and sort it out, left him with the kids. They had an accident, kid dies, and then because she knows she shouldn't have left him, and she was maybe drinking to deal with the fact that dad's a womanizer, then pushed everything onto Mat as a response, and now Mat feels guilty about everything. I'm still on that path, but that then reinforces, mum being the internal voice, and now Leandrin is just copying that. So, but yeah, and Dash is agreeing with the theory that it is odd that Moraine's send him to the Reds, but the theory of the misdirection really fits. I like it a lot.
Poor Mat. It's hard to be mad until it's not.
Sometimes it's really easy to be mad.
Yeah, sometimes it's very easy to be mad. That is true. Yeah,
but not often.
Not often. I mean, Max is coming in the sister thing here. It could be the cause of his parents' issues. That's fair. Maybe they just went off one evening and left him babysitting when he was too young. I don't know. Or maybe they were out playing and he shouldn't have done something, and then they blamed him. Yeah. So, and then dad's like, well, I'll go start a new family or try to, and mum's like, I'll go drink. Very realistic outcomes from situations like that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
hopefully we'll find out in season 3. I feel like we have to have a resolution, a little, not to Mat's feelings of his internal monologue, but I feel like if we're going to get backstory on why Mat's parents are the way they are with each other and him, I feel like it's got to come in season 3 because it's the last time we'll probably be in the Two Rivers.
I think you're gonna get that story in August.
Well, if it doesn't come in season 3, I'm just going to hound Juliet until she tells me.
Mat Cauthon origins.
Yes, Mat Cauthon, or the Cauthon origin stories.
Yes.
Don't be mean like that to me. I don't know how to say your name now, Jen. Mat Cauthon.
Yes, that you said it perfectly.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Mat Cauthon actually sounds like it could be a book character.
It does,
Doesn't it? Maybe now I think I'm sea folk again. I don't know. It sounds a little sea folky, but without the din something in the middle.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Anything else to add to the brutalization of Mat in this scene? No. Okay. Next up, we have footsteps, as we've titled it. Just a quick 1-minute scene. Mat finding Egwene crying in the garden, but deciding that he shall not go and see her. Mean guy. Let's get that loaded up. Stop. It's playing. There we go. He's playing off screen. That's not going to be at the right point if I put it on screen after it starts playing. Stupid. Right, here we go.
Hey, come over here.
Look, if you're trying to seduce me, the answer is still not.
I'm not trying to seduce you.
You're right. You seem unusually maudlin tonight.
Yeah, just come over here.
Okay. Ma?
Yeah,
The door's open.
yeah.
So let's go.
Where?
Who cares?
I don't know where to go. I've been in here for all these months and now I can leave and yeah, I don't know where to go.
All that matters right now is that door's open and it's time to walk through it. Because I'm definitely not waiting for you.
Okay, so I actually played a lot more than I thought that was going to play.
So much.
Yeah, when I was making the clips, I originally had those separated, but I didn't realize it ran immediately into the next clip, so I just left it all as one longer one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
which I think is great because I think that the Min scene is completely informed by the Egwene scene.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that he was ready to go and didn't open the door for Min in the beginning.
Right.
Like, that's something.
Oh, yeah. He didn't.
Yeah. And
you
is
know.
that like, he's like, I'm going to, like, Leandrin's letting me go, but I don't want to fuck up my chances. So, you know, I'm going to not. Like, is that what was happening with that? Is that why he didn't think to let Min out at the beginning? You know, and then he goes and he looks like he's leaving. On the way out, he sees Egwene. It's not like he's going to search for Egwene, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
But then, and that just effing breaks my heart. There's so many Mat scenes this season that break my heart, and that is one of them, which is he's ready. He's like, his instinct is I'm there and I'm going right in.
Yeah.
And then he gets in his head. But then he chooses, like, this is interesting. Obviously, this is sound design as well, but he walks away and he's loud as hell when he walks away. He doesn't sneak away. He turns and walks, stomp, stomp, boot, boot. And it's, to me, it's like, but it's like him, he's hoping she'll hear him and come after him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't. And my heart breaks again. Nobody wants him. what he thinks. And then he goes back to
It
his
makes me
prison.
wonder too, like if he had been the one that saw Rand as opposed to Rand seeing him, I think he would have walked the other direction. I think he would have turned around and been like, nope, can't deal with it still, and then walked in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Which is interesting that he was kind of forced into that reconnecting almost.
Yeah. If it happens organically and it's out of his, and he doesn't have to get into his head about it, like his reaction to seeing Rand is so gorgeous and amazing. I'm sorry, I won't be here for that scene. But you know, it's so beautiful and it's so genuine. But as soon as he has a moment to think about how it might go, it might not go the way he wants, then he'll talk himself out of behaving like a human. Yeah. Matt's
Sorry,
tragic.
I had a bit of chaos there. Onir came to see me and then wanted up and then didn't want to stay up, and then it was just tried to not let him pounce all over the desk and knock everything sideways again. It was a super tough scene. I totally forgot my point there, so
well, to go back to Shawshank,
kind
of like, you know, Morgan Freeman's character is very nervous when he gets let out of prison in Shawshank. And, you know, Matt goes back and he's like, I've been in here for 5 months. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do now. And that just feels very reminiscent of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's ready to be reactive, not whatever the word that we're supposed to. Thank you. That's the one. But he's ready to be reactive. Yeah. If someone else will make the decision for him, he'll do it. But he doesn't.
Yeah, it's like Omar was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Once the choice was taken from him and Min walked out that door, it was no longer, do I go? Where do I go? What do I want to do? It's the next thing I have to do is to go. I have to go. It's like I don't want to do the thing. I don't know how to do the thing. I'm just gonna do it. And then he kind of lets fate take the wheel, so to speak.
Yeah,
it's true. I think I've remembered my point now. So again, the whole scene with him and Egwene, like when he's reacting to Leandrin, there's no dialogue whatsoever. She's not saying anything. He's not saying anything. Obviously, what Egwene needs to input into that scene is very minimal. Not to minimize being upset and crying, because that's not what I mean. But in effect, for Egwene's part of that scene is for Mat to watch her cry and to be upset. So, you know, she can just be, you know, she's there, she's focused on that. Mat is reacting without saying a single thing. You can see it written all over his face, like how broken he's put in. Max put it in chat earlier. You know, the progressions of Mat failures go from, like, first time it's cowardice and a little bit of self-interest. The second time, which is here, it's shame, feeling like he can't help, feeling like he doesn't want to hurt Egwene. Like, if I go over and see her, like, I've ruined so much. I've just ruined 6 months of work for Leandrin, who I don't even like. You know?
And maybe cause the death of an Aes Sedai in the process.
Yeah, he has no idea it's my niche.
Yeah.
So, just by my very presence, I've caused the death of an Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know, Dash, as they left the room, Min should have said, "Get busy living" or "Get busy dying."
in a deep rolling voice.
Yes. So it is just so much of what happens with Mat is, you know, non-verbal. And it's beautifully done. I'm very, very impressed by it, and it comes to light when you watch it like this. So,
truly, Donal's performances are like, he probably could count up the number of words he has said in these first few episodes, and they are not many. They're not many, and it's really his work off book. I mean, offline. His on camera, no verbal work is amazing. It's amazing. It's part of why we feel like it's so tragic.
Yeah. And
it's also kind of ahead.
No.
I would say it's suspicious of Min that she was just waiting for him to open that window. Like she knew Leandra gave her the thumbs up, plans in motion. Be ready for him. And I wonder how many hours she was sitting there waiting for him to just open it up to her side. So
yeah,
I know.
Well, funnily enough, I wanted to talk about that because you can tell, like, now I'm free. Firstly, you know, he doesn't do the careful bend it, you know, just lean it over thing. He just drags it right across. And also, to back up a silly point from earlier where they were like, maybe they just like put the stones back every time. They clearly don't, because the gap is there as soon as he's moved it. Unless she's done that to wait for him. as you say, she is waiting for him. And secondly, they've made that gap bigger. So significant time has passed since they first started interacting.
Yep.
So although we've only watched one scene, they've clearly been interacting for a while, to the point where, they've hung out removing bricks from the wall beyond the initial the gap. But yeah, she's, like you say, she's waiting for him. And she's still playing it light, like, I actually know what's going on, but she's still pretending like they're just hanging out.
And I feel like when she says, Matt, the door's open, I'm like, oh, I'm watching an actor pretend to lie, like pretend to not, you know what I mean? Like I'm watching an actor
who's acting, pretend to act.
An actor who's acting.
Yeah.
It's really well done. Like I'm like, oh, because she's got to pretend to be surprised about the door, but she knows already that it's open. Yeah, right. I assume.
Yeah, she's acting as Min, who is acting surprised.
Yeah.
Like, so you need to make it not as good as you are for your actual job acting, but also still make it believable that Matt would believe you were being honest, like, oh, wow, in that moment. So,
Yes, but you know what? I do have a little theory here. Maybe I'm like really late to the party and everybody's already talked about this, but okay. So we just had the conversation about how Maureen has set this up with Min to babysit him and watch next door. I want Min to look at him. I want to find out if Min has seen anything about him.
You mean Maureen or Leandrin?
No, I mean Maureen, like part of the Maureen plan from the beginning. At this point now, Maureen didn't say let him go. This is Leandrin 100%, not Maureen. Maureen did not say let him go. So now we have Leandrin saying let him go. And Leandrin has now said to Min, if you want to be free of Maureen, if you want to be free of Aes Sedai hounding you and asking you to use your powers, take him. And that's the plan is like, get him out of town. So I feel like we've just switched in essentially Min's boss. Like before this, it was Maureen still kind of pulling the strings with Min, but now this even like deeper deception is all Leandrin and Ishii, of course. But I do think we've just seen a change. I don't think this was the original plan from the beginning, in terms of, I think it was just put Min next door and let her watch him.
Yeah, Leandrin setting things up now instead. And Min trying to get through. Yeah, I think that fits.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least
it's possible Maureen didn't say have Min watch him, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, maybe Leandrin saw that as an opportunity and just used it. But I love the confidence that she's left the door open. She's berated him all the way she has. With, she's fully planned for him to, even if he goes out the door, to come back and then tell Min. Like, what would happen if he'd, after seeing Gawain, just left the tower?
Right.
Like, how long would Min be in that room? Would Leandrin turn back up and be like, well, you didn't do it right because he didn't take you with him.
Right.
So now you're just going to live here in perpetuity because you suck.
I know. I'm curious.
There's a huge amount of faith in everything that's happening there, which speaks to good Aes Sedai planning. Yeah. But, in the same breath, like, got to be some luck there. Not working in Matt's favor for once. So, interesting.
And we would have seen that at the end of the next scene that we watch, but I cut it off specifically because it's only a Min and Leandrin scene. But she even says to the point of like, he's nothing if not predictable. And Min says, I even made him think it was mostly his idea, kind of thing. So that like it's very much it's Matt is predictable enough for them where they were pretty sure that even if he left, he was going to come back because it's that heart of gold, kind of thing. Like he's going to do the right thing regardless of if he wants to, kind of thing. So they knew deep down that he was going to come back, which is fun.
Yeah.
And actually, now something else just occurred to me. This feels a little bit of like Matt doing a prison break that we get in the books, rescuing the girl Black Aja. Is this like a little small preamble if we get that happening in the show of Matt? Like, well, I've done prison break.
It does feel a little homage,
well, I was in the prison at the time and they opened the door for me to get out, but still he was working on an escape for a period of months. So
right. Yeah, it does. Love those. I feel like they drop those in all the time.
Yeah,
I also feel like they drop them in when they're going to cut them later, and then I get worried.
Well, I'm okay with them cutting that, though. I don't like him always being the one to save them.
I know, it's lame. It's lame. Yeah. In fact, they gave Rand that line this season anyway, because they give Rand the like, I came to rescue you, but you clearly didn't need it.
Yes.
So, yeah.
but it's fun little moments from the books that we get to enjoy. So,
Yeah.
Rounding out episode 3 is them packing supplies and Min just needing one more thing. So we'll enjoy that, and then that's going to be the end of episode 3 there. So I think, is that right?
After that is just the one scene in the testing where we have Fancy Matt.
Oh, Fancy Matt! Love him.
Is that
the letter?
Background. Yeah,
that should be in there. I think.
Bring the letter. Yeah.
That's the end of Nynaeve's testing at the end of episode 3.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, it's just not in the main listing. That's why I've missed that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Let's throw this on and enjoy. Sound, Rob.
Did you steal those snags?
I prefer the term liberated. Did you work a few hard days to get that food?
What can I say? Freedom is in the air tonight.
Hold her. I need to grab one more thing.
And that's where I got it. Yeah.
Okay. And that's
because the next conversation is landing.
Because there's no Matt in the next bit. Yeah, I was just like, why'd you cut it there?
Nope.
No, because there's no Matt. Yes, obviously. So,
yeah.
I feel like it's a good payoff from season 1, though. Like, he is a little thiefy. He's a little light-fingered. I think it's good. I like it.
He got sticky fingers, yeah.
The sticky fingers, yeah. I think it's good. I think it's nice.
Yeah, I agree. And also, it's like, we keep going back with what Omar was saying. Like, I'm just going to do it and not think about it. Now the decision is done and he's left and he's going with Min. He's all jovial, like he's like, like freedom's in the air tonight. We're good. We're going. It's like he's compartmentalized what was going on with Egwene and his feelings from what Leandra said to him. And he's just like, now we're on the way. I mean, we could hear from Uno Nomachta if we wanted. So let's do that. Please welcome Uno Nomachta to the party.
Hello. Hey. Love the hat.
You.
Yeah, there's some serious Matt.
It's a bloody good hat.
It is a nice hat.
Yeah, so we just creeped up to the end of episode 3, and we're watching them setting up their nags to escape.
Yeah.
Anybody want to add anything to this?
I did shoot, and I didn't write it down because I was so engaged in it. I think it was just the callback to season 1. It wasn't that good.
Fair enough. Uno, is there anything you want to add about the early appearances of Matt from this season?
I don't know if I have much to add that you haven't already talked about, but Donal is such an amazing actor, and all his little micro expressions and what he does with his hands, and I think you've already been through all of that. So his interaction with Min, it's
very, very cool. Okay, we'll check out the one and only scene from episode 4, and then we will be down to just episode 6, 7, and 8 because Matt skips out on 5 completely. So let me get that queued up, and we'll enjoy some dicing and other such discussions. Oh, shall we watch him in the non-standard uniform piece? Yeah, let's. We did talk about this earlier, and then totally didn't mention this in the listings. But yeah, this is Matt during the testing in his fancy gear.
My lady, forgive me. I did not realize that we have a blade master in the Two Rivers.
It's me.
Oh no! When did you get so grown up?
Welcome home, stranger. How about we see if your father needs any help with the honey cakes? Yeah? Come on, off you go.
Honey cake?
All right, come on then.
I got a letter from Egwene today. She and the other Greens are headed north. Trollocs have invaded Saldea.
Saldea's a far way off.
Not far enough.
Egwene said I can handle a few Trollocs. Do you regret leaving the tower?
Can I have another honey cake?
You have had plenty. How about you go give Matt and Perrin a hug goodnight, and we get ready for bed? Yeah?
Mummy?
Shut up. Now, go.
I need you to be a brave girl. Just stay here and wait for me to come back. Can you do that for us?
Oh, that's a rough ending to that. I obviously this is not a Matt perspective scene, but we watched it just to see Matt in something other than the single outfit that he wears the entire thing. Charlie made probably the most impressive things we could have comment from this that we probably could have said. If only sad Matt could see that this is what Nynaeve thinks he could be.
Thank you for making me cry, Charlie, because that was not on my bingo card for today. But that is beautiful and a beautiful sentiment. And oh God, that's really amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is Nynaeve, who's toughest on everybody, you know, who has high standards, high expectations, probably nags the shit out of him around the two rivers. And this is what she thinks he could grow up to be. Now, granted, the archways probably have a little bit of artistic license, and there's obviously some influence because there's no way she's going to understand the foreshadowing that we see with Matt at the end.
Right. They work in reality. They work in with Min's power of seeing the future. There is something to that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's probably a slight influence there, but still like,
she doesn't go, woo, what are you all dressed up for? She's like, she accepts it. She's there.
Yeah.
He,
he'll be someone, that gets to that sort of level in life. She, she believes him. It's pretty stunning. So,
yeah. Egwene and the other Greens. Yes. Charlie also mentioned that too. Like, yes. Which I love. I now actually am probably going to, when I get off of this live stream, I'm going to go back and I'm going to rewatch the scene like on slow motion. There's so much in it. There's so much in it. I mean, we know all the foreshadowing is in it and it's really fun, but there's also just like, well, first of all, that I said it out loud and I've never said it before, but that was Pips 100%. Of course, Pips.
I was going to say that too.
I think Pips is a chestnut or a dun or something in the books, but Pips is a white horse with Appaloosa spots on its butt. It is a perfect name for Pips. Like, look at that horse. It is definitely Pips. And I'm just very excited about that. He does not wearing any lace, but he does have a lot of embroidery, which I love. And is the doll that he's playing with Elnor with a doll. Is that the Brigida doll from the Grinwells?
Maybe.
I don't know if it is or not, but I'm very interested. Yeah, there's Pips. Look at those little spots on his butt.
Yeah, that fella was like a dice turned into a horse.
It is exactly.
That's a beautiful horse.
It's a very beautiful horse. Yeah.
And it's probably Andalusian. Anyway, those are. I'm like, there's just a lot in there. Because I don't normally watch this looking at Matt. I watch this watching Nynaeve. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. So it was really fun to really just watch this and just pay attention to Matt.
Yeah. That's something we discovered doing this, isn't it, Kev? Like when you focus on a soul character and you watch the scenes looking at that character and what they're doing in the scene, it adds a different dynamic to the character. their story and plot. So I'm glad you're experiencing that as well, Jen. Jen and Meg, I know, Meg, did you say you're going to have to skedaddle?
Yeah, and my internet's going to garbage anyway, so.
That's fair. Thank you for hanging out, Matt Moz. I appreciate that. Don't know if you noticed that we changed your name there.
I did notice.
Yeah, okay, cool. Mat Cauthon, I appreciate you. Are you sticking around, or are you also going to go?
I gotta go too.
That's fair. All right.
I want to hang out longer.
That's fair.
I do have to go.
Nice seeing you for a few minutes.
Nice to see you for a
Yeah,
few
good to see you too.
Kevin, Rob, thank you so much.
Our
Thank
pleasure.
you for being
It's been
on.
great having you both. So,
and I will try to catch as much of the rest of it as I can too. Great stream. Love the Matt love.
thank you. See you later.
Bye.
Okay. Kev, just do the pose. I know. I feel like I need to put both hats up top now. There we go. The hat love up there. That works. Okay, so time for episode 4's scene. A quick little scene in the tavern that they're in, just having a drink and a laugh and a giggle. So we'll play that and then have a bit of a chat about it. So here we go.
Right. Hey, mate. Same again.
How are you paying for these? I've got all your money.
No, you can't win all night.
Says the man who can't see the future.
No, you said you could only see people's futures. Right, well, since you are rolling in it and we've been riding all day, why don't you get us a run? I am tired. I can't move.
I've heard that before. How about I'll get us another round in rooms, plural.
You didn't drink that much.
He will in a couple of hours. Just needs a helping hand.
Assume you've been eating already?
The attic. There should be someone meeting me there. Have they arrived yet?
No, not yet. Who are you meeting?
I'm not entirely sure. But send them up when they get here. They'll be asking for the same room.
Ooh. I like that you kept the bit in there, Kev, by the way. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. He was in the background, so it technically counted, you know.
Okay, Uma. I was trying to say Mashter at the same time there. So Uno, what are your thoughts watching the gambling and then Min being Min?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like apparently Matt's luck hasn't really kicked in yet. But we get at least some foreshadowing. He comments on like, oh, I mean, you can see people's future, but you can't like see the future of what the dice will be like, or
yeah.
What else? I know when I first watched it was like, what? Why is Min acting that? What's Min doing? Like, what's going on here? Like, why is Min being shady? She's like one of my favorite characters. Like, oh, where are they going with this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh, the attic.
Yeah, it's funny how she's like, I'll get us rooms, and then she's like, the attic was the only one she mentions. Like, you know, it's interesting. But yeah, I didn't think about Matt's luck and the gambling until you mentioned it just now. But obviously, we have now not gotten the escape from Tarvalon night of crazy luck and stuff that we get in the books. And I didn't miss it. I've just realized, like, I didn't watch that and be like, oh no, where was that scene? And you know,
he hasn't been eating like 6 chickens. He's but I mean, he hasn't had that healing thing that he goes through in the books. So,
you know, now that you mention it, it's interesting. Every single time we've seen him gambling in the show so far, he has lost.
Yeah.
Every
That is
single dice
true.
toss he's made, he loses money. So it's going to be so significant when we start seeing, not only is he winning his tosses, he's winning every single toss. And I wonder if we'll get a night like that. If season 3, if the rumors are that he's going to be in Tanchico for a bit, I wonder if we'll see a similar activation scene like that, where it could even be that's how they reconnect with Tom. Maybe Tom is in one of those inns that he visits that night, where he is just having insane luck and he's just winning money and toss after toss, or an homage to it in some respect, because it is true. Like, we haven't seen his luck activated in that way. He wins when he needs to win, but if he doesn't need to win, like if the pattern doesn't have a purpose for him to win, he will lose as often as an average person was. Or if there's a reason for him to lose that's for the betterment of the pattern, he'll also lose every toss if that's what the pattern needs from him. Like, I think it's like even his bad luck is good luck in a way. Like he makes a bad toss, and so he loses the money and doesn't get the crap kicked out of him at that bar or whatever, and he's able to leave or something like that. It's usually a reason for him losing. That's kind of like in the same vein of like, oh, it's lucky that he lost there, because if he had won, something else could have happened, kind of thing.
They would all pounce on him. Yeah, it's very, very true. Leia's come in and rightfully pointed out that in the books, the scene of Matt, the lark and the chicken and eating and all that sort of business is after farm, which obviously we don't get till the end of this, but we also
they're merging the book, so it's a weird timeline.
It's a
sort
gray
of.
area.
Yeah, he went
to
Tavalon much earlier in the show than he ever went there in the books. So it's
So I'm just wondering what like the trigger for his luck will be. What will because now, like in the show, he doesn't feel like a Taveran. He doesn't have like his Taveran energy yet.
Yeah.
There's going to be some sort of turning point for him, and
I feel like it's rare. Like it's like little tiny ones. Yeah, because it's like he needs to have a big Taveran moment. I think for sure. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Where it's like, oh, he's on now. Like this is the pattern activating for him, kind of in a way.
Or if that was the horn scene, but I don't know.
I mean, we don't. Yeah, I literally, Leia's just put that in chat. Maybe the horn being his trigger. We haven't actually. Obviously, we've seen zero interaction from anybody after that horn blowing scene and the fighting, because they've just done the fight on that rooftop, and then that was the end. So we haven't seen what they're all like afterwards. So it will be an interesting beginning to season 3, I think, to see if there's any big changes for Matt or anyone else really. Rand is now announced, all those other things that have happened. So it could be his trigger, but it would be interesting if that's all it took. I feel like
will he keep the dagger?
Yeah, interesting questions we will have to cross in a few more scenes time, I suppose. But yeah, he's definitely not Taveran right now. He's losing a lot, unless it's lucky for him to lose at this stage, which I'm not sure that's the case. Also, how is he not? How Min is like, what are you getting these drinks with? And he's like, you haven't won all my money yet, or like, you haven't. There's a chance that I can win my money back. Where did either of them get money from? They've been in the prison cell for 5 months.
Maybe they stole it, or maybe he had a couple lucky tosses along the way, or something like that. That's a good point. Yeah, probably stole it. I'm gonna be honest. They probably stole it.
I'm assuming that Leandrin might have set Min up with some money at least, but you would have to explain that to Matt in some way. It's like, I
got us a horse, but look, it's got a pocket full of gold. I don't know. Maybe that's the lucky moment. Maybe he's just like, oh, that was lucky. Yeah, I'll just take that. So, tough to figure out that. I think I can't really see how they've got all that money, but it's small potatoes in that scene. She does throw a lot on the desk for the barkeep. Now there was a comment: is the barkeep skinny?
Oh yeah, he's pretty slender as far as bartenders or innkeepers.
Yeah, he's not Like, there he
Probably
is.
average build, you know.
Yeah, he's not a well-rounded innkeeper, shall we say. Fun side tangent about this. I was very, very lucky last year to be invited out to Prague. For obviously they couldn't do a season 2 premiere, so they invited a bunch of us out to Prague to visit sets and stuff. When they took us to the Two Rivers, the gentleman playing this innkeeper was like the person sent from the village council to allow us into the village and welcomed us in, and was like said a few things about what was going on, and we've done this and done that, blah blah blah, because of what's happening. For those who've read the books, you understand what I'm trying to put out there. And it was a really, really fun thing. It was cute, because you were going around and seeing these people like, oh, I've seen you in the show and such. But at that stage, none of us had seen episode 4, aside from Kathy from Dragonmount, who Dragonmount got more episodes to look at because their class is media, I believe. And so Kathy had seen episode 4 and seen this guy and recognized him, and the rest of us hadn't seen it. And we were just like, oh, this is cool. And unbeknownst to us, we got welcomed into the Two Rivers by a skinny innkeeper that should not be trusted.
An evil shadow innkeeper.
Yes. And I remember then watching this episode and I was like, hold up, that's the guy we met in the Two Rivers. And I sent a message to Kathy like, you sneaky beggar. And she's like, haha. So yeah, fun little side note for you there, folks.
That's funny.
But yeah, that was very entertaining when I watched this episode. I was like, that's the guy. So yeah,
he got relocated.
Yeah, relocated. I like that Matt and Min are still, not necessarily like flirting here, but there's still that, that banter between them. He's just like, I'll get it. Well, why don't you get a room? And she's like, I'll get rooms, and it's like, I'm tired. It's been a long day. I can't move. And she's like, yeah, I heard that before type thing, like there, but it's not in a like, stop freeloading off me type of way. It is in a friendly way. The Matt and Min buddy cop movie is very well established by this point, which I love.
Yeah, they have such good energy together. And yeah, I know we're only talking first 6 books, and you've already sort of talked about it, but yeah, later books, when we see that energy with them, it's really nice to see that early on in the show.
It'll be a really good.
I'm not sad about it.
Yes,
agreed. Very much.
Agreed. I mean, they are 2 of my absolute favorite characters from the book, so I'd watch a buddy cop movie.
Yeah, I would too. Absolutely. So, I don't think there's a lot else to pick up from this scene, unless there's anything else either of you feel like adding.
No, we know that she meets with Israel in the dreams in the attic, so that's the only kind of missing puzzle piece from scenes here for anyone following the narrative in that respect. But no, I think that's pretty straightforward.
That's fine. All right, so we are now halfway through season 2, and Matt has had himself 9 scenes of his 30. He skips episode 5 completely. So in the first 5 episodes, I suppose technically, he only has 9 scenes, which comes to a total of what's that, like 3, 6, 7, 10, probably not even 14 minutes of the 51 minutes he has. So we've got another 21 scenes to go through, probably another 35 minutes of footage to watch. And it's all in the last 3 episodes. So we really do get like a landslide of Matt in season 2 in the later episodes, which I didn't realize quite how. I mean, we did know you didn't see much in the first half of the season, but we also didn't feel like it then was an absolute avalanche of the later half of the season.
I think every other character is much more balanced. Like, technically they all are missing for 1 episode. Like that's been a trend we've noticed, that every actor has 1 episode where they don't appear in. But for this one, it's like, all right, let's give him 1 scene in 4. So he's technically, he's technically in 7 of them. But it is just funny like that, how like every other character was able to be a little bit more, evenly spread. It felt like, except for Matt, where they just kind of like, well, he's in Tarvalon and then he gets out, and then his story kind of picks up. But
yeah. So we're gonna hop ahead to episode 6. We're gonna hang out in the Foregate with Mat and Min arriving during a festival. So get that set up, and here we go. Party time.
Hey, now I can see why you wanted to come here.
Wait, Matt. Yeah, I think this is a mistake. I think we should go.
You're worried that I'm going to find another bartender to spoon after. I bet her stories aren't half as good as yours. Yeah, just Matt. Come on.
Where are you going?
Come on, mate.
Something I picked
funny.
up. Go
ahead, you please.
No,
I want to
okay.
hear your point.
Okay, and just something I really picked on very, very quick was he's like, "Oh, are you worried I'm going to find another bartender to swoon over?" And I'm like, "That's what Rand is doing. Their story is paralleling in a way right now. He's not sleeping with his bartender, but still, like, you know, you're in the same place. You're both with a bartender. You're just not bagging yours. So, you know."
Never thought about that.
So I don't know if that was your point, Kev, but go for it.
It wasn't. There's something about, and I think it calls to the homage that they're doing here. Is there's a scene in the books, and I think it's in 3. No, it might be in 2. It's either in 2 or 3. It's all blur. But anyway, there's a scene where Rand is in the Foregate like this, and they have those Trolloc puppets, like they have, and there are actual Trollocs underneath them, and they get attacked. And every time they do those Foregate scenes, I get anxious because I'm waiting for that shoe to drop almost. They haven't done it yet, and I wonder if we'll see that payoff eventually, or if it'll just be a fun reference that they have them here. But my anxiety, I think in this scene in particular is kind of probably similar to Min's, is that, you know, maybe I'm feeling the anxiety she's feeling, but there's something about whenever they have those, I'm just like, is this when they're going to do it? Is this like when they're going to start getting attacked? You know, the Foregate's going to get overrun with Trollocs or whatever. So yeah, there's something about them that it does get me off guard every time.
The puppets are in the
Yes, I thought so. Yeah, when he's pretending to be Lord Rand. Yeah, okay.
Oh. I mean, this is quite a party going on here. I didn't really pick up what was going on right there.
Let's do some body shots.
Yeah, irresponsible drinking. This is a party.
We're at the flip cup table. Come on.
Matt is going like, "Oh, I love it here. Look at this place."
It's like, these are my people, because Matt, you know, and this is not in a derogatory way. Matt sees himself as a low-born man. Like, he does not see himself as royalty or as anyone that's like, you know, would go to a fancy party. This is where he feels comfortable, because like he understands what it is to be low income and what it is to have, you know, your nights of drinking be the highlight of your day or your weekend. So
yes.
I think he's the revelry is very familiar to him, and he understands it, and I think that's why he feels so comfortable in that moment.
And it's very obvious by his body language. You know, he's there and he's just like, he doesn't feel, he's not watching where he steps. He's not worried about what's behind him or around him. He's just, you know, taking it all in, and it's just like, oh,
no one's judging his clothes, you know.
It's like, yeah, I've been watching this. I've been wearing this for like
honest people, you know, regular folks.
It's a very, very, very relaxing sort of scene to see him in, especially after all the other scenes we've seen him in, where he is, you know, upset or concerned or worried. I mean, look at that smile. There's such a genuine smile on his face right there.
His body language is completely different.
Yep.
He's strolling.
She's terrified. She's regretting her decision too, which is fascinating to see. Like, this is kind of when she's like, oh no, I'm in too deep, kind of, you know, it's starting to become real. Like, they're actually in Cairhien now, and I think she's pretty scared.
Yeah.
And again, like their micro expressions and everything is so it's so telling, and they're really doing a great job. Like,
and now I
I
just can't watch that scene and not see the body shot situation or whatever it is, the pouring of drinks.
It's so funny.
Yeah. I've ruined that for everyone who's now just watched this with us. But yeah, it's a huge dynamic shift between the two of them, because when they're in the cells, she always felt comfortable. And Mat was the one who was, not at ease. And now it's reversed. And he's like, oh, okay, now I'm home. And she's like, shit, what have I done?
Yep.
So
she's not in control anymore at all.
And Mat is not either, but it's the type of lack of control that he enjoys. It's like letting everything be whenever it is. So it's a lot of fun.
And you got to imagine there's a lot more bonding that goes on off screen with, like, they've traveled from Tarvalon all the way to Cairhien on horseback, stopping at inns along the way. That's a pretty long journey. And at this point, she sees him, like you just said, looking so happy and comfortable. And that guilt of, like, you can put it off, but now this is the moment where, like, the plan is in motion and the pieces are falling together. And now she says, this is my friend who I genuinely feel a companionship with, and now I'm already in too deep. I can't pull back now. And it really is like, there's so much body language that you were saying, with that's expressed in those micro expressions of, like, they had a long journey together, they're much closer, and now she feels that kinship that she didn't feel when they were just cellmates, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you've become a person to me. You become a friend.
Yeah. Yep. A lot harder to do something to somebody when you get to know them.
Yeah, it's easy to double cross or be mean or neglect a stranger, someone that you don't know, that you're not going to interact with ever again, that you probably in some cases probably don't even see, than it is to do that to someone even if you don't like them or aren't best buddies with them. It's harder because you'll understand them a little bit and know personal consequences that might come from what you've done to them, and she's going to know a lot of that with Mat, because they've gone through, as far as he's concerned, a traumatic situation together. Hers is a little different to his because she's double crossing him, but still, they've been in prison together, they bonded, they've traveled together. He is her lifeline in a way, and she's probably also scared from just letting him go, because she's been responsible for him in a way for quite some time. So, and that's just kind
and
of
also,
like,
I think, like, since Min has her visions, she also gets another level of, I wouldn't say maybe not intimacy, but yeah,
of connection with him.
Yeah. So it's like, oh shit, I know about shit that's gonna happen to you, like, even further down the line, because of maybe her actions, or so.
Yeah, and not to make it about Min, but she has learned, at least book readers know this, that she's learned whether she acts or doesn't act, what she sees will happen.
Yeah,
sometimes
so
it happens
it's better to be detached. Yeah,
it's better to be detached, and she obviously has got to know Mat, and Mat's a very charming individual. That's very obvious. It's been obvious the whole time in the TV show. It's been obvious in the books the entire time. It's hard to, they have a rapport that we clearly see where they banter about, like, sharing rooms and things like that. Like, are you worried I'm going to leave you for a different bartender? Your stories aren't, their stories aren't going to be as good as yours, and all that sort of malarkey. And I just think it's quite interesting to see the shift in dynamic. And not every actor can pull off just being so obviously comfortable in a place, and whilst the other actor in your scene is doing the opposite. It's a good scene. I approve. I think, have I got not there? No, that's that one again. Do we want to move on to the next one?
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I've lost it. 1 second. Next one. Here we go. Oh, this is the scene everybody likes. You ready? What do you think happens in this scene?
Are
No
we
guesses?
getting a reunion?
Maybe we're getting a reunion. Here we go, folks.
Very much for bearing with me. I cannot imagine that's very easy to part with all your money. So this time we are going for all fours, yeah? It's hard 8, right? So you don't think you're going to see a hard 8 right there in the middle of the table. Come on, come on, come on. The money in, yeah? Money in, please. Right, that is lovely, lovely. Anyone else? Thank you. So, we're going for hard 8, yes? Right. Oh. Quick, quick. In Light's name are you doing in Korean? What in Light's name are you doing in Korean? And where is your hair? Mate, you look bloody awful. Right, where's everyone else? Are they here? Where's Perry? Egwene. Well, it's complicated. It's a good thing I've got nothing but time. All right. Now, this first round is on you, given that you bollocksed up my roll.
What did we just say about him losing all his roles? And
He's
now...
lost every single dice roll.
But no, he wasn't. If he wasn't losing up until the point Rand turned up, so he was like, "It must be difficult to part with all your money." Like he's been winning money off these folks.
He's actually winning.
Yeah. So and then he. I don't think he lost when Rand said his name. I think he just got so distracted and was like, "Quick, take our money back."
Yeah, we're like just like, quick,
yeah.
grab his money.
So we're getting a lot of crying in Meg's.
It's a very
that
emotional
first
scene,
time I
man.
saw this scene, it killed me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Ashkover, you have chosen the best scene to join the stream, so welcome to.
It's also like the lightest moment in the darkest episode. It's like it's a reprieve from all the Egwene stuff that's going on. As this happened, it's like the one bright spot in this really really hard episode, which is why I think it strikes such a strong chord with everybody's. We needed it. Everybody needed this scene, especially right at that point. So,
absolutely. I love the fact you've mentioned Egwene there. Like he asks, "Where's Egwene?" I'm like,
yeah,
dude, you left her.
Yeah.
That was a cheeky lie.
You were the last one to see her out of the two of you right now. Like, dude, you know. Yeah. I don't think he has. I understand he was going through trauma, but I don't think he has the right to be like, "Well, where's Egwene?" And I'm like, "Well, you fucking left her at the tower, dude." So you know.
You should know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. And as we've just had in chat, it's the only moment when Rand is happy, probably in the season. That's a fair moment actually, because when he sees the others, it is like, oh, I've got to go save them or something, or they turn up when he's been stabbed, you know. So also, I'm going to put it on just with no sound so we can watch the reunion again, because it is beautiful between the two of them. Genuine joy.
And like the way Mat touches Rand's head and is like, "Where's your hair?"
Yeah.
He's really like caressing him, almost like an.
Where's your baby curls?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's like, "I'm the only one with the curls at the moment. What's going on?" I do appreciate that Mat is using, actual like gambling lingo, I suppose, where he's like, "We're chasing a hard eight, you know," and it's words that you would expect to hear in Vegas and situations like that. It's almost like he's running his little Vegas hall here, but yeah, this moment is just they get their money back. But yeah,
and like without going spoilers for the books or anything, but this is like the moment that I missed from the books. I wanted like a scene like this, where Mat isn't just being a dick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we sort of almost get it, but it's actually this is such a nice scene.
It's hard to make this kind of scene fully pay off on page sometimes. Like it feels like it could fall flat, but I feel like I know exactly the vibe that you're going for, and I agree. This is one of those scenes that I think that we just needed for quite a few reasons at a different couple points for sure.
Yeah, it is, and it's also the first scene where we've seen Donal and Yosha act together. Not necessarily the first scene they did together, but this is the first scene we see them together. You know, and they've regardless how much time they spent together in pre-production and things like that, they've got to pull off the friendship that, you know, on screen. And they're two young actors, you know, not heavily experienced. We're not talking, you know, this is not Morgan Freeman hopping on screen right now, or anybody of that level of acting or that level of experience. And they fucking pulled it off. Like, they genuinely, it was like two lost long brothers that have just seen each other, and it was
yeah. You feel like they've known each other since they were kids. It's like,
yeah, absolutely,
100% believe that.
Yeah. You know, to Donal's like rubbing tears out of his eyes while he's hugging Matt. Also, hugging Rand. Fun little moment there when I was watching that, and he is like rubbing his eyes. He's like, I'm very happy to see Rand right now, but I also can't let him see that I'm crying. Kind of felt like that. Like, I've got to I've got this opportunity here. I'll just slightly like get rid of the tears because I don't show people I cry. I'm happy. I'm jovial. I'm this. I'm that sort of thing. Yeah, so that also is a silly little thing, but it felt like a little Matt moment to be like, you know, I can't actually, you know, be the one that cries and such. Not that he's a stoic person, but he's also, I'm always the happy party, you know, cause problems type character. So.
Yeah, I mean, he's really emotional on the inside, and he never really lets that show through.
Yeah, which fits in with the, you know, okay, I see something, I don't want to do it, but we're going to do it, and. You know, fits in the compartmentalization. I think I've said that word wrong, but never mind. Of moments, and that, you know, fits in with that as well. So it's beautiful. But yeah, is it lucky that he lost his I don't know. He maybe did it roll a hard 8. I don't know. Actually,
I didn't see.
Maybe I don't think we do actually get to see it. I'm going to play it back. I don't think we actually get to see it. I'm now playing it way too slowly. So we'll speed that up just a smidge. But yeah, I don't think we actually get to see whether he rolls an 8. But
and it's a little on the nose. So while we wait for this to happen, you guys have probably caught up on this, but anyone who maybe hasn't in a while watched season 1. This is the opening line that Matt says to them when they're at the table. Like, I can't imagine it's easy for you all to part with your money. That's when they're all in the Wine Spring Inn. He's saying those lines. So this is almost like a moment of nostalgia. This is bringing them back. They are just two village kids in the Wine Spring Inn in this moment, which is why I think he hears that. Like, that pierces the veil of like him walking through it. He hears Matt saying these lines he's probably heard him say a million times, you know, when they're hanging out together. You know, and I think that's why he just like beelines. He's like, that's Matt. No one else is gonna say those words. That's Matt. And it's
I had not picked up on that.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful, again, just a great writing if that's what they've done. Super impressive. I have a question, just literally watching this to see if he rolls a hard 8. He has dice in his hands, and there are 4 more dice on the table. I have concerns that Matt is using loaded dice, and he is just picking up the dice he needs to roll the different rolls. And it's not. I feel like maybe Matt is cheating here. Just picking up, oh, I need these dice or those dice, sort of thing. Like,
sometimes you got to make your own luck, you know?
Yeah. Do we think Matt would cheat? Who knows?
I mean, this Matt, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, he's had a rough time. And maybe he's dicing with some, like, not that nice people, then I don't think he would have a problem with it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because he's got like 2 there. So he's got like at least 6 dice on the table. So at least if he's only holding 2 there, there's 4 on the table. So
I wonder if those are like the betting dice. Like, those are like the dice that are like based on the players. They roll those, and maybe it's got to beat that or match that, something like that. It's a fake game. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a fake game and a fake, you know, world, Rob. You know, it doesn't. Yeah,
no, fair. It's not even that. It's just I don't know enough about dicing gambling to know if the hard 8 thing is like it sounds real, but I have no
It's
idea
from
if it's a real game.
I think it's from Craps, isn't it? Where you roll the dice and you got to get certain things, get you certain. I'm not 100% sure. I don't never play that game, so
I've only played like Yahtzee, so you know.
He's
That's
playing
fair.
Yahtzee. That's actually I'm gonna
maybe he's playing Yahtzee. Yeah, Max
actually
coming
think
in with a
he's
good point here. Unpopular opinion, but I think dicing when you know the pattern is going to guarantee it rolls is already cheating. Touche. I think that's a fair call, actually. If you have this understanding that I'm lucky with my dice, I know I'm going to, win pretty much anytime, and even when I lose, it's still lucky for me. Like that's kind of cheating, but also
he's like, I can't dice for too long at this place because at some point someone's going to accuse me of cheating, so I'll just leave before that happens and go to the next place and start over. So I mean,
I don't. It's like
it's a bit of a gray area,
but also it's a gray area. Like, can you blame an Olympic athlete for if Usain Bolt was like having to chase someone down or run from someone or run in a competition? Would he be at fault for using his Olympic level skill?
All right, here's the thing. My wife hates this joke. It's not even a real joke. It's half a joke, but it's like almost like this is part of my.
I'm a fan of Tam jokes, so like bring on the
part of my
jokes.
type 5 for when I'm going to do WoT stand up to an extent. So I think it's technically cheating, regardless of what you believe, whatever your religious beliefs are. I think it's cheating to pray to God to ask to win. I think that's cheating. I think if you're praying for your team to win, I think you're cheating. Just like Matt is cheating by technically allowing the pattern's divine intervention to allow him to win. I think that they should stop praying for their own wins. That I just think it's not fair, because on the off chance that there is something out there, why do you get to win? Because you said that's not fair. See, it needs a little bit of workshopping, but there's something there. There's just something about people who pray for a certain win for their team. I'm just like, it delegitimizes the win.
Max has come back and been like, does Matt spend years training to have that luck? I mean,
that's what I mean to say. Yeah,
he gets hung for it, so
So that's part of my type 5. Working on it.
That's fair. So, but yeah, this is such a feel good scene, and they both do it so well. It feels, like we said, it feels very natural, and a great way to bring it back after he's had so few scenes. So, all right, so I'm getting
one
my
of my
times
favorite
wrong.
scenes.
Yeah, definitely a epic scene from the show. Definitely a highlight, I think, that everybody, whether you're a book reader or not, who's watched it, so and dare you to watch that and not enjoy it. So,
and also that we get sort of to the books about Matt always like complaining about Rand's clothes and how he's wearing fancy outfits, and so we get a little bit of that.
Looks shitty,
yeah, exactly. You got shitty hair but nice clothes, so you know.
This is accurate. Yeah, it is true. So, all right, we will. Okay, here we go. Charlie coming in now. The thing about the dice game is that everyone involved has agreed and understands that it's started by luck, more so than many gambling games. That's a fair point, Ken. Yeah, unless Matt's using loaded dice. Like, if we go back to that, if he's using loaded dice, then it's not luck; it's cheating. But if Matt was just using his luck, well, they've all agreed that this is decided by luck. Matt just has an affinity for luck, as opposed to other people. Some people are like that. I know people who do like slots, and they win far more than they lose. And vice versa. People who play slots and be like, well, I've never won, anything, So, but yeah, part of that group is you have both the same dice and the same gravity. Yeah, well, or Matt has loaded dice. I think he's cheating
on the pattern,
Yeah, I think he's cheating in that scene anyway. I think he's using loaded dice. I'm just going to throw that out there. So,
he's
but
friends
next
with
scene,
Orange Jesus. That's just it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's friends with Orange Jesus.
Orange Jesus.
That's amazing. I love that. Okay, next scene where we get some confiding, and this 4.5 minutes. Did you roll some scenes together here, Kev?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I look at This
No, this is all into the I don't think I had to combine for this one because I usually notated when I did that. Did combine.
Oh no, these do roll together. There's two scenes together here. So Rand confiding in Matt, and then Matt tells a very drunk Min.
Oh
that he's
yes,
leaving.
Matt
So
goes back
these-
to Min. Yeah, they do roll into each other. Yes,
these roll onto each other. So this is like two scenes together, and then we'll break it down afterwards, folks. I just saw that, and I'm like, I looked before it said like a minute 46, and then this is 4:25. So
yes,
yeah, that's fine. So we'll watch these together since they roll back to back, and then we'll break them down afterwards.
Come on. You going to tell me where the others are? Or what?
Last year, when I thought I defeated the Dark One,
Sorry. Yeah, it's just still crazy to me when you say things like that.
I left them behind. Egwene, Perrin, Nynaeve, all of them. Now they think I'm dead. I thought it would protect them. I don't know, I thought everyone would be better off without me, safer.
No. We're not better off without you, Rand. Promise you that.
We're not better off without you either, man. But now he has a shaman. He has a wine in farm. And I know they want me to go there. But if I don't go, what happens to it then?
So, we go. There's one thing I've got to do first. A lady's heart I've got to break, in fact. I will meet you at the gate in an hour.
Matt, you don't have to come with me. I mean it.
Yes, I do. Who else is going to keep you from becoming an arrogant prick? Draggery. An hour. I will be there.
Do you know what? Actually, I want to.
Let's pause.
There.
Yeah, we can pause.
Yeah. So as I've said before, we've done these shows. Like, I don't refresh myself on the scenes until we watch it, so I can be like a fresh reaction to them. I'd forgotten so much about that particular interaction between the two of them. Where he's like Dragon Reborn and stuff. Like, it's so good, and the micro reactions, like you were saying, when Rand replies and says, "No, we're not better off without you either." He's there, just sort of like his facial expression is like, he's saying so much, not saying a single word. It's so good. But yeah, like, how bad must Matt feel right now? Because in episode 3, or 4, where was it? Where he gets let out and then sees Egwene and runs 3. Yeah, in episode 3. So 3 episodes ago, he's been let out of his room. He sees Egwene crying, and then he's just like, "Nah, I'm a bounce," and runs back to see Min and runs off with Min instead. And now he sees Rand, and Rand's like, "Oh yeah, everyone thinks I'm dead. Also, Egwene's in trouble in farm, trapped by a Shamael." Like, talk about the guilt trip he must be experiencing right now. Because I don't think at this stage, he's told Rand, "Hey, I saw Egwene and walked away again." Like, he's not going to share that information.
No,
so
no.
Yeah, just that's a lot to be dealing with, I bet.
Yeah, he's got a big shit show going on inside his head.
It really does.
Yeah.
It really, really does. So
yeah. So he really needed to hear that line, like, "We need you too, Matt," even if he doesn't believe it himself yet.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. But yeah, it's just I'm stuck on that trauma he must be thinking of. Like, I left Egwene and now she's trapped again. But also his reaction is like, "So we go."
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to go and battle a Forsaken. No one in their bright mind thinks that's a good idea. But he's just like, "We got to go do it, so we're going to go do it." And again, continues with the, "I got to go break a lady's heart." It's just like, oh my gosh. So, yeah, Kev, what did you think of that?
I made note in my head that it's again, we have Rand talking to him, and when he realizes that the moment Rand says that he left them, that begins Matt's internal monologue again. Like Rand is detailing what Matt's thinking. I left them. They're better off without me. They think I'm dead. They'd be better off if I was. Like, these are all just bouncing those ideas that are in his head, externalizing them for us. And then he has the wherewithal to say to Rand, we still need you, but he doesn't realize that that's true for him as well. Which is very, very like impactful when you see it in his face, and he realizes that they've done the same thing. Rand did it too. It's not just him, and so he's not like irredeemable, because he knows that Rand isn't irredeemable. So he must realize he is as well.
Right. Yeah. It's he's playing. So yeah, like you said, we've had a lot of people verbalizing his internal thoughts. He took the other side and verbalized the apt response, the appropriate response, the hopefully desired response by the person who's internalizing these thoughts of like, no, we do need you. And he's had to play that other side of it. That's a step for him to actually, to not just say that to Rand, who I'm sure he genuinely means it about, but also to play that part of, this person saying all the things that are running through my head. So I have to say in return what would be the appropriate response. It's not always an easy thing for people to do. So he's had to play the other side of it there. And Leia coming in with the fun thoughts here. What do you think of this, Uno? This scene is very against the books. They're communicating. Shocking.
Because this is like, if we were in the books at this part, we would still have sort of shitty Dagger Mat, and he would just be like, yeah, we are better off without you. You're a man who can channel. Maybe the Dragon Reborn, or maybe I don't know. Even he probably didn't even really believe he was the Dragon Reborn at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, and so yeah, it's a very different dynamic from the book.
Yeah, sharing trauma together, like being unloading that with each other.
So it feels like more mature Mat.
It does, yeah.
Like just being, because he still wants to sort of, you have like in The Great Hunt sort of a bit of or if it's later on, maybe Mat has like that bit of an inner monologue where he's like, oh, but Rand is still my friend and I want to help him, but he's also a channeler, and is he gonna murder all of us? Is he gonna, go to the dark side? So he's like, I really want to support my friend, but I'm also scared of my friend, and like how he goes sort of back and forth. He will always do like the right thing, but he's like, is this gonna come back and bite me in the ass? Sort of.
And it is fair. Like I feel like that's the hardest thing too about Mat, is that like they are prejudices and they're not unfounded. Like in fairness to Mat, like the preconceived notions he has about male channelers are fair in the regard of like how the world that around him experiences them. Like there are men that go mad and kill their entire families and villages and all that stuff. Like those are real threats that do exist. So it's not like they're coming out of nowhere, but he has to.
Sorry.
He has to readjust.
They've grown up being taught that male channelers are extremely dangerous and scary, and they need to be like put down. And I was like, oh, now sort of my childhood friend, that's more or less my best friend, is one of these scary people out of like horror stories. So it's like, I have mixed emotions about this.
Yeah. And I almost wonder if that's part of why like Rand tries to give him an out, and it was really gracious of him too, because I think he knows that Mat can be impulsive, and he doesn't want Mat to overcommit to something that he realizes he can't do. So I think that was really like kind of Rand in that moment to be like, you don't have to come. And I think even when he decides to leave and he realizes Mat isn't going to come, I think he knows Mat that well, that there is a chance that he's going to have a realization that I've gone into this too fast, and I'm too, or I can't do this kind of thing, and or like we're saying, like he's going to remember that I'm a channeler and that he shouldn't be around me, kind of thing. Like, and I think that's it's very cognizant of Rand being self-aware of himself at that point, to be like, it's okay if you change your mind, and it's okay if you aren't there with me. Like, even if Mat like still beats himself up about that, because he will, you know, about not actually going with him, it's still very nice to see that Rand recognizes that I appreciate the love you're showing me, and I think what you're saying is genuine, but if you don't come, it doesn't change how I feel about you. I think that's kind of what he's saying. In whether that Mat believes that or not, I don't think he does in the moment, but it's a gift that you know, people who are impulsive or can be a little flighty or can have difficulty with their schedules or keeping track of things, they'll overcommit all the time and then have to pull back and deal with the repercussions of being viewed as, you know, unreliable or unresponsive or being hard to track down or nail down. And it's hard to accept that because it's a shame. Like, you feel shame associated with like not being reliable. You want people to be able to rely on you, but at the same time, it does come with responsibility. So it's it's an interesting dynamic that they try to toe there, that I think is it's just really nice.
I think adding on to that, the scene adds a lot of similarities between the two characters. They're both here, you know, thinking that they're not good enough for their friends. You know, Mat's coming it from a I let everyone down perspective. Rand's coming from a I'm dangerous perspective, but you know, still the same. He is giving, like I say, he's giving Mat the out because he left everybody else. You know, so he's like, here's your out. I you know, I'm offering to leave you behind as well, type thing. You know, and there's a lot of love between the two. That clearly, you know, we kind of watched that previous scene where they embrace and see each other for the first time in, you know, many months, and you know, not be, you know, understanding that there's a lot of love between them as friends. But you know, he is still doing, you know, Mat's like, I'm going to do my commitment thing. I'm going to like make a decision and go for it type thing. You know, he doesn't show because shit hits the fan for him. But, you know, Rand is still in the same way. They're both, you know, they're saying lines to each other. Like, we're both like, you know, it's okay. Like, you know, the world doesn't need me type thing. And the other one goes, but we do, you know? So it shows, and I've never really, when I've read the books, thought of, you know, the guys, any of the characters, like, they always have their sort of, they interact, they cross over a lot of different ways, but they always have, like, you know, Mat's doing this and Perrin's doing that, and Rand's doing that, where a lot of the time Egwene and Nynaeve are doing things together, you know, with Elaine often as well, type thing. Like, you know, the girls are often in one or two or three of them together doing things collectively. It's often, not all the time, but often like that. The guys are always just like, you know, ships that do this, but like you get like a few scenes together and then they go off and do this again. And it's you know, in this moment, we're seeing the two of them, you know, sharing a lot of attributes together as characters in the TV show. And it's not, you know, Mat's the cheeky gambler, the playful guy. Rand's the stoic, I need to save the world. I need to be as hard as diamonds and Quenya and things like that. And you've got Perrin, like, I can't make a decision to save my life, but I will let the world burn to, you know, to save certain things. You know, it's three distinct characters, and here we have two very, very, very similar outlooks on slightly different situations, but still, you know, similar behaviors to each other, and then they react the same way to each other for it, you know. So it's a nice bonding thing for them. So yeah, love that.
It's a scene we needed. They needed.
Yeah, definitely a scene they needed. Shall we watch some drinking? Yeah, so this rolled straight into him off to see Min and to say goodbye. I just paused it there. But yeah, we'll carry on playing and enjoying the dynamic between these two, because he's going to let her down gently.
Min. You got company? With each others. Min.
Come in.
Wow. Who pissed in your drink and charged you twice?
You know, I'd only pay double for the best.
And that is how I remember you. Incredibly low standards, but never for booze. Guess who I just ran into? My mate, who I've been telling you about, he's here.
You can't go.
I haven't told you that I'm leaving.
I saw it.
No. I've already told you I
You kill him. You kill Rand.
No.
Yeah, with that dagger. The ruby on the golden hilt.
No.
In farm, that's where he wants you to go, right?
No. How do you know Rand? You set me up. Yeah? And that's why we're here. Because of me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know that I was
For how long since we left? No. Before we met.
Sorry.
I genuinely thought you were my friend.
I am. I am. That's why I'm telling you. You don't know what this is costing me. You kill him, Matt. If you love him, stay away.
Very heartbreaking scene.
This is so hard to watch. Oh.
Yeah. But Uno, I know you can't stick around for much longer, so I'm going to make you talk first about this really tough scene.
Yeah, I can hang around for a few minutes, but I really need to pop out soon. No, it's just hard. Like the utter betrayal that's just on Matt's face. Like, since when? Like, oh, even before we met, it's like, okay, this was never about our friendship, never about me. It was just about, like, Dark Friends getting to Rand. And again, like, okay, I don't matter then.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
no,
like
everyone's better off without me.
Yeah. After that scene where Rand has been like, no, we still need you. He then goes to see someone else he thought he could start to trust, and they are like, oh, no, actually, I've been, manipulating.
Yeah, you're just a
and...
tool to get to Rand.
Yeah. It's very, very rough.
Yeah, so it's like up high and then just smashed to the floor.
Yeah, it's extremely heartbreaking. And I think they both delivered it really well. Like, Donal is there, like, just so much expression on his face, showing all the things that he's going through, all the multitude of emotions he's feeling in every moment there. And then Kay, at the same time, is perfectly delivering just absolute hatred on herself for what she's done to him, and understands that she's then potentially causing herself a huge amount of drama and shit with, the people that are controlling her by potentially stopping him going to farm, even though she knows that she's in it and it's going to happen. So, like,
Yeah, but it feels like she hasn't really accepted that part yet. I mean, when we meet her in the books, she's already, like, comfortable with her powers and everything, and she knows that, no, I've tried to stop things from happening, and they happened anyways.
Yeah.
Sometimes because I tried to stop them. And here it feels like she's still learning about her powers in a way, and it's like, don't go after him because bad things are going to happen.
Yeah.
So she's still it feels like she's still sort of in that phase where she thinks she can maybe change things. I don't know.
It's interesting too, because there is another scene in between this and the last where Ishamael meets with her a second time and reaffirms that everything is going to, or according to plan, and actually confirms his own knowledge of what she saw. And I think at that point she starts wondering if he made her see that somehow. Like I think she has a dialogue line somewhere in like how do you know what I saw? Did you make me see? Like something along those lines of like wondering whether the vision actually came from him and wondering if it's something that can be diverted. But yeah, it isn't until later books that she gets conditional, you know, multi-outcome visions that we are at least told about, where like there's a diverging path and she sees one path and another path, but and both at that point are equally possible. Like we get those later, but we don't see that initially. We get very assured, like when she knows, she knows. Sometimes she doesn't know, sometimes she misinterprets, but when she knows, she knows. And maybe this is one that she was like, she didn't have that gut feeling that it was exactly as she thought, but it was close enough, because she says you kill him, which isn't true. Like that's not the case. That's not actually what it is. She's interpreting the stabbing as you are going to be the reason why he dies, and that can be extrapolated towards the wound existing beyond and his demise being tied to that possibly. But I think it is a case of her not being fully understanding of what her powers are capable of, or in this particular case, not being certain about what the meaning is, even if it looks straightforward, kind of.
Yeah. Agreed. But anything you want to add, Uno, before we let you go?
I don't think so. I mean, as we've said a million times, they're amazing actors and their scenes together are really great. And the Mat scenes are some of my favorite scenes in the show so far. So yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, appreciate that. It's been having you.
Yeah. Have fun watching the rest of the clips.
We've got a few to go through still. So yeah. You have a good evening, and here on to season 3 soon. So all right, bye.
Bye.
I think we're riding solo for a little bit, Rob. I let Jess know that if she's free, she's welcome to join before her time.
I did. To be honest, I messaged Jess as well to be like, "You're welcome to hop on early." So she's been double teamed, and I also messaged. I think Leia, if you're still watching, I did send you a message to be like, "Feel free to hop on."
Yeah, feel free to hop on. Yeah.
So, but yeah, absolutely. No, we'll just hang out, you and I, Kev Trim, Angus, and Rob, the token Matlander. You know. And we'll have fun. This has been great. Dana coming in with a comment here. I believe Rafe indicated that this is showing that although what Min sees will happen, Min can misinterpret the meaning of the visions. Yeah, that feels very, very accurate. I think that was definitely something that was said. So yeah, we've been going for a few hours. The next scene is let's see, where are we up to? So we're still in 6.
This is the really short outside the 4-gate one, which technically actually continues immediately in the next scene in episode 7. So,
yes, that's fair. But we'll watch this, and then we can that rounds out episode 6, and then after that we have 4 scenes for episode 7, and then we have the bulk of his appearances, which is basically taking over episode 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. My gosh, seriously, that is
stretch, everybody.
My God, 12 out of 30 odds episodes. That is crazy. Yeah, 30 scenes and these 12. So what's that? That's 1 in every 2.5 scenes is from episode 8.
Yep, pretty much.
Someone do the statistics on that. For some reason, my what is 30 divided by 12? No.
It's like 12. Just under half, or just because it's not.
Yeah, so half would be 15. So what's 40%? That's what it is. There we go. Yeah, 40% of his number of scenes comes from episode 8. I wonder how that equates to the actual showtime. We'll have to do the math thing. What does that equal? There we go. Nearly 17 minutes of his 51 are episode 8.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, that is crazy. How does that work out? So he's got 40% of his scenes in episode 8, but that is divided by 51.55. 32% of his screen time is so 40% of his scenes, but it's only 32% of his actual time on screen is all episode 8. So that's pretty intense. That'd be an interesting dynamic to break down later on, actual percentages of things, because everyone else is really spread out. So yeah, let's round off episode 6, like we just said, and go from there. Have I got the right one? I think that's the right one there. Nope, that's a repeat of the next. So sorry, flip over. That's the one we want. Put the sound back on, Rob. Here we go. Enjoy this.
Hello, Nessus.
Yeah, we'll just watch some of that last bit again. Let's put that in slow, because just look at his face here.
And it's so hard because he's been working so hard trying to believe the opposite of what Min said. Like, Min tells him, if you love him, stay away. That's the opposite of what he's been working towards, is like not staying away because you love him. Like, that doesn't work. But Min accidentally puts him back like 5 steps here.
Absolutely. This is the emotional traumatic equivalent of falling off the bandwagon for anyone dealing with that level of stuff. He's been pushed back into, he's hiding. He's like, this is him trying to go, but he's so controlled by what he thinks of himself and the trauma he's gone through, and just the what his internal monologue is screaming at him, that he can't physically, he has to not just, not turn up, he has to hide.
Yep.
Max is right. He does, there is still growth here, because he now wants to join, but believes his friends need him not to. That's absolutely true. But he's still so controlled by those voices inside that he has to torture himself.
Yeah.
He's like, not only do I not deserve, what I'm doing, I need to obviously then, stay away from my friend because I'm going to injure him and kill him and such, but I also need to punish myself. I need to torture myself. I need to hide. Because what's worse than like letting someone down is watching them realize you're letting them down, without them knowing you're there. Like,
and Rand isn't even angry. He's so calm. He's resigned. He accepted it from the start. And but Matt doesn't see that. He sees, he expected me to fail anyway. It's not the grace that Rand was giving, saying it's okay if you don't show up. He's saying Rand knew I wasn't going to show up because I'm a failure, kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's the framing.
Absolutely. And it's so silly that you could have the scene without having Matt in it, and it just wouldn't be as impactful. It wouldn't be as impactful for Rand. It wouldn't be as impactful for Matt. And it shows how stuck he is in his thoughts and feelings to physically have him hide himself and watch. And that's not even that great a hiding place. I mean,
no.
Let me skip back a little bit and see because there's a certain point where you can see where he is. He's
not that far.
He's not that far, I'm sure there was another bit where you could actually like it sort of almost panned to him, didn't it? Am I right?
Yeah, when he was walking past him, yeah.
Like, and the edge of it is not even closed off. He's not like in a little hut or something. He's like behind just a bamboo. Yeah, here it is. Like just behind a bamboo screen in the back of a shop or something. Like, just to the left of him slightly. Right there. Oh no, it's just gone again. Just to you can't see my mouse. Just here. Like, that's open. This is like the roof is nothing.
You could have seen the robes dangling from that gap in the bottom, honestly.
Absolutely. This is this is a pure metaphorical. I have to hide myself away, trap myself away. It has to just be me. There's no one else in this little space. He's clearly behind some kind of like stand or something. There's a woman, selling stuff out front, right here. She's got like what looks to be a little stand on the go or something. And he's hiding himself away. Yeah, there we go. Like she's selling shit at the front here, and he is in the weakest possible way locking himself up.
Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, there we go. Dana throwing it. There's also the layer that this shows that Matt believes he's capable of killing Rand, because that's what the vision is. Yeah, like what a realization to have about yourself. Like,
and now he's staying away for the reasons Rand stays away. It's not just because he failed them and he's ashamed. Now he's like, I have to stay away because I'm dangerous too. And now it's
yeah. Again, the similarities between the two in this episode is the parallels. It's just it's very, very, it's so subtle. I didn't really pick up this many parallels when I first watched it. All the multiple watches since. I need to encourage people to do watches like this. Like watch, someone needs to put this together for every season. Just watch. We should go back and do this for season 1 at some point.
I thought the same thing, honestly.
In the next longing, between seasons 3 and 4, we can do a long breakdown of season 1 at some point, and then season 3. But my gosh, like we could probably have lots of stuff revealed for season 1, because by that stage they'll be working on season 4.
True.
So we could probably get lots of like little tidbits. We'll have to flirt with some people and see what we can get, because as they're rounding up to season 3, folks, they've gotten busier and busier. I think it's been tough to get things. Yeah, there we go. Dana's already said in chat, please do it. Because they're just getting so much from these character focused watches. In fact, now I'm also encouraged to even potentially read the books from specific POVs.
I wish that there was someone out there who could just like cut the audiobooks, because I always think about that. I would love to hear the audiobook version of just the map from start to finish, just Elaine from start to finish, just like we do with this. I would love to have that experience, but also that'd take a lot of work.
It would take a lot of work. It reminds me now of I've harped on about this a few times, so I've seen it a couple of times, and it's a shame actually that Uno's not here right now to add to this, because they came with me. But went to see Macbeth that the Prague Shakespeare Company put on in a few countries now, and seen it twice. That play is done with only the what did I cut? I didn't. What did I say? I said Macbeth.
Not the Prague one?
Yeah, the Prague one. It was who was it? I can't think of who.
Fleetwood or
no. The guy put on. Guy Roberts put on. For some reason. Who's the character? The
Tybalt?
No, it's not. It's a play, but it's only from. They've changed the play. Hamlet. Sorry.
Hamlet.
Yes. So yes, in Hamlet a couple times. In that version of Hamlet, it's not just "Hey, Hamlet. Matlaya has turned up." Yes. So yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, she sorts out. I was just so you can hear ourselves playing. Oh, the TV's on the background. Can you see that, folks?
We're on the big screen.
We're on the big screen. Oh, yeah, so cute.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, so in that play where they've changed things up, all the scenes are Hamlet POV scenes only, and there's multiple Hamlets in there for various reasons.
Okay.
Yeah, so it reminds me again of that, because it changes the play, because there are certain scenes where you don't get the information that you would normally as the audience, and that fully rounds out the picture of Hamlet, whereas just get the Hamlet POVs, you don't get the full perspective, obviously. So it's like all those things together. And let's welcome Matea.
Sure, yeah, whatever.
Like Matea. Yeah, I was trying to make that work somehow. Matea, welcome. You've jumped on far earlier than originally.
I heard the calling from the horn and just to get ready.
It was summoning the horn.
The little toot noises from the horn, yes.
Yeah. They're probably just terrified Onir with that, even though he's downstairs. He's probably like, "What the fuck was that, Dad?"
Swain has to
Cat Swain.
Catherine got jealous of all the Onir comments and was like, I want to be on screen. I want people to, I want to show my butt to people.
Yeah. Yeah, cats like doing that, don't they? So
they love that.
Nice butt shot right there. Different type of butt rock.
Love that. Well, Leia, thank you for hopping on early. I do appreciate that. Unfortunately, Sulan couldn't join us today. She wanted to originally, but things have just changed up, and she's been able to make it. So, Kev and I we're gonna solo it, but we did reach out to Jess and Leia to be like, "You're welcome, obviously, to come early." We always encourage people to come early or stay late or whatever, but you know, I understand if people can only do the hour. So, thank you for that.
Well, the wheel is weaving in our way because I literally just got back from errands and I'm sweating so much. But I heard you guys talk, and I was like, I could do this. I could do this. Like, all up on.
Take the load off.
Here, I'll go finish my errands and then I'll come back. So
Well, also now we have the repeat of the hats, so I had to put you on the top there because we have the two hats. I've been hatless the whole time. Yeah. This is something I'll need to change for the potential season 1 and the season 3 KCI streams, Kev. That you know, we coordinate fancy dress.
The hats help.
Cosplay. The hats help. Yeah, you've done hats for everything, so.
It's all about the headgear. I know headgear is your favorite.
I love that. Okay, we are up to episode 7 now. So we only have 24 and a half minutes of footage left. Obviously, most of that being episode 8. We have 16 scenes, so still not even halfway through all of his scenes.
That's
but we are
crazy.
2/3. We are 75% of the way through the episodes. Or Matt.
I know. Well, and I really appreciated what you guys have been saying up to this point about his relationships in the Two Rivers and the trauma that he's going through. And I think the scene that you just watched, as you guys said, like, really points out, like, he just always feels abandoned. So, like, that's why he left in the first season. It was very obvious that Egwene didn't like him. And then he just stayed away because he thought that they were better off without him. And this last scene, especially with what Min said, I think kind of reinforces that negative self-image that he has of himself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot to deal with. So, you know, he makes you feel for him. You're there and just like, your heart is breaking.
Absolutely.
Didn't say how good an actor he was yet.
No, I haven't heard it at all. So the entire time that I've been listening, I don't think anybody
they're
said
all
it.
so good. You know, it's but it's true. It's very, very true. Don't know if you're watching this, if you stuck out with us for 3 hours and 12 minutes, and you haven't heard us say how good you are, and how good everyone is. In all honesty, yeah, dude. And please, the physicality and the lock and stuff, like,
oh yeah,
so good. So okay, on to episode 7, and we can have probably a debate about this scene afterwards, because I remember when this first happened, people were like, did that happen? Did this happen? So let's kick it off and enjoy.
Welcome to Farm.
Who are you? How did I get here?
That's my little secret.
I'm sorry. Who in the name of light are you?
I won't lie. Expected you to be more impressive. Still, I love to be owed a favor.
Is this a dream?
Oh no, you're very much awake.
Okay. Kev, how much do you want to go first?
All right.
I should probably have download those photos so then we could. Give me a second.
While you do that, I'll give the disclaimers out now. So.
Oh wait, I'll put a banner on screen. Actually, let's do that.
And I'll explain the banner to you. We're not going to discuss book spoilers. However, what we are going to be discussing has the potential to bleed into full book spoilers. Now, we're going to be very careful about what we talk about to try to keep it to show stuff only. However, if you are spoiler averse and you haven't read all the books, what we are going to discuss is going to touch on potentially spoiler stuff. That it's one of those spoilers that you hate to see someone get. So like I know that some people are like, I can handle spoilers. This is one of those spoilers that where you might want to err on the side of caution. So we'll do something crazy. We'll change the banner. We'll change the banner at the bottom when we're done talking about it, so you can like mute us while we're talking about it. But I wouldn't even have this stream on for like the next, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. I just.
Yeah, like
I want to be very careful.
Watch kind of muted or something like that, folks. So there's a banner currently running. I guess for a moment, I'm just going to unticker it and then just put that up screen so you can see that, folks. We're currently going to be discussing topics that may lead accidentally into full book spoilers. So please watch at your own risk. I will keep that banner running on the screen for as long as we're having this discussion. When it stops, I will then put up another comment to be like, hey, if you wanted to step away for it, then you can now join us again. So ideally, I would say if you step away completely, that's totally fine. Just when you log back in, have it muted until you can find that banner again, and then unmute from there. If you want to stay on the stream but not hear the potential spoilers, mute yourself now and then look out for that banner to reappear, and you can then unmute and we'll be fine again. So I'll leave that. I'll put that on as a ticker now. That will be tickering until we are finished, and then I will get that next photo, kid, because I only had the first one to start with.
Perfect.
And you go for it. Start talking, and I will bring up the photos for you when you need them.
So the question, of course, that we want to discuss at this moment is who knocked out Matt, who gave him his first concussion of the show, presumably. And the day that this aired, I think I had done a bit of image, lightening, and I looked around for some comparisons because I had a suspicion, but I wasn't sure. And when I enhanced it, you could see, a bit of an edge of a graying beard, a white beard right on the edge of his chin. And the details of the cloak also looked relatively familiar to somebody else that we had seen. So you can show either just the cloaked person first. Yeah, so that's the person and that's at Brighton. So you can see the outline of their nose. You can see their lips between a gray mustache and a whiter beard. A cloak pulled over their head, obviously, on the back of a larger ensemble of a cloak as well. So that's the person who did the knocking out. So there are later scenes in this episode where we see the likely culprit, and I've
put that on after one.
Yeah, and I've tried to find an angle to best illustrate the comparison. So the angle isn't exact, obviously, but the shape of the beard is what I would expect. And the cloak, it's harder to see in this image, but if you go back and if you find a better still or you pause it at the right point, you can see it is the same outfit that Tomas is wearing. Down to you can see the inseam on the jeans, on the pants. Let
me see if I can pause at an appropriate moment.
And the reason why this is especially relevant to, because I feel like there was relatively recently a Collider or some kind of news media article that had made a post about who gave Varen the orders. Like that was relatively recently shared, and so and you can even see. Yep, there's the person right there.
No, you're seeing wisps of it. I mean, I'm not sure what he's being hit with here. Obviously, nope, that's not what I wanted it to do.
Yeah, there's certain frames. There's the cloak color is the same as the main cloak he wears over his outfit as well. Slightly darker in that case, but it's the same fabric as well. And then, so the question that was posed in that article was it mused about the idea of who gave Varen the orders, if she was careful about what she said, and this leads me to believe that the buck was transferred at this point from Leandrin following Ishamael's orders to we saw in the previous episode Leandrin following Lanfear's orders. And I believe that there may have been a trickle of information from that down from Leandrin passed to given orders to Varen/Tomas. So yeah. So there's enough there where I'm confident enough where there's no one else it could be, especially given we see him appear later and then actually
I guess 5 seconds ahead.
Not Maxim, but Yvonne tails
Mhm.
Tomas later as well, which they would only do if they were already kind of suspicious of him anyway. So I think that there's enough there where that him leaving could have been this scene. I'm not sure where it falls. Like it's slightly after Lan obviously picks up Rand when he walks away. So the timeline of it is a little bit choppy in terms of the edit. But when Tomas leaves, this could be that moment.
Well, he could have easily just clubbed Matt on the head, had a Forsaken travel him. So he doesn't even need to go to Falm, short of just dumping Matt through a gateway. So
so it's
I'm going to see if I can download the actual like full video there, so I can put it into just some like editing software, and then we can like go through like frame by frame sort of thing and see if we can mess around with.
Because that was that's the picture I got the day of, so it's possible we can get a better, clearer shot too.
Yeah,
but
we'll see what we can get. I think it's now. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Let me open up with it. So yeah, interesting. Dana says obviously that he was her top guess. I'm not sure that I actually put any effort into trying to guess who it was. I suppose would be the.
I think I was in the middle of a, what the fuck is this? Just a dream? Is this something else? I was very, and again, that does the show because it's such a quick scene, and then you jump to the next thing. It doesn't give you a lot of time to process. And in the scheme of things that are happening, especially with all the Rand stuff, Matt getting sent to Falm is kind of just like a, oh, okay, why? But also Rand. So I think like you guys have said before, this Matt focused show that we're doing today really gives us the chance to pause and think about like, oh shit, what really happened?
Yeah, that means that they were watching too. They were watching the Foregate to see if Matt left with Rand. They saw he didn't. They're like, all right, plan B.
Yeah, they need Matt there. They know they need Matt there.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so I have no idea how well this is going to work, but I have changed the video speed to 5% video speed. This could be interesting to see how this works. I don't know if the screen share is going to. It's definitely not going to have sound. Comment from Dana about the spoilers. Yeah, I would limit to the comments to. That's a good point, actually. I think, yeah, you're just going to have to limit that. For those of you who know me, or maybe one of the others, you could DM us and we could verbalize what your comment is. But yeah, try and keep the spoilers. Like, I don't think there's many who have probably ducked away, to be honest. But just in case, keep them to book.
Yeah, just be err on the side of caution. You can still share your point, but aim on the side of vagueness if you want.
Yeah, vagueness, and then if we can then be like, do you mean this? We can verbalize it. You can say yes or no, and then we can go from there. Yeah. That would probably be the easiest way to do it. So okay, let's see if I can. No, I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. So it's going to be that one. This will definitely not have sound, but that's fine because we don't need sound for it. But yeah, I've just got it in. Oh no, again, not quite right. Actually, what I want, because I've got an expanded view of it. So okay, I'm just gonna have to do entire screen. That's going to work as well. Here we go. So this is running at. I don't need the sound.
It's gonna sound weird.
Oh, you don't have the sound shared. I have the sound shared, so I can hear the sound myself. You don't need. That's fine. I'll just deal with that. You can't hear that, can you?
Nope.
No.
Good. That's fine. No, go away. I forgot I was sharing screen for a second. Then, right. I think I'm going to have to skip slightly ahead. So let me pull this off and see if I can skip to the exact right point that I'm trying to find. because that's going at 5 speed is not doing anything. Yeah, that would have taken us ages to get there. I'm scrolling so far ahead right now.
And I'm happy. I'm happy if it isn't. Like, it's not that I think that it has to be him, but it's an interesting conversation to have because it speaks to this moment that happens often in the books where we see dark friends get passed between Forsaken without kind of any they're not communicating with each other. They're commandeering groups of dark friends for their own purposes at different points in time. So there's not a unified dark friend news network kind of thing.
This is true. All right, so this is just playing at 5% speed. I can now not hear it because I unlinked the audio from it, so that it wasn't so much it was like this weird in my background. I really.
It looks like the pommel of a sword.
Oh yeah,
no, it's just his hand. Or no, he just slams him up against the side.
Yeah, but it did feel like he was holding something.
It looked like it at first, but maybe he just switched to an open palm.
I can do a little bit of scrolling here, which is helpful.
Well, and being a warder, he would be very effective with
true.
non-armed combat, being able to knock somebody clean out.
There's definitely something here.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if it's his hand or if there's something in his hand as well. Is that just his hand grabbing the back of his head to slam it, maybe?
No, there is. There was something where I was like, okay, that glittered in effect. There. Can you see that?
What is that?
That was like the pommel of a sword or something, I think.
It does look like something.
So, but anyway, let's see if I can scroll back to when he first. Oh, because I haven't.
It's just so dark, it's hard. And I think that's the fog of war. That's the intention. Is you're not really supposed to know who it is at this moment.
Yeah, so this is when he first appears. You're not really getting anything from that.
It almost gives Murdrawl kind of maybe that's what they were going for. Is they wanted
maybe that is what they're going for. Yeah, very possible. And then there's something very curved there. Like if you look that particular scene, that's I mean that could absolutely be a hand.
It's hard to say. Yeah,
anyway. It is hard, but right there looks like there's something. Unless he's wearing a ring that's just blurring in the image, which I kind of. Oh, now
he's something in the background.
Yeah, so his hand is
grabbing the back of his head and smashing his face.
Yeah. No, is this one hand?
I think it's something from the background.
Okay.
Yeah, keep it playing, and maybe we'll see it disappear or something.
That's definitely
something
in. It is in the background. Yeah, you saw as the light flickered back onto it. So yeah, okay. So he's just literally slammed him against. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, it's like a fancy bridle or something like that. Fair enough. Ruining my fun there with the slow.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Theory debunked.
That's okay. I'm used to my theories being debunked.
I will say it always impressed me when people like Donal just pick up on these things. They're like, "Oh, Tomas was totally my first thought." And it's like, how? How did you get that? Because I was just focused on the next scene. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah. Nice that Donal's actually done the stunt in this scene. Not that it's a heavy stunt, but good that he's actually been the actor in it. It's it lends the scene credibility, which I always love. So
yeah.
And this is now going to take forever to actually get back to the other guy. Do we need to do like a hand comparison? Is this what we need to compare hands?
Oh yeah, maybe that's what I got to do.
Like we compared
knuckle comparison.
Yeah, knuckle comparison and such maybe. So it could be interesting.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I just don't think we're going to get. So is this beard here? Is that what
that's
we're going
the beard?
For?
Yeah, you can see his lip between the beard and the graying of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder.
And the shape of the nose is kind of close enough that it was convincing enough to me. But
let me take a snapshot of this. I wonder what it can be. Yeah. Okay. And then
enhance.
Yeah. Let me take this off the screen while I try and figure out where it just saved that screenshot. Because I never remember what it does. I've done that in the past and be like, wait, where did that photo go? So we'll see if we can.
Well, yeah, and like if it is Tomas, I wonder if we're not going to get that reveal until significantly later, because that is such a big reveal in the books. The whole my dress is green, or whatever color. Yeah, like green, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
and like even on my rereads, I just have this anticipation of like, is this the moment? Is this the moment? And so, and then you go back and Varen in the book starts putting together all of the pieces. So, so when you're like, oh shit, like the first time reading it, it gives you a completely different perspective on the earlier books. So I wonder if that's what they're going to do here, is that they'll wait and hold that moment if it is in fact Tomas. That when the big reveal comes out, this will be included as one of those, and it's meant to be vague and confusing and complete fog of war.
Yep.
All right. So this is as good as I'm going to get just in the clip in general. Like I can mess around with like brightness and such. So obviously, I think contrast is the best.
I wonder how much the showrunners account for the tricksy things we're going to do and be like, we have to make this foolproof that they can't.
You can see probably a little bit more of the beard here now, and it looks like getting some light definition between cloak and stuff here. I don't know what camera's going to do. Oh, did that? Is that making... Let me see if I can zoom in on this. Not really sure how much that might be adding or taking away from things.
If I come up with a better comparison and I can like gray out, like I can fade one into the other.
Yeah.
I'll do. Well, and Tom, we know that the seals are still intact because Matt's in the room, so we know that they're not let out yet. So it's not a Forsaken. It's got to be
true.
Yeah.
So okay.
I think that's all that we need to cover.
Yeah. Son. So we'll let the folks back now. So let me go to the banners and take that down.
Come back.
If you stopped watching for fear of spoilers, it is now safe to return. But you can come back. We're good. I'll just leave that up for a hot second. So yeah, really, really interesting. I did not worry about that discussion. Like when people were like, who was it? I was just like, it'll be revealed at some point. I'm like Leia. I was like, next scene, just having fun with it.
Well, and it's such a quick little thing in these episodes. There's so much happening that you just really don't have the time to fully process of the big oh shit moments. Like Mat getting knocked out and sent to Falm is a big oh shit what just happened moment. And on the scale of top 10 things that happen in this episode, I don't think it even ranks in the top 10. Just because it is like there's so many crazy things. Yeah, it is. So like these episodes are jam-packed and amazing. And so who kidnapped Mat is not on anybody's radar of things to be discussing, because there's so much other things to discuss.
Also, I just love chat right now where they're creating space in live chat so that, people can, don't scroll up. Not that there were many, but good point. I like that. There are a lot of moments in here. And obviously, this is our first instance of what we assume is traveling.
Yes.
Which they're not revealing to us in the show, which was fun. And I think the way Mat acted about it was, like, it's funny that they wrote into him his dialogue that the first words he says are like, is this a dream? When it's Lanfear stood in front of him, like he as a character has no idea how much that relates and coincides with it being Lanfear, but us as viewers are being like, it's the chick who loves World of Dreams, and you're asking if you're in a dream because she's brought you in, and it works. There's some good sort of like book homage there, I think.
But she's wearing her real world pantsuits, not her crazy
and the long hair.
Yeah, the long hair. So once you start picking up on her context clues, you realize that it is actually Falm, and
it's
I think the one detail that like was my favorite one when I first realized it was there's a moment in the Dragon Reborn when he's in the room by himself and Lanfear comes in and she basically dresses him down the same way. Like, I thought you were going to be a lot more impressive. Barrelane does it to Mat too. There's all these powerful women that walk up, see Mat and say, all right, I don't see what the hype is. And then they walk away. And it's very funny that they kept that there with
and also, it's so true to what everybody else says to Mat throughout the TV show so far is like, I thought you'd be more impressive. Leandrin said it to him earlier. Egwene, the entire first season, is basically down on him the entire time. So
yeah, it's for me, it's really fun because when Jen was on earlier and she's like, oh yeah, like, you know, the cliche line is to be like, oh, I love what you've done with the place, and they've refreshed it and been like, wow, they pick a color and really go with it, don't they? This felt the same, you know, because it was absolutely, as soon as she started that, I thought she was gonna be like, oh, I thought you were taller, you know. I thought you'd be, that's the cliche line. It's just like, I thought you'd have more presence or something, she says, wasn't it? Or you know, in essence, she's saying, I thought you'd be taller, without saying I thought you'd be taller, and it felt you know, it's the right thing to say in that moment, but also they've said it in a fresh way, so it doesn't feel cliche and like I could have written that. So again, the writing, hanging out with Jen is just making me appreciate writing of shows in such a different way.
It's hard to be quippy without being Marvel quippy these days. They make it not Marvel quippy.
Yeah, so true. You know, and obviously that works for Marvel. So, you know, the temptation
absolutely does.
To recreate it is very much there, but that's the Marvel brand almost in a way. They've brought that in. You know, they've built that over the years. They've been making their movies. You know, you need something fresh for your own stuff. So yeah, I think, you know, using those cliche comments without actually using the cliche comment is a very clever touch.
And Robert Jordan set that up in the books as well. Like, each character had their cliches that always got thrown at them in one way or another. Even just the boys being like, oh, I wish Rand and Mat were here because they always know how to talk to girls, and the girls always thinking like, oh, the other girls just are so smart and confident. So like, there are those constant quips that people have thrown at them. I'm glad that the showrunners have taken that and modified it, but have those themes going.
It makes for a refreshing, I'm going to use that word a lot apparently, refreshing view. All right. Next up is one of Mat's on the longer end scenes. It's 2.5 minutes because we've technically broken some of the others up that have been like there was one that was nearly 5, but it was 2 scenes that just rolled back to back. So this is the infamous tea scene.
Or is this the sex or murder scene? Yeah, that one, the precursor scene?
Or it might be. Let me see how we titled it because I'm just looking at the initial image. We've titled it A Cup of Sleep.
Okay, so this should be the first one.
So this is the first one. This is his second of 4 in episode 7. And I remember this one having, you know, people reacting a lot to this one. It was really interesting. So I look forward to discussing this, but we'll pop it up on screen and we'll enjoy A Cup of Sleep.
So you're just going to walk in here and not say anything and just whistle? All right, fine.
Do you ever have trouble sleeping?
Sorry?
I do. I lie there thinking about all the people in the world. All of them hurting. Whole universe is collapsing from a shouted word. the stab of a dagger. So much pain.
Is this a sex thing or a murder thing? Because either way, I prefer you skip the talking.
Neither, actually. I have a gift for you. Humanity's forgotten so much since my time, but not all of it was technology. This tea shows you things. Lets you glimpse your past lives, all the people you used to be, 1,000 you, and through all of that, the real one, your soul. 15 minutes, then pour a cup for yourself. Only one.
And what makes you think I'll take anything that you give me?
I think you've always wanted to know who you really are, Matt. This, it'll show you. The first time I took this was the first time I ever slept through the night. "15 minutes, no more."
Oh, a lot to unpack in that scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun comments from chat. Firstly, Danelu picking up the stab of a
Yeah.
dagger. Yeah, I didn't really pick up on that the first time either. So yeah,
didn't.
I just caught that out myself. And
Same.
Ashikova just throwing in the last thing. Is she considered for a moment if he wanted it to be a sex thing? He really did, didn't he? Sort of looked at Matt like, no, I'm gonna stick to what we're here to do. You know?
It's almost like he's like, yeah, go.
Okay.
I was just saying he was like saying it was like he's tried to seduce all the different boys at different point, seduce to the shadow, of course, for one way or another, and it feels like this is the first time he gets to have fun with it, because Perrin resists him, Rand resists him. They don't give him any kind of back and forth or any kind of banter, and Matt's willing to play the game with him. He's like, all right,
yeah,
we can play.
I'm not gonna lie, I wonder if he had gone down the sexy route, if it would have made like Matt actually drink the tea easier. I'd be like, I just brewed it, so 15 minutes of fun time, a little bit of sexy fun time, and then drink this tea, and Matt wouldn't have necessarily fought it so much.
Let me show you how we did it 1,000 years ago. So
Right?
it's yeah, absolutely. I love, so Matt was, even in the books, has always been someone who's just like, people will be together and that's just how things go. I've always, I think we can all agree that Matt's always given off those sorts of vibes. And I love how sort of just easy and comfortable it is being shown in the TV show. Like in the first season, Barney did the same thing, when Dana's just like, oh, you're a pair. And he's like, I could do better. Like there was no like, oh, we're not, like, oh no, it was just like, well, we're actually just friends, but if I were, I could do better. Like, oh, not Barney, sorry, Rand delivers that. No show. But like it, it's still the vibe is, it's covered over from both seasons, and it continues to be delivered where he's just like, yeah, this is, people just having fun. Like, who cares? Like, what does it matter? So it's a great thing. But Max Silver, first time I ever slept tonight, makes me wonder if this is actually not a psychedelic but a sleeping tea, and the whole trip is actually Teleramrod's manipulations. I mean, that's possible. I do think the tea's a real thing, though. It is possible, but I'm on the tea's a real thing vibe. Where are we? Do you think tea's real?
I wonder if it's a combination of both. Like it's real, but it opens up access to maybe putting them in a dream shard or something like that, where if you don't have that dreaming capability, you'd either need to physically pull them in via a gateway, or or you wouldn't be able to do, or you'd have to rip them out of their dream.
Yeah. It could be. Sorry, Kev. What do you think? The tea is a real thing, or
it definitely induces hallucinations for sure. Whether those hallucinations are actually prophetic or like glimpses of past lives, I think he's lying when he says it lets you glimpse past lives, because I think that is a falsehood. I think it's similar enough because obviously it's an homage to the flickering sequence, and I think that what it really is it's showing different reality possibilities. I don't think it's showing him his past, but I think that's what Ashamel wants him to believe. It's showing him potential futures or potential paths that he has gone in other alternate reality versions of himself. So maybe he thinks he's finding the true version of himself in all that, which is the one in the life that he's in right now. But he's seeing all these different paths that different Mats took, and those are technically, the wrong paths, or they're not the paths that lead necessarily to the last battle being won. So it's almost like he's seeing the bad versions as opposed to here's who you always have been, and it's rather here's where you could be if you took the wrong turns. It's more of a cautionary, this could be you, not a this is you kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm leaning, only just now thinking about it and asking you two this question and seeing comments in chat. I think it might be a tea that lends itself to the properties that like the Stone Ring Torangorel has. So
I can see that,
you drink this tea and it allows you to go to Teleron Riyadh. And then Ishi is in there, or he's got Lanfear doing it or whatever. They're manipulating what he's seeing, and he's lied to him, saying like, "Hey, this is lets you see through your past and let me sleep for the night." When it doesn't, it's a psychedelic tea that also drops you in Teleron Riyadh. And those combinations give you, a pretty wild experience.
I think it's all valid.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're in the right ballpark. I don't think it actually shows you prophetic past lives. If it does, kudos to Ishi for telling the truth for once. I suppose even those that are chronic liars, the truth sometimes works perfectly for you. So,
well, and the reason Ishi's so good at lying is because he just changes small parts of the truth. So what he's saying is mostly the truth, but it's like 3 truths and a lie, or whatever that game is. So he's telling you 3 truths and a lie, and you have to figure out what the lie is. So maybe the lie is that it's your past lives, not your Flickerverse lives.
And watching this scene has also made me realize that pretty much for the entirety of this season, albeit a reasonable amount of time off screen, Mat has just gone from one prison to another prison to another prison. So he was imprisoned by Leandrin to begin with, by the Red Usher. For 5 months, we found out he gets free, or he thinks he's free, and finds out that he's just in a wider cage that's being controlled, via Min. And then he gets out of, he thinks he's getting out of that by, abandoning Rand. And then he literally just gets re-imprisoned again by the Forsaken instead. Like, he spends the entirety of this season being punished and pummeled and trapped and imprisoned, and just being told repeatedly and shown repeatedly, you're not worth it, you're shit. So it's a really, really rough season for Mat. Not to diminish anyone else who's also going through really, really rough things, because obviously Egwene has a really, really rough season too, in certain points. But yeah, like Mat's entire arc is that, whereas Egwene's arc is, in different points, not so bad. Mat is just, misled and trapped and imprisoned and just put through, mentally traumatic shit. So it's rough, but just the teasing. They like to tease him with things like, here's an open door. Go through it. I don't give a shit. Here's a tea. Don't leave it longer than 15 minutes. Here's a timer to tease you, because that's where you can focus on in this strange place where you don't know anyone and don't know where to go. And
it's funny because he is predictable. They're right. He is relatively predictable up until when he's not. But and he makes the right choice. But it is funny that he does play right into their hands, kind of in a way.
Don't touch the shiny thing.
But I mean, that's don't touch the shiny thing. That's a preamble to, and I'm going to keep it very vague here because I don't want to have the full discussion of it. But like what his task is at the end and how he behaves through that task. Predictable up to a point, and then he's not predictable, and that's how he plays that final task, isn't he? He's like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that because that's what they think should be happening, and then I reverse it on them instead. But it's it's like he's aware of it by that stage. He's not aware of it at this stage, type thing. So I think I kept that vague enough, right?
Yep, you're good.
Yep, good, sweet. Obviously Dana's coming in, doesn't think it shows any past lives, total lie. Royal Roof Mistress says he is a gambler. This is true. So this is just another gamble for him. It might show him the past, it might show him bullshit. So
true. Yeah. Great point.
Would you drink the tea?
Yeah.
Probably.
I had a feeling that if I asked you to this, you would say yes. I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'll drink the tea.
I'd like to say no, I'd be strong enough to say no, but also it's just like if it was Mimi, I don't know. But like all the shit that he's been through, it's another like, why the hell not? Like, what do I literally have to lose at this point? So my friends hate me and they've abandoned me.
Just to be very clear, like if you kidnap me in this current world and torture me mentally and then put me in and be like, hey, drink this tea, it'll show you shit. I ain't drinking the tea. You're gonna have to pour it down my throat. But if I was in Matt's world, in Matt's situation, in what being Matt, the gambler he is, I like to think my gambling side would, not that I'm a gambler at all, but the gambling side I do possess would be like, what? Screw it. If he was gonna kill me, he would have done it. He wouldn't brew me a tea to kill me. Like, what does he gain for our interaction right now? Nothing. So clearly what he gains is by me drinking the tea. And if I died from that, that does still gains him nothing. So I must be able to, my logic would say, the tea won't kill me. And I might learn something about Ishi in the process. I think we'll drink the tea.
Yeah.
Ashikova says yes.
Yeah.
This Capricorn would definitely not drink the tea. Lottie would drink the tea,
Especially having 15 minutes to think about it. I think I do exactly what he does in the next scene. Is like, no, yes. Okay, fuck it, do
it. Especially if you can't leave. And he's trapped in that room.
Yeah. He's got nowhere to go. So
and it's a good setup for them what Pat and Fane does for him later on instead.
Absolutely.
Which is again that great coming and going and falling back of things. There we go. Dana agreeing. She's not doing all of this for nothing. He's not brought him here, gone through this, told him about shit, brewed a tea for him to drink the tea and die. Like what a waste of resources. So yeah.
But Mac doesn't necessarily know that. So he doesn't even know who Ishi is. Like it's just this weird guy who is this a sex thing or a murder thing?
Weird Ishi dude,
Yeah. So like there's this guy who's not talking, so whittling away.
Yeah. The whittling is a fun touch because if you actually look at how Ferris is doing it, there's no whistling at all.
He's just like scraping at
it's just a rubbing motion. There's no actual bark or whatever coming off it. I was just like, you must have pre-whittled into that cup or that pot because there's nothing in there right now. You're not adding anything to it. So shall we watch the next scene of him going through that choice and being like yes no yeah let's do that. I love the way you did it. You're like, yes, no, fuck it, yes.
That's what he does.
It is what he does.
I feel like that's exactly what I would do.
I mean, as soon as he pours up, it's going to be he's drinking it. Because if you weren't going to drink it, you would wait longer and then be like, well, now I can't drink it because he warned me no more than 15 minutes. So...
No, fucking do it.
What a load of shit. Stop! Just like him.
A really bad trip.
Oh, that is, yeah. Just
That's a really, really, really bad trip right there.
yeah. On a fun side note. Sorry, cat's just being silly. On a fun side note, Juliet said she had a lot of fun filming that scene.
I was wondering.
It
if
was
you
so
should
weird,
talk
but it was a
about
lot of fun. She didn't tell me details, and it was obviously after the show came out. I was just like, that was hilarious. She's like, yeah, it was quite interesting film. Before we get too much in detail on that scene, hopefully she caught enough of it to be able to add to it. But we can watch it again. BB, please welcome your ambulance seat from the study itself, the wonderful Jess.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good. You're looking fabulous.
Thanks.
As always.
Did
I
you
put a
catch
face
that?
on.
You put a face on. Nice. Did you catch that scene?
I caught some of it, yes.
Some of it. It's the trippy tea scene. I think you figured out.
Love the trippy tea scene.
Yes. We had a debate just before you came on about the tea. Do you think the tea actually shows you past lives? Is it just a hallucinogenic tea? Is it a tea potentially that gets you into teleremriads so you can be messed with? Like, where do you fall on the tea spectrum?
I haven't given it a whole lot of thought. I guess I just kind of figured it was your run of the mill hallucinogen, and Ishi being Ishi can just sort of like control what happens, but I kind of like the idea of it like being you got a little bit of Girardelli ASMR here. I kind of like the idea of it being like not like in the same vein as like fork root, where it does something really specific like that, or it like sends you to tell
We were
around
thinking
your
like
that's cool.
Yeah, like a non-channeler version of the stone ring type thing. Yeah, drink this tea and you go. But Ishi's there and just being like, Also, people are loving your neon, by the way. Murphy's like every time he sees you.
Amazon.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Got on Amazon, baby.
So, yeah, that is.
You get everything on Amazon.
That scene is. Oh, also, would you have drunk the tea, Jess? That was the other question we asked each other. Left in that situation, trapped like he is. Ishi leaves you, says 15 minutes, no more than drink 1 cup. Are you going to drink it?
Probably not. Just to be contrary. Be like, you're not my fucking dad. No. I'm not drinking your stank ass tea.
You're in company with tea drinkers, just so you know.
We would have all done the bad trip.
Yeah, I think I would have done it, yeah.
Yeah, we all admitted that we'd probably do it. So, but yeah, that's a rough trip. We see a lot of foreshadowing in it, which I don't know. How do we like, not like? What do we think? Let's play it slowly so we can check it out. But yeah, in the mirror we get to see Mat getting hung there.
Mm-hmm.
Mat drowning someone. I'm not sure who he's meant to be drowning.
It's interesting because it's not Mat at first, but then it turns into Mat because that's not Mat. But you can tell because the when they show the angle of it at a different point, they show it's Donal in a later shot, but that first shot for whatever reason it's a different person at first. And I remember obsessing over that when it first came out.
Oh
they
yeah,
switch.
it definitely is Donal.
The clothes are completely different.
But that's not Donal.
It's not Donal, but
No,
then it
that's a
becomes
different-
Donal.
So those must all be past lives, right?
Right. Yeah.
Presuming if following Ishi's being even remotely truthful, but it turns into Mat. And it is
Oh,
interesting
yeah.
because, yep, now it is. And I wonder if, like, I can't imagine, I don't remember a scene where Mat drowns somebody, but there is a pretty pivotal moment in his story where he stabs a woman who
Yes.
is trying to kill him. So it's
He
it's
does, as
foreshadowing
a
for that for
child,
sure, but
save somebody from drowning.
oh,
But he doesn't drown anybody.
yeah.
But
The
if
only
I've
thing to do with a bucket of water that came to my mind was when him and Rand were in that stable, and
Mhm.
they narrowly
Oh,
avoid
yeah.
getting hit by that dagger. Like, that gets thrown into the bucket of water and just hisses, and they were like, "God damn, what if that hit us?"
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the only time I can think of a specific someone might have died moment or close to it that
Mhm.
involved a bucket of water somewhere. So it's but I hadn't picked up how they were all. I thought it was just that first one that was drowning that wasn't Mat to start with, and then I didn't pick up
I've
that
got so many
actually.
screenshots of this sequence when it came out because I never even made a post about it because I couldn't quite find the answers to piece it all together. But
Yeah,
it's pretty
Wait,
fascinating what all the
him
details.
hanging is always him hanging, right?
it's
Oh yeah,
always
it's
him
always
hanging.
him hanging. Yeah.
Okay. So that's
Which kind of,
possible
I mean,
foretelling.
to the average show watcher, are they going to be like, well, it's always well, I mean, are they going to pick up that it wasn't Mat to start with, Donal to start with, and then it's Donal, you know, as you relook back at the dunking and the stabbing. But if you look at it like this, you see, okay, it's not Donal, then it is Donal. It's not Donal, then it is Donal. Past lives.
Yeah.
This is Donal the entire time hanging. Current life.
So that's this life.
Yeah.
So
when Ishi says you
telling
see
the
the true
future?
self, yeah.
Like, I don't think an average show watcher is going to pick that up. I think they're just going to be like, oh, he got hung in a life because he was a bad person, you know, because you don't hang innocent. Well, hopefully you don't hang innocent people. I'm sure innocent people have been hung over the years.
When I first saw this too, I thought that was Podden Fane drowning Mat. I couldn't find a shot that
Yeah.
made me convinced of it, but it does look like
Ash
Podden Fane.
thought that as well. Lottie's asking, is it potentially a Egwene he was strangling? There?
no, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
And anyway, it wouldn't be Egwene because that's not Donal. That's somebody else. And I think that he's breaking her neck, actually. Not that it matters. He done killed her.
And then he has a dagger in his hand, though, because he stabs her in the back. Oh, Hadnan Kadir did drown his sister. You're right, actually.
Yeah, so maybe that's just where that influence came from, because
an homage,
yeah, Hadnan is obviously in this current time. So yeah, just super trippy. I think overall, I don't mind this as a homage to Flicker. It'd be nice if we actually got a Flicker scene of some kind when, you know, if they bring the stones in, which I doubt they will at this stage.
Unless Waygates are also portal stones. That's the only way I could see them saying, "Oh, they
Yes.
also work like this." That's the only
Oh,
way.
if you channeled into them. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's the only way I could see it working a little bit differently.
Channeling into them, because I mean they're essentially doing what portal stones do for the most part. There's just a connector. Huh.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
So, and then the whole bit at the end where it's like it's him, it's his mom, it's him, just, and the voice overlapping and stuff was very
That was so good. Such good editing.
Very nicely done.
And one of my favorite reaction memes is the crying and then the screaming Donal. I love that.
Oh yeah, the two Donals crying and screaming at each other there was a lot of reactions going on around that, which was just brilliant to see. We'll leave it there. But even Juliet in this with him is, you know, giving epic, just, you know, reactions. It's like she's on the trip with him type thing, you know. Look at that, you know. That feels like he's laughing, and then you know, then it's almost like it feels like, you know, it was him screaming. You know,
his mouth gets so big there.
He has a big mouth.
It's almost cartoon big.
It's very, I think that's why it was so memeable, to be honest.
So good.
But yeah, such a bad trip. What do you think a show only watcher is going to take anything more than Mat is at least in his heart of hearts, a bad person, like he thinks of himself. Like, are they going to take anything away from this other than, well, Matt's had shitty past lives, or she's made him see shitty past lives? Like, are they going to think anything more of it?
It feels like it's a reaffirmation of everything that has been told to us about Matt by the antagonist at this point. Like, everyone that tells him all season, you're nothing, you're pathetic, you're worthless, and this is just him reaffirming that right on the brink of turning. Kind of like, this is like, he's so close to the edge at this point that, you know, it literally probably was like a coin flip. Not for the metaphor to be completely on the nose, but
well, and I think that you're absolutely right there. And so I feel like if the viewer is discerning, they will note that in spite of the fact that he was just inundated with all of this shit showing that he's a bad person and has apparently always been a bad person, even though we have no context into any of the stuff that's been happening here. You know, the fact that he saw all of that, like, I'm already a piece of shit, so why not just turn to the dark side, right? But he didn't. And I think that a discerning viewer is going to look at that and it's going to register and they're going to say, okay, so he actually is a person at least of sort of like stout character and probably actually isn't a terrible person, because if he were, he probably would have turned to the shadow, right? But he didn't. He had the fortitude to withstand that sort of barrage of terribleness.
I think they'll also pick up on the fact that Ishi is the father of lies, and that is the genesis of these visions, is some sort of dream quest given from this nefarious person. So whether I think the few first time show only people that I've talked to basically said that they're like, we just don't trust what was given to him. So we don't trust that was part of Matt. Whether or not that is all the people, you know, that are show only. But I just love to say the show only people that watch this stuff just astound me, because they pick up on so many details that I don't know that I would have.
There are people who pick up on shit that I didn't pick up on, and they didn't read the books or anything. And I'm like,
yeah,
fuck off.
Yeah.
Like,
Who is it?
What the hell?
Who is it that's always on with Lesbian Nerdy for the costumes? Pez.
Yeah.
Making predictions based on what they're wearing. It's like,
I really need to watch those videos, because as a person who loves costuming, like, I need to know the things that she knows. I need to know them. I do.
Yeah, it is interesting how much people pick up, and they are, as you say, I reckon on an individual basis, I think it's fair to say they're not going to believe what Ishi is pushing onto Matt. I think it's very easy for Matt in his current position to believe what's being given to him.
Yes, because again, he doesn't know it's Ishmael.
Yeah. Well, even if he did, I think he would still be
himself,
yeah,
right? Because we had that whole thing set up in the first season where, like, he comes from a family of terrible people. His parents suck, right? Yeah. And despite the fact that they've lived there their entire lives and people know him, there's still a stigma attached to him because his dad and his mom are both drunks and, like, not upstanding members of society. So he already has ingrained, probably from childhood, the fact that he is less than. He is not a good person.
Yeah.
You know, because he does not yet understand that where you come from does not determine the quality of your character. So, like,
it's so much easier to believe the lies when you know are in that situation, when the voice is in control, when you're in that negative spiral, when you're in situations that reinforce the negativity. It's then well, the lies must be true. You know, and they probably even say that actual thing yourself. You probably say, like, those lies must be true. You actually say those words. I imagine some people have said that.
Bias
those lies must
confirmation.
be true. Yeah, bias confirmation. And it's got to be so rough. And then the way, obviously, we find out he ends the season is just like, yes, good on you, buddy. So, but yeah,
good on you, buddy.
Yeah. Well, you know, we have a minute left of episode 7.
Right. I'm gonna pop out at this moment because I do have one more errand I have to run.
No worries.
Before we will finish. So, but I'll see y'all in like 40-ish minutes.
If we're
I'll
still
DM you about the D&D thing. I'm so sorry. I've
we'll
been in a
talk later.
hole.
We'll talk later.
I love you. Bye.
BRB.
Okay. Bye. Yeah. So let's round out episode 7, and then we can do his big final episode 8.
Hush. Hush now. Hush.
I don't. Just like him.
You see it now, don't you? We keep living these lives, trying again and again. But for what? The wheel turns, and people are hurt. It's a simple fact. And even with the freedom of death, we just come back again and again. And all I want is just to close my eyes one day and never have to open them again.
Okay. Before we talk about that scene and that one word that Matt has that's really pivotal to, I think, his arc at the moment, can we talk about how there's a cheek stroking discussion going on in chat?
Okay, first of all, I'm not the first person who brought it up.
No, Dana Lou brought it up. Is she stroking cheeks? And then Lolly's like, she has a thing about stroking cheeks. And then Jess came back in with he can stroke my cheeks. Fair.
Okay, look, Ferris is hot, and I will not apologize for saying it.
No, you do not need to apologize
wrong.
for that. He's a very attractive man. This is totally valid and totally fair. And even if he wasn't attractive to us, everyone's attractive to someone. So, no, we're not going to yuck anyone's yums in that respect. But yeah, I just loved how, as this very serious moment with Ishii and Matt was on the go in chat, there's a stroking cheek conversation.
The WoT fandom can get horny for anything.
Yeah. So if you were watching and you weren't looking at live chat, you saw me laugh at a certain moment. It's not because of what was on screen. It was because of
you
chat.
saw the one tear drip down his face
it.
and you start laughing at him. You're
Yes.
laughing at the single tear rolling
Ha
down.
ha ha ha, Matt. But yeah, it's mostly an issue scene there, kind of, except for the very end, where I think you can have like a moment of doubt, because Matt goes, "How?" And in that moment, I'm sure some people were just like, "Oh shit, they got him,"
which I'm sure was the intention.
Oh yeah,
but I think what I think is really important about this scene is like the way Ishii reiterates how much he fucking hates being alive. He hates coming back. He just wants oblivion, and he wants to bring everybody with him. Like, it isn't enough just for him. Like, he wants other people to want that too. Like, misery loves company, and this man is recruiting. Like,
he's recruiting hard. You know?
It's
He's
scary too
because
because the only reason why, like not to say the only reason, but a huge reason why Matt obviously doesn't turn is because the plan changes and Lanfear betrays Ishii and brings Rand faster than expected. Matt was meant to be there for a long time where Ishii was slowly whittling him down, and that was the first step. Like, he was in like this highly suggestible state of mind, almost like after being hypnotized, and is just being brought into the fold. But then they have to accelerate the timetable. They need to tempt Matt with a dagger, and that's kind of what screws them over, is because like if they had kept this slow roll approach, they probably could have gotten him, and that's pretty scary as far as the timing of it is concerned.
Yeah, it's like a weird combination of psychedelic reprogramming and what's the Stockholm syndrome, where you feel sympathy for your captors. Like he's trying to like get Matt on his side in that respect, but also he's like trying to reprogram in the way he thinks by using psychedelics on him. and things of that nature. So it's like an interesting crossover between the two. And like you say, I hadn't picked up on the speed being what caused them to fail in that request or that desire to get Matt on the dark side.
That's a really good looking out on that one.
Yeah, I hadn't picked up on that. So, is this, again, full book spoilers, but is this maybe not full book spoilers, actually, because I feel like she reveals this to Rand a little bit earlier than very late in the books. But, she tries to tempt Rand at some point to be like, hey, we could be in charge. We could win and be in charge of everything. And, we don't have to be, vanquish every bad thing or let every bad thing win type thing. Is this like a very, very subtle, you already notice if you really granular analyze it, Lanthir being like, hey, if Ishii gets Matt, I can't win. Like,
I think so. I think so. I think this is 100% Lanthir taking control of the narrative from this point on. Like, this is her thwarting Ishamael's plans because he trusted her enough to bring her in the fold. And even if he knew that the risk was of the betrayal, he knew he had to do it with her. And I think that's his undoing, unfortunately. Like, it's just, she takes control from the moment. Like, she thinks that the moment she thinks that there's a chance that Rand actually loves her, that's when I think her plan changes from, we need to, I need to figure out the way that I can win, to let's rule together. Like, I think she believed, like, when Rand was like, when he said that, he did say, I love you, basically. And I think that's when her plans shifts from, I'm working with Ishamael, to, I need to figure out how I can set that up so me and Rand can end up on top with nobody else, kind of thing.
With like no dark one in the picture either type thing. I think it's and it's only again, said it earlier, I'll say it again, I'm sure I'll say it again in other watches like this. It's only when you see the singular POVs that you get into this stuff like this and you realize that this is happening. So, but yeah, all right. So that is 7 episodes down of the not many episodes that Matt gets. Sadly, bless him. So you have now watched just a fraction shy of 35 minutes of his 51. He gets another 16 minutes in this, in episode 8. 40% of his scenes are in episode 8 from the entire season, and 32% of his screen time is in episode 8 from the entire season. It's mad how unbalanced it is. But we are going to kick it off with some dagger talk. And that feels like a really dangerous talk show. I feel like that should be
it's a spin-off of Freefall Talk.
Either like that should be like Dagger Talk. Should be like if Freefall Talk did like TikToks.
Yeah.
Welcome to Dagger Talk.
I'd love that.
And it would all of us sat there just like with our daggers, just being like, so the other day I was thinking this, TikTok goes, why are you wielding weapons? I'm like, it's not. It's a
instantly demonetized.
So,
do you know what a dagger is?
Yeah, come on. So, but yeah, on to episode 8. And let's see what's stop. It's just automatic play is killing me. Let's kick it off. Enjoy Dagger Talk.
Mat Cauthon, my best and poorest customer. Pardon, Finn. What are you doing here?
Dum dum dum. I almost feel like we could skip straight to the next one, to be honest.
My best and poorest customer.
Yeah.
Sidebar.
Yes.
We need more Padden Fane. I need more of that character in my life. He's amazing. Every single time he's on screen, he's just chef's kiss, and we need more of it. Like, he is criminally underutilized so far.
Criminally. He would be like in that White Cloak camp next season. He better be in that camp.
He's got to be. Padden Fane era win.
Come on.
Padden Fane riot.
He's
Can't
not
do
going to
it.
get any stronger in the narrative than he is at this point, Rafe. We need Mat Finn. He only gets weaker from this point on.
Look, even if you off him at the end of season 3, just to be done with it, that's fine. But just like
that's fine.
Let the man cook. What's the actor's name? Johan
Myers. Yeah.
Yeah.
God,
let
he's
Johan
so
let him cook.
unsettling.
I know. He's fantastic.
I have a theory about Padan Thane that I have been noodling for quite some time. The long and short of it is, because I don't want to I want to work on a little bit more before I actually kind of here's my theory. But I think he is, because in the books he's kind of like he's a bad guy for everyone. Like, he causes everyone a lot of problems, and obviously that's currently at this stage not really evidence. Like, he seems to be like an Ishi, apprentice. But I think he is going to be, he's heavily an antagonist for Mat, which obviously we're seeing particularly right this very second, and we have seen. But I think they're going to set him up. The long and short of it is as more of an antagonist for all the boys, and I think in season 3 is when he becomes that for Perrin. And that's as far as I'm going to go with that, because I want to work it out. But yeah, I think he is being set up as not the misdirection or anything like that, but I think he is being used lightly for particular reasons, and it's going to pay off long term. That's what I think. So
please,
I mean, I could be wrong. I'm usually wrong with my theories. So, but yeah. But yeah, he is great. There's never a moment where he's on the show where it's just like, well, this is boring. This is a waste. There's intrigue, there's interest, there's excellent acting. Seriously, just another actor that just does so much with his face and his body language.
He turns on a dime, like in an insane way. Like, he'll be jovial and then cold murderer in his face, and it's on a pin drop kind of thing.
And I think that's a beautiful compliment for how Donal acts, because Donal was also a very physical actor, but he blurs between things, like his is like entire like face and body, whereas Johan Myers is there just like the face, you don't expect it, and you're just like, oh, it's two different ways of being a physically dynamic actor, but it works so well when the two of them are interacting. And just like in the scene right here, but also the lines he delivers, like, oh, my bestest and poorest customer. Like, bestest is not a word, but it works coming from him. You believe it's a word coming from him, and Matt's reaction, like, is great. Yeah. How did he not yell, where did you get that? It's great. It has a sheath now. Did you notice? Like,
it's got a little dagger sheath.
Yeah, a little dagger sheath. I did not see that before.
When Mat opens it up, he even pulls it apart. Like, when he first finds it, it is in a sheath, and he you can see there's that shot of him unsheathing it.
I just didn't remember that properly then from season 1. So my bad.
We see it unsheathed more often than not. Yeah, we see it mostly unsheathed. So
yeah, that's fair. I for some reason I just thought he found it like that. But yes, now I do. Yeah, do remember that shot. Okay, fair enough.
Time for a rewatch. Time for a
rewatch. Yeah.
That's a Rob.
That's a Rob rewatch.
That's a Rob rewatch.
A Rob
rewatch.
A Rob watch.
A Rob we watch.
A Rob rewatch. Yeah, there we go.
Rob we watch.
Yeah, let's roll into the next scene there, because obviously there's not much you can take away from aside from glowing over Thane. It's we need a bit more Mat to add to this. We'll just watch this and then we'll talk about it together, I think.
What makes you think that I'm stupid enough to touch it again?
I know you went back to the tower to find it. You abandoned your friends for it. No point lying to me, but I can see the shadow in you. We all can. But to see the darkest parts of yourself, to accept them, to embrace them, well, that's real strength, man.
pretend they don't exist like some hero from a Gleeman's tale. You both know that's not you. I'm not going to touch it. I think you will. Left long enough alone in this room with just your thoughts and that dagger. You deserve it, man.
Oh, I love the whistle. His whistle.
It's
iconic. It's iconic.
Yeah, that's honestly the first thing I was going to talk about, and it's one of the first
Like-
comments that just popped up in chat. The whistling is so creepy.
The perfect leitmotif.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to point out the difference in Matt in this scene to other times when he's had that internal negative narrative thrown at him. Because that's been a big thing, like Kev raised it at the very beginning, Jess, that a lot of these scenes with Matt's, because we get internal monologue obviously in the books, and it's, you know, how do you get that, you know, short of the voiceover shot, which doesn't work. How do you get that shown on screen when you can't do internal monologues? And a lot of Matt's interactions are people voicing his internal monologues at him and then him reacting to it. In this scene, he felt defiant when he hasn't previously. You know, he was still struggling, but he wasn't there just being like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you know, I'm this, I'm that. You know, he was there like, I'm struggling, but you're wrong. I'm not that, you know, or that's not the dominant part of me, at least, you know, but that's how it felt to me.
I think because if there's one thing that we know about Mat Cauthon is that he's a stubborn bastard. They all are, right? So I feel like he's stubborn and he doesn't like people manipulating him. And he can pick up on it. At least book Matt. And I see no reason why they wouldn't incorporate that into show Matt. So he's stubborn. He's not an idiot. He doesn't like to be manipulated. And he can tell when people are doing it. And so my theory here is after all of that bull crap that happened with Ishii, he's like, that man is trying to play me. And I might think that I'm a piece of shit, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to do what he wants me to do. He can kiss my butt.
Yeah.
And so with all, and I don't even know that it necessarily, like, it isn't even that he had this like huge epiphany that actually he's not a terrible person or something. I don't think that that happened. What I think it is that he's stubborn and he's contrary and he's like, you're not my dad. Fuck you. I'm not doing it. I'm not playing your games. You're trying to manipulate me into doing it, and I'm not going to do it. So kiss my butt, not happening.
Fair. My instant reaction to that was, but we've just watched him with the tea. But then as you carried on, something else occurred to me. He knows what it's like to pick up the dagger. He's been through that. He's experienced it. He knows what it took to get him away from the dagger. He didn't know what would happen with the tea. The tea was a new experience. So maybe it's like, fool me once, fine. Fool me twice, fuck off. You know, you're not getting me a second time. I can see it. I do learn from that first time if I get it wrong that first time.
It's like, I can see right straight through this shit. And I feel like maybe Ishii's whole monologue about how much he just wants to fucking die, like, I think that might have been his undoing, because that gave Matt some time to think. And then he left him in that room alone to think and connect those dots that this isn't about me. This is about this guy's weird, messed up agenda where, like, he needs therapy.
Yeah. You know, and also
men would literally rather end the world than go to therapy.
Yeah, that's a lot of times that's true, sadly. But like you're saying how Lanthir has sped things up and that's pressured them to like get the dagger out. Like if they'd had more time to continue working on him and being like, come to the dark side, and that slow manipulation through, whatever use they're going for, get a little bit of Stockholm syndrome on the go almost, and the other things we talked about. Then when they present him with the dagger, he's more open to it. This is too soon. You could see it straight away. He's defiant about it. He's like,
and that's the thing, is that like, if he's clocking the fact that they're trying to manipulate him and he's not having it, given enough time where they have him alone, they have him isolated, they're working on him, like you said, constantly over a period of time, even the most defiant person can break eventually. But they messed up because they took the next step too fast. They thought they had him.
Yep. It's too direct. Like that, like all the manipulation that has worked on him has been indirect, letting him come to conclusions, letting him make decisions that they expect him to make because they've set him up to that. They played the long game with him, but now like this is too direct, and it like you said, Jess, it flares up that defiance. Like it's too directive an order to say, pick up this dagger. Like it's such a different approach than having him whittling away on the inside of his cell to get to the other side, to talk to the person, to eventually escape with that. Like that's a long thread of manipulation that he now knows was manipulation, and now he's probably more like on the edge, looking out for people trying to push him. And then this is way too direct, and he's just like, no, like this is a complete misstep in that regard. Like they've just they did know him, and they were playing to him perfectly until this point, which is.
Dan Lou's raised up.
Oh, sorry.
No, carry on, Jess, and then we'll.
No, I was going to say, as someone whose knee-jerk reaction to anyone giving me a direct order is to dig my heels in and say no. Like completely irrational. Do this thing. Nope, not going to do it. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Completely irrational. There's no reason for me to do it. But as somebody who is like that, I 100% understand his mindset here.
Yeah.
No, just because you told me to. If you just left it there, I might have done it. But now I know you want me to, and I'm not gonna.
Or if you'd asked, would you please, But yeah, if you told me you should do this. This is just how it's going to be. Do it. You'd be like, that's a no. I'm a very similar person with that, Jess, so I understand that as well. Dana brings in also a great point here as well. There's no sympathetic feeling between Mat and Thane, as you get with Mat and Ishi. Ishi's, he's like, I'm not doing it just because you want me to, like we've just said. But Ishi shared some of himself with Mat. He's in a way, the father of lies has opened up to Mat, and shared some of who he is, quote. And so there is that builds, whether you want it to or not, that builds connection. When you share yourself with someone, you automatically build a connection with someone. How strong that is, how long it lasts,
tactic.
It's a classic manipulation technique.
I have been
honesty or lies,
I have been deep in anti-MLM content on YouTube lately, like Mary Kay and stuff like that. And that's one of the things that they use to manipulate you into these commercial cults, is trying to connect with you on a personal level. Classic manipulation.
Yeah.
Which obviously doesn't mean that every time somebody tries to connect with you that's what's happening, but it is a well-known tactic.
It is a well-known tactic. Absolutely true. Whereas his only experiences with Thane, as Dana goes to add into the chat, is he's just been a piece of shit to him. It's been terrible interactions. He's been horrible to him. It's all negative stuff. And so,
well, and at this point, does Mat know that Fane? Does Mat know that Fane was the one who did the
Trollocs in?
Did the Trollocs get let?
No,
into
because he wasn't there. Matt wasn't there, so he doesn't know that Fane was the reason they came to Tarball, to Rivers. Yeah,
okay, so he just has a general bad taste in his mouth.
He just has general bad taste, and also, I mean, if you think about it, you haven't seen Fane since episode 1. So got a year minimum. It was a 5 months in the cell, 6 months journey to Tarvalon and stuff. Like, yeah, could be at least a year since he's seen Thane. Thane turns up in Forsaken's mansion in Farm. Like,
with
the dagger. Like, if nothing sets off your alarm bells after that, you're stupid. You know, like you deserve. You just drop yourself somewhere and just be like, yeah, okay, 3-use idiot right here. What do you need doing? Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'll just.
And Matt might be dumb, but he's not stupid. He's dumb, but he's
Yeah.
not stupid.
It's like my dog Gus. He's kind of a himbo, but he's not an idiot. Like he's smart. He's just, barks at inanimate objects for no reason.
Yeah,
exactly.
There we go. This is the thing. So yeah, it's like they should have eased Ishii. Ishii should have eased like Thane into the situation. Again, time constraints. Time is your time is your worst enemy, folks. That is the one resource you can never recreate, and it's your biggest enemy when you need it. So they needed extra time here, and they did not have it. It's almost like it's just a wheel and it keeps turning.
Everybody say thank you, Landfear. Thanks, Landfear.
Thanks, Landfear.
Love you, Landfear. You're hot.
Don't love the headdress, but I love the rest of it. It just Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're not in the Landfear shout. And as you said in chat, Jess, Thane does not have time for subtle manipulation. Because manipulation is a very subtle art. So it's I'm not surprised that he said no to the dagger. Spoilers for the rest of the episode, folks. Okay, now we are on. What are we up to now? This is scene 3 of 8 in episode 8. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. Apologize. Yeah, this is a couple minutes long. This one. That's a great point, Lottie. Yeah, I wonder how much of these scenes ended up on the cutting room floor. We need like some form of a director's cut. Like they need to do special edition DVD. I know DVDs are kind of like
I would pay real money.
Yeah.
Give me this show on physical media. I would pay an obscene amount of money for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Especially if it included special features. If
Yes.
they had a director's cut.
Mm-hmm. Or even just director's commentary.
Fucking cast commentary. Inject that shit into my veins.
Here we go, Amazon. Here's my pitch. I have not just the extended Lord of the Rings movies. I have the ultra, because there's 2 versions of the extended ones.
Mhm.
There's the extended ones, and then there's the extended ones where you're just like, you're a fucking nut for it. I have it's over 12 hours long. These 3 movies over 12 hours.
I've watched them all in one go.
Those are the ones that look like books, right?
Yeah, they look like books.
Those are the ones that I have too.
The DVDs come on like 4 discs and stuff, because it's like 2 discs of extras and shit. Yeah.
For a long time, the cast commentary for Fellowship was like my comfort / like entertainment listening while I was sewing and shit like that. Yeah.
There we go. Like a lot of people in chat saying they have it. You have it. The people in chat saying have it. I've watched the full movies, and then I've watched them multiple times with the different types of commentary. Amazon, I would do that for Wheel of Time. I don't care. Give me a 16-hour long season 1 with all the extra random scenes and bullshit you cut from it, with 10 different groups of people talking over it 10 different times, and I would just watch it and watch it and watch it and watch it and watch it. Or make that a subscription service on Prime, and I would pay for that subscription, and I would watch it and watch it and watch it and watch it.
You know what? I would pay for that too, but
just put it somewhere.
This is one of those things that like I really wish / hope that at some point we'll be able to get it on physical media, because this is something that I want to treasure.
Yes.
Like I want to eventually, sometime in my lifetime, it will be taken off of streaming services. I want to still be able to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that is precious to me. Shows that I really like. I don't get a ton of stuff on DVD, but shows that I really like, I have gotten them on DVD.
Mm-hmm.
Like, please, my Gen X heart is begging for physical media.
Yes.
Please,
Amazon. Okay.
please.
Now we've done that beg. By the way, Donal, if you're still watching, thanks for hanging out for over 4.5 hours, dude.
You're the best.
Yeah, we love
know
you.
It's getting late.
It is getting late. You're watching this, and I feel free to, if you haven't already, feel free to break it up into chunks. But to be honest, if you've gotten this far and there's only 5 scenes left, you may as well just stick it out for the last.
You might as well hang for the rest.
Yeah, you might as well just hang for it, dude. Sorry, I have to manifest that they watch things like this for us.
A little bit.
It's good. It's good fun. Okay, so this is the next scene in episode 8. It's 2 minutes long, and it is It is Matt's wish.com Ashendari. So I love how we've named some of these things. It's great. Paul, I mean, Wish obviously has a place and is a successful business, but my God, does it have a brand unintentionally or what?
I mean, there's a reason that shit's so cheap.
Yeah, we use Sony on hospitality. If you don't know, it will know what blue roll is, but if you don't, it's like paper towel on huge giant rolls like you would have at home, but it's like industrial versions and it's blue. And typically
people have those in motor mechanical shops too. My dad always
there we go, absolutely. And typically it's a 2-ply thing. It's a good good cleaning up product type thing for spills and wipes and obviously for sanitizing purposes in kitchens. You can buy 1-ply versions which are terrible and you end up using more than twice as much. It's a pointless purchase. Unfortunately, at my workplace recently, we were required, we just through lack of options had to get the 1-ply rolls for a while.
Oh no.
And they're just absolutely disastrous. They just break to pieces. And I just kept being like to my boss, like, when do we get the Wish rolls out of here and get the real blue roll back in? And they're like, what? I was like, this is the Wish version of blue roll, dude. We need the real shit. So yeah, this is the wish.com Ashendari scene, which I know a lot of people didn't like, but it's the Wish version is just killing me now. I'm going to enjoy that. Kev, make a skit about it being Wish roll. Wish. Yeah.
Mentally writing some ideas.
We'll play that at the next meme off. Okay, enjoy, folks.
An hour. I thought surely you'd last longer than that before you touched the...
The thing is, I have spent my fair share of time in a cell this year. And I've learned there's usually more than one way out of them.
What?
Stop it!
Guards! Guards! Come on!
I love that last sequence. It's such a cartoon. Like the bad guy runs away dramatically, and then a bunch of guards pile in from around the corner. I love that. It's such a sitcom humor that Robert Jordan loves to put in his books. It's such sitcom humor. I love that so much.
It does. And as they recognized in chat, we did have that Two Rivers riff again as he's MacGyvering the Wish and Darai.
Wish and Darai.
That's what I'm gonna call it.
Robert.
Wish and Darai.
That's so good. That is so fucking good. Oh.
Can we just address for a minute how freaked out people got being like, oh, is this gonna be our Wish and Darai for the show? This is terrible.
I wanted to address that because are you kidding? Why would they do that?
I know, right?
Why would they do that? That is so dumb. Are you aware of the concept of foreshadowing in storytelling? Like, engage your brain for 2 seconds.
On the nose, but it still works in my book.
You know what? It's on the nose for us because we know it's coming.
Yes.
For the average watcher, they're probably not going to clock that this is a foreshadowing of anything. They're going to be like, hey, that was actually a really smart thing that he did.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's got a hella weapon and he didn't have to touch the dagger. Good job, Matt. Excellent creativity, 10 out of 10.
Yes.
Like,
would that weapon actually hold up the way he put it together? No, but who cares? It's a TV show.
I was literally thinking about that. I was like, he's going to need to tie it like way more stuff around that. He's probably going to want like at least hot glue.
Yeah.
If not like E9000 and possibly Warbler to like wrap that shit up. Like,
I mean, you see knives where they have like the the thick thread that goes around and round and round the handle to give you the grip. Like he needs that, but like mixed, where it's like part super glue and Gorilla Glue and everything else you mentioned there as well. And then maybe it'll stay together. But it's a magic.
If he had a roll of Gorilla Tape, that might have done it. Have you ever used Gorilla Tape?
No, but I imagine if it's anything like Gorilla Glue and duct tape having a baby, it probably is.
Yes, it's exactly like Gorilla Glue and duct tape having a baby, and it's incredible.
Sounds good.
I can't, 10 out of 10. Highly recommend Gorilla Tape. But
noted.
Yeah, people really did like. It does seem like people online, Twitter in particular, really go out of their way to look for reasons to panic about things.
Yes.
And it's wild to me how they immediately jumped to, this is what the Ashandari is going to be in the show, and not, oh, look at this foreshadowing of the Ashandari. Like, how does your brain? I don't understand it. I'm not trying to throw shade or be an a-hole or
this
anything.
Is
but it's like,
this is an example of how Matt gets told these horrible things and believes them. All right. We see things like Sarah goes, oh, well, I stopped them giving you bear brothers. And they're like, oh, every horrible possible thing that might happen or we see in the show like a Wishandari is now going to be real.
Emphasis on the stopped it.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's a writer's room. It's a collaborative thing. They're sitting there and they're throwing shit at the wall to see what's going to stick.
Yeah. So just to be clear, love your Twitter time. I do. As I just like you validate this every time it happens. We are statistically the best fandom. We are by no means statistically the chillest fandom. So it's very entertaining.
I think that we have kind of like, as a fandom and as humanity, we have this collective trauma around shows that are really good, that we really like, getting canceled for no apparent reason. It happens constantly.
Yeah.
It just happened to the show on Netflix that I really wanted to watch. It's called Chaos. It's got Jeff Goldblum in it. I was like, that looks like it's going to be awesome. Just saw that they canceled it. Like, you guys do one season of a show that people apparently really, really like, and then you cancel it. And a lot of streaming services do that. And so I think that we're all really super on edge because what if they cancel it? Because precedent has been set. And so I think that probably plays a lot into it. And
that's why Rosamund left Prague. That's why everyone.
Well, yeah, that's why Sarah's not there anymore. Obviously, they canceled the show.
We should all take a leaf out of Matt's book and just exist in the moment and appreciate what we have.
Yes,
it's true.
The future may hold whatever. We will cross that bridge when we have to, and not before, because we refuse to cross it before that point.
Love that. So,
Lottie invoked Firefly in the canceling shows.
Ashrakova said her husband drives her crazy for always picking movies for unrealistic scenes. And he said, oh, it would never hold. But it's so good, I don't care. That's not that I pick a lot of movies all the time. Sometimes there's certain things I'm like, I can't get past that in the moment, but I know it's going to come on a rewatch and I just ignore it type thing. But I definitely watch the Ashandara scene and be like, that ain't gonna hold up in a fight, but I don't care, it's cool. It's exactly kind of what went through my head.
And that's what we're dealing with here. It's fiction. It's about suspension of disbelief. Yes. We don't have to believe, we don't. Yes, if I took a dagger, a heavy ass dagger, and attached it to the tip of a bamboo pole with some fabric, that fucker would fall off immediately. And I know this. But that's not the point, man.
It's a magic dagger on a magic show, you know?
A magic dagger on a magic show, and you want to know what? It kicks ass.
Yeah.
I also love that it like gave us a little sneak preview of like his sick bow staff skills. Like,
yes,
you know, one gang wanted him to join because he's pretty good with a bow staff. Napoleon Dynamite. Anybody?
Oh, I got it. Oh, I got you.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, never.
I'm like,
actually, one of the. I have a list of movies where it's like, you love movies and you've not watched that movie. Napoleon Dynamite's on that list, sadly.
Napoleon Dynamite is a delight. I think
yeah,
extremely
the
fun.
Godfather movies are on that list as well. Never watched them.
I've never watched them.
And I'm a, you know, I love movies. Movies are like, you know, I should probably be a movie critic, and I just give everything 5 stars. But
you're like you're a golden retriever. You just like to like things.
I would have actually in the past. Now I get more critical of things. But yeah, I have a list of movies where you're like, this is movies everyone should have seen, especially if you like movies, and movies such as Napoleon Dynamite and Godfathers and things of, you know, that iconic nature are definitely on that list. So,
yeah, it's highly quotable.
I
think that you will like it. So I think that you'll like it.
Am I in trouble, Kev?
I'm waiting to see if I'm going to be in trouble for not admitting earlier that I've never seen Shawshank Redemption.
Oh no, you're not in trouble for that, dude. No, you're actually. I think you would really appreciate it.
I think you would very much appreciate it, and I'm actually really excited for you that you have the first time seeing Shawshank Redemption.
Yes,
ahead of you.
In fact, I would love to actually be there when you watch it. Like, you know,
I would love.
I will bring a copy to the next convention we're both at, and you and I will find time to watch it together, dude.
I'll save it.
Can I come too?
Of course, yeah. We'll do a watch
I love
party.
Shawshank.
Should we do a watch party at Shawshank at the next WoTCon? Or Jordan Con if we're all going to be there. So, Matea, welcome back. Errand complete. We've as you know, we've just been discussing the MacGyver scene for the Wish and Diary. You know.
Yeah.
You're very. Oh yeah. I thought you were quite saying.
Just laughing.
It's great fun.
Monologues.
Well, what were we talking about? We were talking about Matt and his sick bow staff.
Yes.
What I was saying is that I really love that we got kind of a preview of his quarterstaff skills.
Mm-hmm.
The way he swung that bitch around extremely competently. So
yes.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like,
Matt can handle a big stick.
Because we haven't seen him fight really up until now. So he didn't fight in season 1. Missed Valdara, all the fighting there. And as basically, Rob, as you said earlier, has been a prisoner this entire season.
He even says that in the scene. Like, I've basically spent the past year in a cell, you know, and I've learned there's multiple ways out. Character growth for him. It's just like, yes.
I just hope he was doing some push-ups and some like squats, because man, that wreaks some havoc with your muscle tone, man.
That is true. Yeah, like he was just laying on the bed, but you know.
Well, he was lifting that cupboard down every day and then pushing it back up.
That is true.
Actually, I don't know if either of you caught it earlier, but we discovered on a slow watch. Was it Omar who picked up on this?
Yeah,
or Tom?
Oh, Tom.
Omar or Tom. It was Tom. Tom picked up on this. You know, in those early scenes where he's like letting down the cabinet, which we decided came from IKEA, by the way. The IKEA cabinet. It also had child safety locks on it because the drawers never slipped out. You know, the Two Rivers Matt safety locks is what they were. We've had some fun today, I tell you. Actually, in that scene where he like gently lets it down, as the shadow passes, because obviously there's a bit of shadow cast from the angle of the light against the cabinet. When the shadow comes up from the floor on the cabinet, it gets far enough out and level, you actually see like a curve, like part of a ball, as opposed to the cabinet just being like that flat, and it's the hinge where it's actually attached to the floor. Yeah. So we see an actual hinge on that cabinet, or that chest of drawers, whatever you want to call it. So
clever detail.
Yeah, very, very clever. But yes, he was lifting that up and down, a couple times a day, and then he was like moving bricks. But that's just your arms mostly. A little bit on the legs.
You're doing some squatting as you're letting it down quietly.
Yeah.
Even if you're deadlifting it down, it's the glutes and the hamstring.
Yeah.
So
okay.
It depends on the method that you're using to lower it.
This is true. He
doesn't throw his back out, so he's not doing improper lifting.
Yeah, he's like lifting with his legs, not like bending over his back type thing. Yes. So But yeah, it is good to see the growth that he has here. You know, I think he verbalizes that growth. You know, it's not just him, because there's one way to, you know, it's one thing to have growth and to, you know, feel more confident yourself. It's another thing to back that up and actually like yell at someone and be like, hey, look where I am, look, this is what I can do, this is how I feel, you know. And that is something he's not good at doing. So this is, you know, this is like an avalanche of movement for him in terms of character growth, but I love it. So yeah, anything else to add, Kev? You've been very quiet.
No. I think I'm just ready for the next scene. I think I'm itching for some fight scenes.
Yes, agreed. So this is 4 of 12, and this is another reuniting moment, and I'm hoping your friends can fight. So let's enjoy boys being boys.
Wait.
Let's go!
Wait,
Darren! What's up, Darren, what are you doing here? Who in God's name are these people?
They're friends.
I hope your friends can fight.
Nice. I just love seeing the joy of the faces there.
Do you think Perrin saw him through the smoke? Do you think that's why he said stop? Because he saw him? That was like Perrin eye, like wolf vision stuff?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You think?
Because like he pauses.
Like, I mean, he's looking really hard, but like you could hear fighting happening.
I wonder if he hears.
You can tell it was Matt.
Voice. Yeah, I wonder if he hears Matt's voice, but he can't see him, and that's why he's squinting, and he's just like, "There's no way."
Because like I feel like with the wolf vision, like he can see further, he can see better, he can. I think he has night vision, right?
Maybe he smells Matt. I love that, Max Silva. He smells Matt's stink from all the way over there. He's like, I know that. I know that scent anywhere.
When was the last time he had a bath?
This is
probably
true.
been a minute.
There's some squinting going
on.
Yeah,
I think that his wolf vision wouldn't let him see through smoke. I don't think so. I think it was probably.
It might give him a little bit more granularity, but I really honestly, because he's very surprised as soon as Matt comes out. So I think he's suspicious that it's Matt, but he doesn't have that confirmation. So maybe he hears Matt's voice. Maybe he gets is picking up some sense, but he's just in disbelief that it is.
Yeah, he doesn't recognize what they are. Yeah, he knows someone's there, but he doesn't know who. But he knows them.
Yeah, I'm just curious when we hear soldiers, so they're settling up, ready to fight.
Because this would have been the first person he would have identified really that way.
But he's really trying to stare through that, so...
Yeah, so, and Perrin really hasn't used these skills before. So
we do see him in the ways use it. He spots Fane in the background in the ways.
Yeah.
So I think it's the first time we see it. Yeah.
So that's kind of when we first see
still
Matt.
New, though.
It is still new. I agree. Yeah, I agree. It's still new.
And even just being like, shit, is that Matt? Like trusting the skills.
Oh, I would doubt it too. Yeah.
Well, he does say "whoa." Is that Perrin saying "whoa" to them? Okay.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, and then So at this stage, he's realized at this moment here, he's realizing from this silhouette that it's Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, he's familiar. He can recognize that person is looking behind them. He's looking behind as he's running away. All right. And someone who's coming to attack them would not be doing that. He's clearly running from something, not to something. So
Yeah,
at the
I
very
would
least,
say that at the very least, he heard the sounds of fighting. He stopped everybody because maybe he heard the footsteps of someone running their direction. They stop, they get ready, and then somebody is running toward them, looking away, obviously not trying to fight them. So at the very least,
they don't need
but
to
I
attack.
do kind of feel like he didn't register it until like Matt turned around and he saw him.
That's
yeah.
So, you know, he may like maybe he had suspicions, but at the same time, like
exactly.
And
like, I don't know that
he hasn't put the context clues together.
Yeah.
Because he has no reason to think that Matt would be there.
Yeah, it's definitely that. Sorry, I didn't mean to put the sound back on there. It's definitely that moment where he realizes that it's Matt. If you look, like obviously Matt hasn't realized. So let me slow this back down again. But if you look, there's the realization right there. Oh shit, that's Matt. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's like you see someone out at the store and you like do a double take if it's actually them or not.
Yeah, it takes a minute for the synapses to fire and for it to register, and then you're like, oh.
I also wonder
I
if
love that
like,
so much.
He has a little delayed reaction because he's also like, don't kill this person, and then he can react.
Yeah.
So.
Everyone's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Must like unimpressed.
So confused.
Yeah, because obviously none of them had met Matt.
And
They're
Loyal
like,
has like
why is
2
he
minutes
hugging
of
this
experience with him.
random
Yeah.
man?
Yeah, Loyal has very limited time with Matt. Though probably still remembers him. But yeah, it's a fun moment. It was nice that because they absolutely could have just like rushed him in and been like, Perrin, oh my god, quick, there's people chasing me. Let's deal with meeting up later type thing. That I like that they still put a moment for the two of them to, you know, be like, dude, oh my god, I'm so happy to see you type thing. You know, it's
well, they did the same thing with Matt and Rand too. And I love that there are a few reasons that I love that they gave both of them those moments. Because first of all, healthy expression of affection by men, healthy expression of physical affection between men, platonic physical affection, which like important. And also it helps to build that narrative that actually they are close and they care about each other and they've been separated for a really long time, but like there's that foundation of close friendship underneath it that didn't necessarily like things were a little rocky there in season 1 because like Rand was being a dick and all this other stuff, and then they get separated and all this bullshit happens, and now like it's reestablishing the fact that these are very close friends. And so, and it's just, I love hugging. I love being hugged. I love hugging. I love watching other people hug. So it just makes me happy.
Yeah. Hugging is a wonderful thing.
It's great.
And it's, I don't think there's a lot we can pick up from that. It's really nice to see that, you know, they got that moment together. Genuine friendship.
And there's another comedy moment in there when Matt's like, I hope your friends can fight. And go into complete action. Missima starts his like swirly, sorty, fighty moves. And she's like, can they fight, please? You have probably got the best batch of warriors in the vicinity.
I mean, you've got 2 Aiel who'd probably be able to handle it just on their own.
3 Aiel, there's 3 of
lucky,
them.
man.
Oh, yeah.
Very lucky.
Yeah.
And Hatsima.
Oh, yeah, Bane and Chiad. And Avienda. Yeah.
I mean,
my bad.
Bane and Chiad are like kind of one person. It's kind of, we've always done that, haven't we? Especially because the Threefold Talk as well, and Bane and Chiad doing Bane and Chiad. So, yeah. They've always just come as a pair. Like,
they come as a pair.
Yeah. So, it's, But yes.
Well, and part of it was because like it's been a minute since I've seen this, and like intellectually, deep in the recesses of my brain, I know that Bane and Chiad and Avienda are all there. But I saw Bane and I saw Avi. I didn't see Chiad, so I forgot she was there because if I can't see it, it doesn't exist.
Fair. Yes. Object permanence is a thing. So
I don't have it.
But the show's doing such a good roller coaster at this point. So there's like the tension and then this joyous encounter, this comical moment, and then a fight scene all within like 10 seconds. So like you are riding this major, major roller coaster, and it's so many people have said that I like this format of breaking it out and going through it slowly because it gives you a chance to think about and digest, whereas in the show it's just boom, 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 boom. one after another. So
yeah. The next scene, talking about that comedy, it's very funny you say that. The next scene involves a little bit of comedy and a little bit of finding the magic key to open the box. So let's enjoy that.
I combined this one and the next one into one because they're so
Round the
short.
beheaded where she is.
Sorry, say again.
I combined the next two because they're so short. These are just two scenes back to back in one clip.
Yeah, so that's why I mentioned both. I looked at the timings. I'm like, this doesn't fit either one, and I realized when I flicked through it, I'm like, you've done both together. So yeah, this is 5 and 6 blurred together, folks. But it just makes sense to do that. So
Round the beheaded where she is.
Rand, are you sure?
Yes, he's alive. I've seen him with my own 2 eyes. He's got shit hair, but he's alive.
We must get the hole to Randall Hall. You can't even open it.
Why didn't you say that?
Of course.
Reckon that pretty box.
Get the horse around! I'm not leaving you! I'm not! None of this matters if Rand doesn't have that. You're his only hope. So buy some time.
Oof. Very fun. He's got shit hair.
I love that so much.
Yeah, it's just
he had to say it. He had to say it.
But again, it's the great writing that even in a moment as serious as that and as time precious as that, Matt is being Matt and saying like, yeah, I've seen him and he's got shit hair, you know. So it's great. Also, I just want to give a shout out to Nils, who made this for me. So yeah, we do at MalkiriCon. We do. It started off as a thing around because we only hired for the weekend because of the type of hotel we use and blah blah blah. So to add on an extra component, we did an unofficial night and made like it became a scavenger hunt thing over the years. So now it's actually part of the convention, even though we are on quote regular convention daytime planning schedule, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday type thing. And so I challenged Nils, well not challenged him, but I was like, any chance we can can we make a horn? Like, is that a thing? Full disclosure, I did also try and get it from the show. I knew that was a super long shot. So I was like, do you know what? If you don't ask, you don't get. So,
exactly. You gotta
they
ask.
might be like, yeah, you can borrow it under strict conditions. They might have said no. It ended up being just
you
kind
miss
of like
100% of the shots you don't take. So what the hell?
I tried to live by that where I can. So, but this was the realistic way of getting the horn. And so Nils had a friend who made this 3D model from a 2D image, and it even has the text in it. Which is
amazing.
Verified.
Did they 3D print that or what?
Yes. So this is he made the model. Nils' friends made the model from the 2D image, and then Nils 3D printed it and colored it for me. And he even has he built a squeaker into it, so it squeaks when you blow it.
It sounds like a toots, like not like when you're holding in a fart and it goes.
It's funny because it's so high pitched that the microphone actually sound gates it. It's funny that it. I heard the very beginning of it, but then the rest of it cuts off.
So just imagine.
I didn't hear anything. I thought maybe he just had a bad embouchure.
When you're holding in a fart and like a little bit comes out of that really high pitched noise. That's exactly what it sounds like, Rob.
When you got those party blower things that like unroll when you blow them, they go. No, imagine that, but like a much higher pitch. That's what it is.
Sounds like a
anyway. So the script was verified by Pavara. And it's not the easiest way to see it, but it actually does read the correct. The script is correct, and it reads the grave is no bar to my hold.
I love that.
Grave is no bar to my call. Sorry. And it's stunning. So this was the prize for the scavenger hunt, which we named the Hunt for the Horn. Just want to because that was the first time it appears, and I was like, I want to show that. So
that's amazing.
But yeah,
that person could make bank if he printed those and sold them. How many of us fucking nerds would do that?
Also, I feel like Amazon might.
I do have this from Nils as well, so
yeah, Nils is pretty impressive. Yeah,
amazing.
He is so clever. That one, I think he made that one himself, but he had to get a friend help him with the horn. He was just like, "There's too much detail and shape."
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
So, whereas like a square image is probably a lot easier to make.
Yeah, like 3Ding a square image is not quite as hard.
But that was it was very intense. But I love the fact that we still got a joke in that scene, and the reveal of the horn finally, because this is the first time we get to see the horn up close. Where is it? It's somewhere just here. Like we see it a little bit when Turok reveals it, but then we get to see it again, like right there. And I love the creeping blackness from the dagger here, which is really, really cool.
Because it's just like in oh my god,
Shadow Logoth.
Thank you. Words hard.
Yeah,
it's just like that creeping vines that they did. So I love that they pulled that forward.
Yeah. So, but yeah, just a fun action sequence that really moves things along, but it just gets the blood pumping for this scene. So, anything to? I don't think there's much to add from it.
I love watching Loyal put a long handle on his axe.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Like Loyal can fucking fight, and I love it.
He can.
I want to see more Loyal next season as well, because I think he's also another criminally underused character. Like, I hope we see more of him as well. Which, if we get the Battle of the Two Rivers, theoretically we should, because he's there, right?
Yep. Yes. So, yeah, we should. Well, I mean, I have compelling evidence to believe it's happening.
I'm trying to be circumspect.
I went there, okay? So anyway.
But for this scene, I do have one more. So I love that Mat in this scene for the first time is like, I'm not leaving you.
Yes.
And then
Dana put that in chat as well. Like,
yeah, and Perrin comes back and is like, you have to, because we like Rand has to have this. You are the only person who can do it. So like it's Mat's as you guys were just discussing before I came back on, like Mat has just turned this corner. He's decided against all the odds against him who he really is. And now Perrin is also just being like, dude, you're the only person who can. You have to go. Like, would love to have you here, but we need you. So, and this is the first time somebody in reality is saying, we need you. Even when...
And putting him in an immense position of trust. Like, this is literally the most important thing that needs to get done, and you're going to do it. So get the fuck out of here and go.
Yeah, exactly. So... Even when Mat and Rand were in Kyrian, Rand was like, you don't have to come with me. Like, I know this is a weird big ask. He's like, I'd love for you to come, but you don't have to. It's not... Yeah. Rand wasn't like, I need you, I want you, I have to have you. You're so important to this mission. This is the first time in the entire series that Mat has been told, you are important. And it goes by so quick.
Yeah. And he's like, okay, sweet, I'm on board. Which leads to
And I think this gets back to the wheel weaving and his taverness, is that he needed to make the decision that he was important, because I think if all that bad shit hadn't happened to him and he had come over, basically he hit rock bottom and he bounced back up. So if he hadn't made that decision that he is trustworthy and he is worth it, then he probably would have failed on this next part. So I do think that there was the pattern weaving him all this bad, air quotes, luck earlier, because he needed to decide that he is going to be the hero that everybody needs.
Yeah. Very accurate, I think. So, okay.
Who's ready to cry?
Who's ready to cry?
Oh my God, where are my tissues?
Your mom.
Now we are at the
tissues.
Longest scene that Mat has in the whole of season 2. And quite possibly one of the most important scenes in season 2, at least from a casual viewer, if not from those that have done granular stuff. And the one scene that actually had me, not that I didn't cry at other scenes, but actually had me bawling my fucking eyes out like a baby in a reaction, like absolute hysterics, like crying so much I couldn't control myself. So let's enjoy the next 3 minutes, or just a fraction over, and just the culmination of what we've all watched today. This is probably going to hit me even harder than last time.
I remember. The heroes of the Hall. I am one of you. I have fought by your side times beyond number. Fight with us once more.
Well, let's not just feck and stand here.
Andy, que todavía
Oh.
Even my eyes filled up a little bit, and I'm a heartless wench. I don't cry at anything. Literally, the only thing that I have cried at, like show-wise, is when Hopper.
Yeah.
Well,
which is
honestly, when
not
stuff
long
happens
before
to
this
people,
scene.
when stuff happens to people, I don't give a shit. When stuff happens to animals, it's over for me. Always give me a content warning for animal harm. I can't do it. But yeah. Like the realization, just the look on his face, like,
yeah,
oh shit, I don't suck.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, my heart.
It's like when you watch the whole show, you're in this moment. You're like, I mean, particularly when I first watched it, I'm screaming with joy. I'm crying. I'm sobbing. I'm happy. I'm ecstatic. The emotions are just whirling through you.
Oh yeah.
You know, when you've watched the whole show, you'll be like, oh my god, the culmination of what the season's been building to. But watching it today, I'm watching Matt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not thinking, grand scheme. I'm thinking Matt's psychological journey through this season, where, as he said just a few scenes ago, I've spent most of the year in a cage, as a prisoner, and here he is finally, and I'm sure he'll have struggles again in the future, but you know, taking a giant step to being like, I am not a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
It's
actually believing
it's
it.
a freedom of a different kind.
Yeah.
You know, like the knowledge, the bone deep knowledge that actually all of the things that everyone has ever said to me, it's not true.
Yeah, that's a prison of a different type. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It's an emotional prison. But I do want to take a moment as a holder of a BA in music and as a wind instrument player. I have issues with that fucking horn.
I don't. I'm a trumpet player and I override you.
Okay, you know what? Trumpet players can get fucked. I literally, for my composition class, wrote a song called "I Hate Joe the Trumpet Player" because I hated Joe the trumpet player.
And Joe probably deserved it. Joe absolutely deserved it.
I'm a clarinet player, and I'm going to sit in front of you,
Oh,
assholes. No.
sorry. Actually, I'm gonna take my headphone out. The clarinet player is talking. I'm not gonna. Sorry. I'll let you guys have this conversation. Clarinet players read instruments. What? All right.
Do I need to like
popcorn? I need the popcorn.
Let me just put you two at opposite corners for a moment. Like separate you. You know, like.
But
you know.
legitimately, from just the shape of it, like, yeah,
It's
you
a
put those
Klein
little
bottle.
holes in there. That's not That's how
It's a
that
Klein
horn's not
bottle.
gonna make any noise.
I'm a
Sorry?
mathematician as well as a trumpet player, and that's a Klein bottle. A Klein bottle is a 4D impossible shape that only exists in 4D space. So they've turned a Klein bottle into the horn. So it's a
pterangle. Oh my god, you guys.
but here's the thing: like the stone ring, like the twisted
sure
ring
it's just made of
triangle.
plastic.
The twisted ring triangle is a Mobius strip, so it's also a mathematical topology. And a Klein bottle is a similar one where it's a thing that exists in mathematics, but it can't exist in real life due to the physicality of it. So
it can't exist in real life, which means it can't make noise because it doesn't actually exist. We're talking about actual real life physics. And that horn doesn't fucking make a noise.
The third dimension is tolerant
no
of
noise.
God, obviously.
But in fairness,
this is so hard.
I know. I do understand.
After this, we had this whole conversation about suspension of disbelief and stuff like that. And I'm like,
yeah.
Really? Honestly, I was a little bit underwhelmed by it, to be really honest. I don't know what I was hoping for or expecting, but it wasn't that. And I didn't I don't hate it, but I didn't love it.
No, yeah. I'm a horn apologist, and I honestly I think that I totally understand why people do not like the design and why it does seem a little like a Tide bottle that was sprayed gold. I get that 100%. So I'll never.
I hadn't considered that. Yeah,
kinda, yeah.
I'll never begrudge someone even if I like it.
Look like that at IKEA, like
yeah. Even if I like it, I totally it is a little bit of an odd design choice. So I won't defend it even if I like it.
Yeah. No, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with liking it. Like,
exactly. Yeah,
obviously, I'm not.
Absolutely.
Again, we're not yucking anybody's yums. It's just sort of like there's a part of me that has been playing instruments since I was 10 years old that just says, why? Like, it didn't have to be the stereotypical, like, loopy horn kind of thing that you see in Christmas decorations and stuff like that. It didn't have to be that. It didn't have to be a trumpet. It didn't have to be anything resembling a French horn, but it could at least have been something that looked like it could actually make real noise. Also, the horn, it's a brass instrument, but it sounds like a fucking saxophone.
It does sound like a saxophone. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd be curious for the sound, whichever sound engineer was tasked, or whichever sound group of people were tasked with making that noise. I'd be curious to find out what bass instruments they used for it, because obviously that's not just one singular instrument. There's probably layers of different things in there.
It sounds like a tenor saxophone, honestly.
It does. It has a very distinct woodwind quality to it.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he just took like every saxophone underneath tenor and just stacked that shit up and went for it. Like,
yeah,
that's possible. Because I always, when I hear interesting sounds or sounds recreated from, we don't know what they actually sound like. I always remember back to the piece of trivia knowledge I learned about Jurassic Park, which is they layered like 10 different animal roars into the roar for the T-Rex. So
that's amazing.
And isn't the Velociraptors like lizards fucking or something like that?
Yeah, something bizarre like that. Yeah. Yeah. There's something really bizarre like that. But yeah,
It's
there's
like
something.
lizards
There's obviously
That's
like a lion
hilarious.
roaring, but then there's things like there is like other types of cats. There is something bizarre. There's like an elephant call in there as part of it. You know, it's it's multiple layers in that. So I'd be curious. But you know, you two obviously play the instruments. You know, saying it sounds like a tenor saxophone and everything below it just piled up together. Like, why not? It could be absolutely a thing. So yeah, I am I like the horn. I like the. For me, it gives me like very sort of spacey sci-fi vibes. And you know what? It's so out there and so crazy that it's gone back around to it works for me. Like, you know.
Well, and we do have to remember again that we are in a fantasy show and it's obviously magical. So
yes,
it doesn't have to obey the laws of physics.
Yeah.
to
It's a
make
terra
noise.
grial.
Like,
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
having fun.
Like,
we are having fun.
We're all just having fun out here. Like,
a
you
bunch of
know.
goofballs.
Yeah.
Yep.
But more than that, what I will say is that my pedantic sort of issues with it as an instrument do not detract from my absolute just enjoyment of the moment
100%,
at all. Like,
well, and it's
not too goofy. It could have been like a vuvuzela. If it had been like a vuvuzela spray painted gold, that would have taken me out. I also would have loved it because I would have made a lot of memes about it. But
well, and it would have been very easy to make one because then you just go get a vuvuzela and you just fucking spray painted gold. I mean, from a prop creation standpoint, it would have been much easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think sound wise, I think I expected it probably to sound more like the horn at Helm's Deep in Lord of the Rings. Like that really just deep kind of bass.
At that point, then they would have just been copying. They would have been copying the Helm's
Oh no,
Deep.
and you're absolutely right. We don't want anybody to be like, oh, that's all.
Yeah, well, I think that's
Mm-hmm.
and I can't imagine the pressure of coming up with this. Like, it's such an iconic horn, and like in the blowing of it, like the resonation just like goes across all of Randland almost, and in having to do like recreate that sound, but also not make it sound like other horns that we've heard in the past from other movies, other TV shows, other iconic horns, like you said, like Helm's Deep. And I think, you know, between Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings, those are the two constant comparisons that any epic fantasy show is going to be compared to. So I'm sure there was a deliberate decision, like, we cannot make it sound like that. So let's figure out what is different.
No.
That's the question for Lauren Balfe then. I'm penciling that one down for Lauren Balfe then, yeah.
There we go.
What I would love to know, I would love to see like the designs, like the creative process that they went through and the different designs that they threw out there for the horn before they settled on what they came up with. Like, I would love to see all of the iterations that they went through before they landed on what they landed on. Like, that would be some bonus material that I would watch the shit out of.
That's fair.
Amazon.
In terms of the sound, I think I probably, when I read the books, thought something along the lines of Helm's Deep, because I'd seen that and that was the only thing that really sort of resonated in the way that you know, the horn gave me vibes in the books, like, you know, the power of its call, you know, the power of the Helm's Deep call, you know, although it doesn't do the same thing by any means, was somewhere along the lines. But I think when I actually watched it, it made more sense to me being something not that deep and booming.
Well,
Because
a physically smaller horn is going to make a higher pitch noise.
Yeah, but not because of that, but because of what, and it's a similar point to what Lottie's put in here. Lottie's put in, maybe it makes noise in Teleronra to call the heroes that exist there. And it just, like, if you think Teleronra, you don't think underground. You think, like, up there in the dreams and that sort of thing. So naturally, like, a higher pitch would call out there as opposed to, like, Helm's Deep, which calls down. You know, I don't know if I'm making...
Well,
like a feeling I'm describing here more than an actual Helm's
And I
Deep.
mean, maybe that means that what we're hearing is an echo, and what they're actually hearing in Teleronriad is completely different. We're hearing just a fraction of what is actually there.
Why Rob's horn sounds like a fart, where it's like actually making a real horn noise?
We actually joked about that. Yeah, it's really high pitch and short because the horn slows things down. For those that hear it, time almost stops, and so the noise goes out further and becomes more sonorous and deep. Whereas for those that are hearing it in real time and not called by it, you're hearing it in an extremely short period of time, so it's like a squeak instead. Because
so what you're getting in real life is a little squeaker fart, but what they're hearing in Teleron Riyadh is a nice big beefy fart.
Yeah, exactly. Love that.
I love farts; they're hilarious.
Oh god, that's brilliant. If you actually want the book quote, Max Silver's put it in chat. It was a clear note, golden as the horn was golden. So I don't know how that equates musically.
I mean, any note can be clear. A trombone can play a clear note. It's the.
I think the goal
having a lower range on the instrument doesn't mean that it can't be clear. So that doesn't. I mean, it doesn't necessarily. To me, it doesn't equate automatically to a treble kind of sound. It's like clear versus muddy. And low notes.
Golden does and evoke, like if I heard a golden note, I would think of that as like a slightly higher, like maybe like a alto range, like not a soprano, not a bass, but like somewhere between that tenor alto range in my mind. Because again, you're translating what a color is in sound. That's just my mental interpretation.
All right, I think we should get to wrapping up. I don't know how many sort of like iconic parts of the episode left. We've got Mat fighting through Shanshan, the top of the tower, Mat's here too, and then the ending.
The finale basically has every scene that he's a part of from the beginning, and I think the most important part is him arriving at the top of the tower and throwing.
So I'm going to put it up and just play it without sound for the moment, so you can see like his badass fight skills, and then I'll flip ahead to when he appears in the tower, because obviously that is the culmination of the Min viewing. So I do love how in the trailer that moment was mixed with the explosion at the foregate.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so here, that's immediate cut. Yep.
Oh, you did make the immediate cut. Okay, brilliant.
I made the immediate cut. Yep.
Oh well.
That part breaks my heart every time.
Right. So sorry. Right.
Such a simple illusion. How could you not see it?
Ren, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
If it's any consolation, I'm sorry too, old friend. I truly am.
How did you?
You cannot face down one of the chosen child.
Not to diminish Egwene in this moment, but I feel like we've kind of reached the end of Mat's like.
I think the only part that that feels poignant is when Nynaeve is there next to him and they arrive on the scene. Then it kind of calls back to Mat kind of protecting Rand as well.
Yeah.
But this is definitely a Egwene kind of.
Yeah, this is definitely an Egwene-centric moment.
Yeah.
I love Megan chat. Don't you dare skip this, Rob. It's all right. See, now she had to get her ass saved from Karen Meg. So yeah, there we see. It's okay now.
I'm here.
Hurry.
All the magic missiles.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Roll a d10.
It was a mistake. I'm sorry.
How are you?
I love the kindness that Nynaeve looks at Matt with. Like that same like look of just love and appreciation. She hasn't seen him. She can't run to him. She can't hug him, but she sees him, and it's just this happiness on her face just to know that he's there with them all.
Randy, you have to do something. Michael. Got a shield.
So is that pretty much his last line of dialogue in the movie? In the movie,
the last thing he'll do is they'll all kind of stand up together at the end, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you don't need to listen to the whole thing then.
Yeah, that was pure for the continuity's sake.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, I mean, that's got to be after you've just gone and revealed yourself as a hero of the Horn to then go and stab your best friend.
Accidentally, trying to do the right, like trying to save him and then accidentally almost killing him.
Yeah. It literally 100% is not his fault. There is no reason that there's no way he could have known that it wasn't actually a human person.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to beat himself up about it, but,
I think the way that everyone reacts, like, it's okay, everything's all right, does really help. And if you look just a moment ago, actually, as I looked over, if you just look on the left here, you see like Nynaeve has been taught these, obviously, Egwene and Perrin have been helping keep the barrier up, and now Rand's fighting as well. But I feel like Nynaeve has just taken a second here with Matt and gone like, are you okay? It's good to see you. Like, it's okay, don't worry. And he's probably gone like, I'm sorry I stabbed him. And, it's nice to see that she's focused on him for a hot second while everyone else is handling the fight, so to speak.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's a definite rough moment for him to have gone through all that, and
I don't know what to do with my face right now.
That's fair. Mine is.
I do think
it's downstairs. Keeping check.
This called back to something that we were talking about with Min's prophecies and her misinterpreting. I do wonder if she misinterpreted, like, because she says you kill him, and I think what she misinterprets is that the wound itself is going to be like the whole blood on the rocks of Sheol Ghul kind of prophecy stuff. That wound is like the never healing wound. It's part of the reason why a lot of things happen to Rand in the books, and part of the conclusion of the story has to do with that. So I think it might be also a misinterpretation in that regard, that this wound is a reason for Rand's fate rather than just it kills him.
Well, and I think the other thing, sort of kind of an opposite sort of viewpoint on it, is that it's an illustration of the fact that Min has these visions, but she can't interpret them. She doesn't know what they mean. And so she's making an assumption. She sees that Matt has just stabbed Rand, or Rand has just been stabbed and Matt is holding him. So she's assuming Matt stabbed him and Rand is going to die, and saying, you just killed your friend. She's making assumptions here.
Yeah.
She's, jumping to conclusions like Twitter of Time every time they see anything. But like, no shade, honestly, love, but
yes, seriously, yeah, we do love you.
But yeah, I think that's an illustration of the fact that she has these visions, but she can't interpret them. She jumps to conclusions just like everybody else, making her an unreliable narrator just like everybody else. And it's like, obviously, okay, yes, the vision did come to fruition the way she said that it would, but the context of it was completely different than what she assumed. So I think that it could certainly be a nod to what happens after, but I think it also is an illustration of it's a furtherance of Min's sort of talent / curse, helping us to understand what it is actually that she's dealing with, because we haven't really dug into it very much at all. So
no, this is true. So and I think it's as I've been like playing it on the side here, I think it's this moment that we see here where everything's been revealed and the dragon, and obviously everyone's looking up at Rand and such. They all walk up behind him and the gang's all together type thing, as we've worded here. Matt has been one of the first ones to walk up. In fact, I need to flake back a little further. Probably. Nope, I was right there. Okay, so if we watch here, as it plays, Matt's right there at the front. Like, previously he would have been like, oh no, I need to hide, or I'm not worthy, or this, that, and the other.
Or I'm going to wait till everybody goes and then I'm
going to wait. Yeah. And then I'll be at the back. Like, he's okay walking up and being part of, as you see, like right at the front, with, and there are the others, everyone's putting in work, and he's just like, oh, I'm going to be, I deserve to be here too, type thing. So even though he's gone through that trauma, he is, still, he's still kept that step forward that he's made throughout this episode for the entire show.
And I wouldn't be surprised to find out that it has given him a little bit of a setback, because obviously, their characters need to develop throughout the series. But I wonder if the direction that they're going to take him, because I don't know what happens in which books, but in general, Matt is always very much, I'm not a bloody hero. I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. I'm getting out of here. Fuck you and your Tavira nature keeping me here, that kind of thing. And so I wonder if what they're going to do with him is less of the whole petulant child pitching a fit because he has to do stuff he doesn't want to do, and lean more into he wants to be there, he wants to help, but he still has this self-doubt that kind of cripples him, and we're going to continue seeing him work through that. And so if he runs away, maybe it's because it isn't because he's being a baby bitch and doesn't want to be there. It's because he's afraid, like he's worried that he's going to hurt people or something like that. I feel like that part of Matt's personality is not my favorite part. And so if they did make some changes to that, I would not be mad about it.
Yeah.
I feel like it would give him more depth personally.
I like that.
How they present it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, for someone who only had very limited screen time compared to a lot of other characters in season 2, I think he had quite a journey.
I think he has one of the most complete arcs in the season. Like, it's a start, it's a clear start and finish. It's very, very, there's no, like, you don't have to second guess or like wonder like which parts are not going to be picked up. Which parts are tied up perfectly in a bow and where he's going to kind of go from there. And I think that's the
but
beauty
also
of it.
With that, it's still because of the spearing Rand, like almost killing him, also leaves room for further growth. So if he hadn't stabbed Rand, that could have been a good full growth, that's the full Matt arc. But
the hubris of I'm a hero of the horn kind of disaster. So, it kind of makes sense because if you think about it, that's a pretty heady realization and could definitely lead to some ego issues. So, karmically, maybe he needed to be taken down a few pegs because, don't let it go to your head, bud, because you are still a mortal man.
It's a shame that one of his besties had to be stabbed for that take down a notch, but that they use that later.
The wheel weaves, baby.
The wheel weaves, baby. Yeah.
And stay humble.
Stay humble, yes.
Always be grateful.
This is true. Well, I think, unless there's anything we want to add, I think that might have brought us to the end of the season 2 Kiserai streams.
Have you guys done Egwene yet?
We did. Did we do? No,
we did Nynaeve, but we did. We did Elaine, which touched a bit of Egwene. Wait, did we do Egwene? We did. Did we?
No, you didn't.
No, because if you did and I wasn't part of it, I'm going to make you do it again because I want to be in on that.
We didn't.
We didn't do Egwene.
We didn't. But I had theories that came out of the Elaine one where I was like, basically that Egwene had basically been training to be a protector and make shields. The entire thing, like the shield was the culmination of her season arc kind of thing, wanting to protect Rand, wanting to be able to save him in the way she couldn't at the end of season 1. That was her redemption in her eyes of not being able to save him when she thought he died, was being able to save him now.
Well, yeah, I like Egwene is Meg, I love you.
Wait,
Egwene
where's
is also like my
Meg's
favorite
getting a 5-minute
character,
timeout.
so I will protect my precious bean with my life. But Yeah, I won't dig into it now, even though I really, really want to, because that's not what it's about. But when you guys do, Egwene, I would love to be in on it, and you probably won't get rid of me the whole day. So
that's fair. I think so. We've tried to, for folks that maybe haven't watched all of these and haven't followed us along. Obviously, they are long streams, and it's a lot of granular stuff to take in. Kev and I approached this initially from an idea of just fun, didn't we, Kev? I think it'd be like really cool to just really focus on a character and really celebrate love for someone. And then we realized it was a really interesting way of looking at the arc of characters and how they progress through seasons and stuff. So then we made it our mission to make sure we weren't just repeating, in essence, just playing the same scenes again the next time, but it was just talking about the other character in the scene type thing. So we tried to expand, different characters, so we were capturing different parts of the show to show different elements and different arcs and stuff like that. So I think when we did Elaine initially, and then it was kind of like, we did we did Elaine, we did Lan.
We did Elaine, then Lan, then we did
Soirain.
No, I think we did Perrin, didn't we?
Perrin, then Soirain, yes.
Then Soirain, and now Matt.
And Matt, because we hadn't seen any of Matt's arc between those other four. Like, this is the first time we've seen any Matt really on screen.
Yeah. So I think we would have gone, had we, initially we were like, we do this once a month. And then that's obviously so much to put together. And so it's not worked out this way. So I think if we had done like every month or far more than we had, we probably would have got around to doing Nynaeve and, because we haven't done Rand, for example. Like,
yeah, we still haven't done Rand. Yeah.
There's a lot we could do here. But
Leandrin could have her own episode.
Yeah, absolutely. Leandrin could absolutely have an episode. Between this, the amount of time this takes to put together, and then while a holiday coming up the end of next month, it's in like 6 weeks' time, and then obviously being the holidays, and then ramping up with season 3 that we're expecting. I believe we're still on April 10th, aren't we?
April 10th is still my guess. Yes.
Yeah, I'm also. I like that because then there will be an episode released on my birthday. So
when's your birthday?
April 24th.
Mine's April 28th.
Oh, amazing. How did I not know this?
I don't know.
If they drop 3 episodes on the 10th, that means the 5th episode would drop on my birthday.
Nice.
Love it.
And we'd have an episode just before Jordan Con.
You would have an episode during Jordan Con. That is, Jordan Con is the 25th or the 27th. So the episode 5 would be out.
Well, I mean, assuming that they would release, because they've been doing Thursdays. So
yeah.
Assuming that they keep it on Thursdays.
Yeah.
Hopefully they move it to Tuesdays because, very full talk.
Yeah. A lot of you saying you want to see a Lanfear one. Innkeeper did this on Dusty Will for Lanfear, and that's kind of what inspired it. We were like, we should do one for Kira. And then, it was like, well, I will do one for me. And then we were like, who's the other interesting arc we could add? And that's how we've gone from this. We might do one in the new year, potentially. We're unlikely to do one before the end of the year, unless for some reason we pull together something crazy. Because it's not just Kevin Ice time and Pavara who helps us organize things in the background. It's having people on, and it's a busy time for you. So, thank you for those who have joined us, and for those who couldn't make it but wanted to be here. We appreciate that. Mel and Sulin being 2 of those.
Yes.
We do love doing this. It really adds such an interesting dynamic to watching. And Kev, the ones we don't do from season 2, we need to go back and do. We need to do those ones after season 3. Obviously, we need to do season 3, and then at some point we need to go back and do season 1. So I think we need to get a little better at putting together these things so that we can achieve them all in the long in between season 3 and season 4.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, we're both busy people, and it's a lot to put together. So maybe we need a team of people to help us out. We should get a.
It's always worth it. You guys all make it worth it.
Yes, you do. So
Creating
thanks for those
content,
remind us. Sorry,
I was going to say, creating content is so time consuming.
It is.
It's unbelievably time consuming. I don't have a job right now, and I'm still having problems finding time to do all the shit that I want to do. It's messed up.
Yeah, it is.
It can absolutely fill up all of the hours that you have.
It does. So thank you to everyone who has stuck around this year and watched any of the episodes, who have come and guested on the episodes. Thank you for the things we have been lucky enough to get from Amazon. They're not always able to give us things, or they're very limited in what they can, or actually just have to give us. So we're obviously very appreciative of that. And this will not be the last one by any means, but it might be the last one before season 3. It just depends how things work out. So
we're gonna be all busy next year.
I mean,
we are.
I hope that's a good problem to have because it means we'll get season 3 sooner rather than later.
Season 3 will be out. If season 3 is not out before my birthday, I will actually be genuinely shocked.
I would be too, honestly. So
yeah, from the things that I have heard, the things that people like John saying, like obviously Kev's got his theories, which I love. Your reasoning behind some of your theories, Kev's. Like I think all those things. There's so much smoke there has to be fire. So if it's not by April 24th, I'd be like, well, they really got us good. So, but yeah. That's it. So thank you so much. I didn't make an outro, so we're just going to enjoy the intro again because, I'm fun like that. But thank you so much, everyone. And just this season 3 coming soon. Season 3 is like 6 months, people. It's like 6 months and 10 days. No, less than 6 months because it's the 13th. So it's like 5 months, 3 weeks, and 4 days or something.
That's your guess. Your guess. Like, let's
wait 1 second before we go. I'm going to start. Kev,
I'm always right. Oh, yeah.
Let's just do a countdown on Twitter. How many days?
Well, yeah, I was right about September 1st, so that's all I'm going to say for season 2.
April 10th.
Okay, that was one instance in which you were correct.
Yeah.
One instance.
There are 179 days until April.
It was also one theory that I got correct in a sea of theories that were also disproven. So I also add that caveat.
Kevin, welcome to How I Theorize. 99.9% of my theories are wrong.
Exactly. What was the date count? I talked over you. I'm sorry.
179 days from today until April 10th. It's always weird how they calculate days until, so I'll double check that. But yeah, I might, maybe I'll start a Twitter countdown.
You're going to get everybody's clown makeup on. Just understand the can of beans that you are opening.
Look at this face. Does this face look unclown makeuped?
Well, on that note,
it's time to go. Thank you, everybody. Ciao.
Bye.